the past 6 to 12 months is really was like, man.
He just keeps running it down under tower, and I just.
Well, it's funny. He's like totally like in the past. I'm talking about 2 weeks. He's like done. Yeah. They either kicked him out or he's done. He's like, I'm back to 24 hours on the factory floor.
So this is, he said this on Twitter. He like quoted a guy who theorized this, and he said, he did the bullseye emoji, which is somebody said, Elon tried, and he was in the government, wanted to get all this cutting and spending, and he has realized that Congress isn't going to do it, and they don't actually care. And now he's going to focus on what he thinks actually matters, which is increasing GDP, because that's the other way we potentially get out of this. If our productivity grows immensely, so he explicitly.
That's a charitable way to put it.
That is extremely charitable, and I'm sure Elon would like to embrace that interpretation. Nothing says grit like sticking it out for 4 months. What are we talking about?
But that is, I think it's illustrative that I would say the focal point of this movement of we're bringing in the big guns to tackle the deficit and make the government efficient. That guy, the face of it, the most vocal, the most visible, he has explicitly said, this is fucking hopeless. They're not going to stop spending money. I'm going to focus elsewhere.
Dude, it's funny.
That's crazy.
The team, the super team, because I am now distinctly remembering. I read a lot of these
Big ball
Substacks. No, I read these not big balls.
Big ball Substacks?
I read these Substacks from like 30-year finance guy. I just like reading their, or like people that worked in the energy industry a long time. I pay for their Substack and I read it. And there's plenty of these guys are Republican. I'll just be honest with you. Some of these guys are like, I've been in Wall Street for 30 years and the deficit's out of control. And one guy specifically, he wrote this whole impassioned piece, and I'm paying for this. So I'm like, I better fucking read it. And it's about how, listen, Vivek Ramaswamy is going to he used this guy as the real deal, and he's going to make Doge actually be serious. And before Doge had even begun, they kicked out Vivek. And this guy had to publish a retraction, on his paid Substack where he's like, and it's like, it's like a 1-paragraph retraction to a 9-page article about Vivek. He's like, yeah, I don't think it's happening.
Dude, they brought, I think what Trump did well is they brought in a team that was just a repudiation of everything else, right? They brought in RFK Jr., which is just like, fuck you. And they bring in Elon, it's like, fuck you. And like that appealed to people who were just really, really upset.
Which is, by the way, somewhat on a base level fair in that I don't think it was working. I think in general, the system is not working for people, for regular people, for almost anyone, for small business, for anyone. The system is not working.
Yeah, the anger at its base is justified. The direction that it is directed in and the people that get to wield the anger are not in good standing.
The example I love to use is like, maybe we all agree that the One Ring needs to get thrown into Mordor. But if Gollum tells me he's the guy, I agree. Give me the ring, I'll do it. It's like just because you say, just because we're in words agreeing on this principle does not mean that I can trust you.
Dude, and then we gave the ring to Elon Baggins, who walked up to Mordor, looked out the landscape, was like, fuck this, I'm out, I'm leaving. There's too many orcs.
He just gave up.
You didn't tell me there was going to be orcs.
It's been 4 months I've been walking to Mordor. You're telling me it's going to be another 3 months of walking through Mordor?
Yeah, it was a long dream. You made the whole fellowship, and you're giving up like a.
I'm going back to the Shire. I'm gonna farm a lot of wheat.
100 days in, bro. That's why I knew Doge was fucking doomed from the beginning. Was when at the very announcement they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna have this wrapped up by July 4th, 2026." And I'm like, "We have 50 years of overruns in government spending. You're gonna solve this in a year, in a year and a half. You're gonna just solve it and be done." That's so stupid from the outset. That's such
It's going to come out with for the full self-driving taxis and the Yard D&D.
The Yard D&D.
Okay, on the subject of you...
let me quickly just cap this off. I want to point a few things. We've been mostly talking about the deficit, and last week, the episode, if you missed it, largely about how the debt of the United States really can destroy the country in a lot of ways. And there's an argument of like, if this continues, eventually we can stop affording things. That's ultimately the problem with the debt. At some point, people will stop loaning us money, and when that happens, we can't pay for most of what's going on in the government. So this is a catastrophe that we are heading towards that the politicians are ignoring. However, for the Republican side, if you are a Republican, the, let's say, deficit and debt element of the Republican pitch going into the election, that has been soundly not delivered on at all. However, they did do other things, which is that they're going to cut tax rates. they're doing that. Assuming this passes, again, it has to go through the Senate, and there's a big question of like, what's the Senate going to do? They're pissed there as well. But if this goes through, they did cut taxes. They said they wanted to increase and re-bolster the military. They're doing that, putting a shitload of money into the military. They're talking about the border, right? They're putting a ton of money into the border.
I wanted to talk about the border specifically because from my understanding, the majority of the money that they have allotted for the border is to continue building the wall.
Yes.
And let's first, I want to start with, I take deep personal grievance with this administration's approach to handling immigration right now. I think it is unconstitutional and immoral. But if you voted for Trump with the ideals of how he was going to approach immigration in mind, you wanted him to stop illegal crossings and reduce issues at the border, then spending $47 billion on the wall is insane to me. Because as far as I understand, the current policy approach has already radically reduced the number of crossings.
Yeah, that
we're at an all-time level, all-time low of illegal crossings in general and new people applying for asylum. So if you like his approach to border security and the goals that he had in mind, it's like, if the goal is already mostly accomplished in that regard, why are you okay with spending $47 billion on extending the wall? Which is...
I mean, I heard a quote that has stuck with me, which is that to a regular person, any number ending in illion sounds the same. When it comes to like politics discussions.
There's that Stalin quote. Stalin said that.
Stalin. You brought it back to Stalin, actually, when you were talking about number of people that
there's a famous
like trillion,
Stalin quote.
billion, million. It all just sounds like
if you lose $1, it's a tragedy. If you lose $1 trillion, it's a statistic. He said that.
It wasn't about money.
I asked ChatGPT. I don't know what you're asking.
Anyway, I just don't think that is a factor to me. Again, I'll just point out that like
I don't think I'm not surprised by like I can piece together 2 points here and like point out some level of hypocrisy. I'm not surprised by that part. I don't think people look at things or analyze things in their day-to-day life in that way. I just think why from a political perspective, why even throw it in? It's like you've already won the battle, so to speak, on immigration. It's like, why even? What do you
the wall
gain?
is like a totem. It's like a powerful political totem to unite a base. I think it like is a physical manifestation that you can point to of something being built or done.
It's like
also,
rhetoric.
If you're up 150 to 30 in a basketball game, you don't stop shooting. Okay.
Yeah, but you put in like the G League team. I don't know.
No, you give LeBron $46 billion and you bring him in. Crazy fact about so the border security section, they're spending about $70 billion on border security in this bill. So 2/3 of it, 46, going to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
The other third is just they're like hiring agents and adding tech and border stations and all this stuff just to help with immigration. And part of what they're doing, stated goal of having the capacity to deport 1 million people a year. That is the stated goal of this, is like get the system to the point. That's what the other third of that money is going to, is like we want to be able to deport. How many is that a day? like 30,000 a day, right? Is that the number? Or 3,000?
It's just not tenable to begin with, but it's also, I mean, I think it's immense problem with when you're deporting 1 million people a year. You're not deporting like violent criminals, which is what the rhetoric like fueled.
Yeah.
You're deporting people that have like lived here and suffered through the immigration system, as inefficient as it was. Also, as somebody who experienced it firsthand in the best circumstances possible, it was still shitty. And you're just deporting people who have like crafted lives here, pay taxes, are a part of their community. It's the idea that you need to deport 1 million people a year is insanity to me to begin with. And that's what you feel comfortable spending money on. It's frustrating. It's very
I
frustrating.
think this bill's a disaster, man. I think this bill is like the first, not the first, there's many, but this is like one of the first big, massive rubber meets the road of like how unsustainable I think this policy is. Like all this stuff, just now it's really hitting in terms of like what we're going to change our spending on, and it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem coherent. It seems incoherent. The whole thing seems like a bunch of petty grievances packaged up in a way with no plan to spend it.
Can I hop in here with a petty grievance?
Oh,
one of the small things that they threw in, and I noticed this when reading an article, was that they're cutting the IRS direct file program. Do you guys know what that is?
Yeah. It's that new program where it's you don't need to use TurboTax or all that stuff. You can just directly file with the IRS. They send you your return essentially, and you can sign off on it.
Yeah. So there's this introduction of that option finally to have like a government available. Most other countries doing your taxes a lot simpler and a lot cheaper because the government, like the U.S. government, has most of the information that you need to file and prepare your taxes ready to go. You shouldn't have to be filling out so much information in most cases, like the average citizen who's, putting their W-2 into the system and going through TurboTax and going about that, right? And there's been criticism to this policy from Republicans since the beginning. There was an interesting quote that I read from two Republican senators, I think Mike Crapo and John Barrasso.
His name is Mike Crapo?
It's C-R-A-P-O.
I'd trust that man.
Crapo, I don't know.
I'm voting Crapo.
But they wrote this: "We write with serious concerns regarding your agency's recent unilateral and unauthorized action to create a permanent Internal Revenue Service direct file tax preparation program. The American people do not want an all-encompassing IRS acting simultaneously as the tax collector, tax auditor, tax enforcer, and tax preparer." I think if you sold this idea of like the government is like taking over your tax submissions too, like there's a way to demonize, which is
Keep
so
your
funny.
government hands off my tax collection. Is fucking absurd. But even reading that out loud as if it's their real thoughts it's Intuit TurboTax lobbying.
No, they
spoken like a puppet up their ass out of their mouth. It's not.
The level of lobbying for that side of the industry is the reason, and the way this will be defended on the side of the tax companies, like the TurboTaxes and the H&R Blocks, is they say there's been ways to file your taxes for free for years, which is kind of true. I don't know if you guys have filed just a W-2 in a long time, because all of our taxes, because we own businesses, have changed a lot. But when you just submit a W-2 on things like TurboTax, there are ways to submit for free, but one, they try to upsell you every other page that you flick through while you fill out your information. And I think people, because taxes are a confusing process, they add on little plans and things as they go that they don't necessarily need. So the messaging isn't very controlled to begin with. It's made to pull money away from people. And then for any sort of deductions or basic tools that you might need beyond your general W-2 taxes, they charge you heavily for stuff like that.
Dude, I can give you a specific example. I mean, I worked at NVIDIA while streaming for a couple of years, and I was doing both, and they started to get pretty equal. And I remember doing my TurboTax NVIDIA W-2 and trying to add my streamer income, and it was like 10 pages in a row of clicking through. Every single one, it would fearmonger me into saying that I'm missing some free money or that you can't do this. Anything I wanted to add, it would pull me to a payroll. I ended up, and obviously I was spooked because I didn't know how to handle all these different things. At the time, I didn't have a corporation set up. So I ended up paying for like the ultimate premium TurboTax Plus package with 3 different bonus like features. Like I was buying a battle pass for fucking Valorant, and it didn't even do a good job. At the end of the day, it didn't even do a good job.
Because it still requires your input as the person who isn't very... You don't have the accountant with you helping you sort through it all. So the reason why this stuck out to me is this is one of those things, I think, like when you're talking about antitrust legislation being utilized against like a grocery merger, for example, there's so few people lose on this being available. This is just fundamentally good for this service to be available for free to the average citizen. And the bill removes this, and they are promising that it will be replaced by a, quote, public-private partnership that will still allow 70% of citizens to file for free. And from my perspective, this was a step in the right direction of making taxes slightly easier and slightly more affordable for people. It wasn't a program that was used by many. I think something like only 160,000 people used it in the first year. But I think that's because the marketing and communication around it was very bad. Most people didn't know that this had become an available option, and it had limited rollout in a bunch of states, right? But it was clearly, to me, a step in the right direction, something that only serves to benefit the average citizen by it being available. And for some reason, in this bill, it's getting snuck in that we're going to remove it. And I think if I were to villain share this sentiment, the idea that the government is inefficient and the IRS as an institution is not well run, and we don't know how to effectively spend public money in this country, so by handing it off to a private company, we can more efficiently operate something like this. But it's already a service that has been dominated by lobbyist, private sector companies for decades, and it's the shittiest experience in the developed world as it is now. And you're like saying, no, we need to make this one public option that we just got recently more private.
Yeah, I mean, I just think even entertaining it as like a real thought it's not. Nobody assumes that this person is speaking in good faith. This is just to benefit Intuit TurboTax, who spends a lot of money on lobbying. They make a bunch of money. They have a monopoly on that. I wanted to bring it back to the criticisms that were levied by Elon Musk and other people against this bill, because Trump responded to them just a few hours ago.
Oh, interesting.
And said he kind of deflected, because he said,
we should point out really quick. So this bill, it's Congress. Congress is making this, debating what it is. They need to pass it. So it needs to be passed by the House of Representatives. It was passed by the House. Then it needs to be passed by the Senate, and then the president signs it. He is vocally supporting this thing. It is not his bill, but he is stirring up support.
He's pushing it through.
He's pushing it really, really hard. So he is super proud of this. He's taking credit for it. He's convincing all the Republican congressmen to, support it and trying to get concessions behind the board. So this is not his, but he's influencing it, and he's super in support of it.
He has lended his marketing prowess to calling it the Big Beautiful Bill.
Yes.
He is threatening.
He is claiming it's
to primary any Republican person who doesn't support it, because again, they only need the Republicans to get it through.
Right.
They don't need any Democrats.
And the Republicans aren't all on board with it because of all these different issues. Yeah.
And so someone asked him, what he thinks about Elon disagreeing with the bill. And he said, my reaction's a lot of things, and then kind of pivots away and then goes, listen, we'll be negotiating that bill. I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way it goes. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful, but the beautiful is because of all the things we have in it, because it's big.
Well said. That is because all these fucking numbers that I've been showing, that's the first time it's made sense to me.
Yeah, I think if we were to wrap this up quickly, it feels like an antithesis. Even if you were to take this administration's goals at face value, and a lot of people that are part of it, like Elon Musk, this bill clearly, even according to a large number of Republicans, stands against those goals. And it stands against reducing the deficit.
Fair, goal. Many of the goals that they stated are fulfilled in this. While betraying this giant goal that was supposed to be there. Yeah.
And
okay, because I just want to make it so clear that this is going to get forced on us whether we like it or not. What I'm trying to say is, like, I think for the average person, for our entire lives, it's been kind of like, if you kick the can, who cares? What does it actually mean? And I'm saying we're at the point where it is now. I want to see if I can send a chart here.
Oh, the Treasury bond. Yeah, that's super important.
This is so important.
This is a really, really big disclaimer.
This is the big disclaimer that kind of makes it real now. I'm sending the link to, maybe you have a thing. But for our borrowing costs, which is like the United States goes out to the world, goes out to pension funds in America, goes out to you and me. I own some Treasury bonds. And they say, we need to borrow money to fund this massive deficit because we don't have enough to do all the things we want to do. And we'll give you 4%. Everyone in the world has now said, no, that's too low. We don't trust you. And so the amount we have to offer keeps rising. The U.S. 10-year and the U.S. 30-year are rising so dramatically because we have to offer more and more interest to get someone to trust us enough to loan us their money, which is like what happens in countries that are in these sort of debt spirals. Again, I'll send one more link. I wish you could pull it up. And I've shown this article before, but I think it's relevant right now. Again, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, is talking to the United States like we are a developing country now. In that it's like if I was going to loan Aiden money. Maybe I've loaned you money consistently because you're a deadbeat and you need money all the time.
Yeah.
And then, normally you've offered me a small little bonus as a little interest, as a taste. But then you tell me, hey, man, I need to borrow more money than ever. Also, I'm quitting my job. Also, I'm buying a Ferrari. I am not going to trust you. I am going to demand more collateral, more obligations, higher, because the risk has gotten so much higher. I just want to put it really simple. That is happening now, and it's not.
Thought we were friends.
It's not fake anymore. It's like this is real, and our costs are rising as we speak. Like it's becoming unsustainable. The world is looking at us like with wary eyes, and people are pulling their money out of U.S. assets.
I want to say, like, villain chair, let's take that guy's comment from earlier and say, you're fear-mongering about this. How bad could the consequences be? This is not a big, relevant talking point like people say it is. But we just made an entire episode about that.
We did, and I think it's worth watching. Yeah, and how this spiral happens in other countries, whether it's Japan or Greece. And, dude, speaking of Greece, I sent you that link.
Yeah.
Dude, recently, our 30-year borrowing costs are higher than Greece. We are the world's biggest economy with the world reserve currency, largest military, and people are more trusting of Greece to pay the money back in 30 years than us. I can't make it clearer than that, like, that's a problem. And that's before we cut all the taxes and, so it's just, people will feel a measurable decrease in their quality of life if this continues, if we don't do something about it. And I think that's where I can handshake agree with someone maybe on the tech right who's like, we have to fix this. I think we have to fix this as well. But if no one's doing it,
I think also it's like remove this conversation from the context of the deficit or the national debt. I do not think for reason we spent basically an hour talking about why raising taxes on the wealthy and byproduct raising taxes on corporation matters a lot in like a functional society.
Yeah.
And I don't want to retread that entire conversation here. But I do think a general critique of this from me is the idea that we are continuing to cut taxes, which is what we have done for the better part of 50 years, while we make cuts to things like the poorest people's healthcare, food stamps, gender-affirming care. Like, I do not think that those things as expenses for tax cuts that are predominantly enjoyed by the wealthy while we increase military spending and border security spending is the right thing to do. I just think it is the wrong thing to do. And I say that with my big, refer to at least the clip we just put out where we talk about why raising taxes is important. But that is, that's kind of the criticism that I start with. And then you layer it with the pressure and the pressure and the economic situation we're in as a country because of the debt.
Yeah.
To me, there's just no wins with this bill, regardless of where you sit. There's very few wins that you can find.
I mean, I don't feel this, but if you're a Republican who doesn't really care about the debt, of which there are many, and you care about all of these other MAGA virtues, this is doing that.
Sorry, I think if you're not really, really wealthy and also don't care about the deficit and the future of the country in like an economic sense, there's not that many things to cheer for here. That's what I feel like. I do think there's interesting things to be said about like there are some tax cut aspects for poorer people and like middle class people.
It includes tax.
The growth of we're increasing the child tax credit. I think.
I mean, it has the no tax on tips and stuff there too.
No
right?
tax on tips
Yeah.
and
It
no
has
tax
no
on
tax on
overtime.
I mean, I don't agree with the no tax on tips.
I don't either, but those are the
yeah.
things that are thrown
in there.
regular
Yeah,
people.
okay, so you are right. It's like you can latch onto tidbits that you can support.
Because
it just
so
feels like the
if this
general
doesn't
course of
pass-
the bill has very, I don't know.
I think in most regards succeeds on what Republicans want. It just fails spectacularly at reducing spending.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't care about that, which clearly a lot of Republicans don't, and clearly most of the country seems to not care that much, then this is great. Like it's nailing a lot of it's reducing taxes for people. If you're rich, it's great. If you're lower income, now there's no tax on tips and overtime. The border's getting more. The Defense Department's getting more. Like it's delivering.
Right. You guys are right.
It is delivering on all these. And there's all this stuff we didn't even talk about. They're cutting down. They're increasing the SALT deduction so people in high tax places get stuff. They're rolling back a bunch of climate tax credits. So one of the areas they're making money, which we didn't talk about, we're going to save hundreds of billions of dollars because we're reducing all these tax credits that the government gave for clean energy development. I think that's fucking stupid. But if you're somebody who's like, who cares about the climate? let's just drill, let's get more oil, let's get more, carbon, like let's do that. That industry is cheering right now. They're loving it. AI regulation, that's being clamped down on.
Yeah,
I should say it's like being solidified that states can't clamp down on it. So there is, from a Republican's perspective, a lot of victories here that is overshadowed by this monstrous failure.
Speaking of AI, because unless you have anything else you want to add, because I feel like we've kind of covered our thoughts.
You're so right. I think I'm ready to move on. I think for me to make a broad general statement of this having no wins, I think there's a very traditional things to cheer for here in that sense, and you're totally right. So where do you want to go from here?
I want to go to not closed AI. Open AI.
Whoa! Which, to be clear, is a closed system.
Yeah, which is a closed system, but will not be regulated because of this new bill. I want to talk about OpenAI because there's like a big business story. I think it's interesting. I want to talk about it. In that, OpenAI has just purchased Johnny Ives. If you don't know who that is, he's the designer of like every major Apple product you might know, especially the look and feel. So I wish I had a list, but like the iPad, the iMac, iWatch, MacBook, almost everything.
I would say if you're somebody who's been interested in tech and like especially growth of Apple in the 2000s, Johnny Ive is almost like a deity figure in terms of the value he brought to that company.
Yeah, he has that sleek, modern design philosophy.
That sleek, modern scalp right there.
And he designed, I got it here, iMac, iPod, iPhone, iPad, Apple, in terms of look and feel. He also was deep on how the iOS works, like how the sleek design of that. And that has been hugely credited with giving Apple a unique luxury brand status that allows them to sell higher marked up phones and make $1 gazillion and be the most valuable company in the world. Well, he left Apple a few years back and started his own design firm that hasn't really done that much. It hasn't made a ton of money, some little one-off projects here and there. And then out of the blue, OpenAI bought his company for $6.7 billion. Again, this company made maybe $200 million in revenue and profit almost nothing. It was a really expensive team. So it wasn't like it was worth $6.7 billion, except for it's an acqui-hire basically to get him and his close design team, which means clearly OpenAI is planning to make a physical hardware device. This is the guy's specialty. That's what he wants. That's what he's always been good at. OpenAI is clearly seeing the future is we're going to get out of this Apple system because in the post-mobile phone era, two companies, Apple and Google, have kind of dominated all of tech by being the physical device that you have to go through, the physical support system, whether it's the Play Store or the Apple Store. And everything has to pay them a tax. Everyone has to bow and scrape to those two companies. Zuckerberg is talking about this. Facebook's a big company, but they've always been second tier to Apple and Google, who own the product that they have to be delivered on. And so that's why he's so big on the metaverse and trying to make glasses. And he's trying to find any way to get a hardware system out of the Apple-verse. But he hasn't been very successful. But OpenAI has ChatGPT, which now the 5th biggest website on the internet is getting 500 million users like a day. It's blowing up. People are using it. They're getting off Google search. It's becoming this big new paradigm shift. And they are thinking that their next step to domination here, to changing tech and making a new paradigm from the Google, the Apple era, is to make a physical device. Now, they haven't leaked what it is, but it clearly, I mean, what I saw, I looked at speculation, I looked at like stuff that leaked, I looked at podcasts he's been on. And the idea is something that is screenless, physical, carried on you, and is very heavy in AI. And I assume it's like, you've seen those terrible rabbit pins.
Yeah.
Those all did really poorly. But obviously, Johnny Ive is a different beast, and ChatGPT has infinite money, right? So I just want to bring this up because I think it's interesting with the way tech has been and what this means right now. This is like such a sea change for the industry.
Oh, I didn't realize, because when you guys had kind of talked about the headline version of this before we were recording, I think my expectation was he was just going to be dealing with the design of like the software or the implementation of how you interact with it. But the idea that they're working towards a physical product, I mean, I imagine some very good version of your phone that you only have to talk to, that you carry around all the time. That seems a lot more intriguing.
There is a prototype that nobody knows about, but it's been seen.
They said
they have made a thing.
Completely captured our imagination is what they said. The first product they've been working on, and it's pocket-sized, contextually aware, screen-free, and is not smart glasses. So you assume it's like the rabbit or the pin, but he also said those products were very poor products that don't have new ways of thinking. But there's clearly something going on. Like this is like a clear push to change everything about what the tech space has been for 10 years.
Can I say something? Oh, sorry. I'll let you finish.
It's not that crazy that Doug wants to talk about it, man.
You cut my medication.
I mean, it's if you want to keep going, it's all right.
No, I'm dying. Go, please. Sorry.
Here's what I'll kind of give the tech perspective here. Fuck yeah! Yeah! Fucking yeah, dude! Got some cool ass hardware and shit. It'll be awesome.
That's kind of it's so rare to. When we talked about tech being like a cornerstone of the show when we were making it, I think one thing that I was a little sad about was growing up, tech was so interesting because new physical things were coming out all the time. And it feels like in this era of AI, but even before AI, things were so software focused. And the idea of a new game-changing device coming out, except for the Vision Pro.
Which was game changing.
It did change.
Can you guys imagine life before the Vision Pro? Yeah, I can't even remember what it was like.
If we could do one episode all with Vision Pros on. But I think this a little me is excited in the same version of like you ever seen like MKBHD's like first YouTube videos where he's a little kid and he's talking about like a laptop to the camera. He's using like an old shitty camera. It's really cute. That's how I felt growing up when I looked at new physical things in tech. I was so interested and excited when just stuff would get announced and dropped. And this kind of feels like that now that you've shared it with me. It's like the idea of something new and groundbreaking finally coming out and not just, it's the iPhone 17. Like
I feel the same. And there's a general sentiment in, like, Peter Thiel talked about this, where there's like a famous quote he said, which is like, we were promised flying cars and instead we got 140 characters. Meaning that, like, decades ago, we were like, there's going to be flying cars in a decade or two, and instead the biggest thing was Twitter, right? And so software has basically dominated the tech industry for the past couple of years. Nobody really gives that much of a shit if the iPhone 16 has whatever, new camera in it. Like, it hasn't been that innovative in the hardware space compared to what it was in decades before. And the cool thing that I would say is one of the reasons that I think AI is exciting is that it is going to accelerate hardware development. And potentially this is going to come up with what you're talking. But like, as an example, self-driving cars. We've talked a little bit about Waymo in the past, and I got that feeling when I got into Waymo. I was like, oh my God, future. I was just pointing at the car and going, future.
When my Waymo stopped on a dime to avoid hitting the homeless guy that walked into the street, I was like, that's crazy. I would have hit that guy. Like, this is an insane thing that the car just stopped itself in front of somebody.
It is cool to see tech that makes you think future.
Right. They just feel like this is the future.
And it's been rare.
And this is a major jump up from what we are used to. And one of the cool things that AI will enable is that it will allow a massive acceleration of robotics. So for example, was something like Optimus, Tesla's robot, or there's many, many, many different companies making hardware now. NVIDIA talks about this a lot. They are specifically designing chips that are going to allow physical systems to simulate an environment. And the idea is like, if training a robot from scratch to move like a human would take decades to really get right, instead of having them physically train in your lab for 8 hours a day, you can have them run simulations, let's say mentally, and do 1 million of them in a day. And so the level of the rate at which robots can learn to interact with complex environments is going to accelerate to a degree that makes all of these things feasible that weren't before. So the idea is you could build a system that can automatically build a house, whereas before that is too complex. So AI is dramatically accelerating robotics. So I think these types of things are going to be much more rapid over the next 10 years. That every year or two, we're going to be like, holy shit, did you see this? And I think you have an example of it.
Yeah, it's cool that this links together so well because I didn't know about this at all. And there's this announcement, at least a hopeful announcement, of these new air taxis being introduced in Los Angeles. A company called Archer Aviation has been working on these air taxis, and they're trying to get them approved by the FAA in time for use at the 2028 Olympics. They're hoping apparently to get them approved by the end of this year for commercial use, at least for testing. And I kind of saw this at first, and I was like, what's the difference? Is this really that different than just a helicopter?
Yeah,
like
how is it different than a
how is
helicopter?
this actually different? And I don't think it's I think the big changes from what I can read looking at the article is it has way more space, way more engines, and is way quieter than a helicopter. And it's something that is more suitable for common public use than a helicopter is. Because when you're near a helicopter, it's incredibly loud. Like, it's something that is not fun to be around. And if you had helicopters flying to the same degree of traffic or even a comparable degree of traffic that cars were around the city, it would be miserable. And I think the idea is, shutting down the noise pollution aspect and helping LA meet this insane goal that they have of no cars for the 2028 Olympics. They want to remove cars from transportation as much as possible for that event, or like at least that was the stated goal a long time ago. With some venues still having parking for certain events, but strengthening public transportation enough in LA that the amount of people visiting for that event.
I am so ready
around.
for that event to be a massive, massive clusterfuck. I would love if we're all flying around in air taxis. I guess I'm a skeptic on how LA, which is already so choked, is gonna stomach LAX alone, the increase in travel, all in that U-turn loop, and
we got the people mover coming. You know about the people mover?
I do know about the people mover.
People mover's gonna save us.
I
mean, there are little changes. There are little changes LA has managed to make in the expectation of the Olympics coming in 2028. And little things like this, I do not think this air taxi company is going to be a central part of what relieves traffic during the 2028
we're all
Olympics.
just fucking zipping around.
I think I was more intrigued by the idea of a more efficient, quieter helicopter being invented that had reasonable use and is decently affordable enough for a normal-ish person to use to get around a city. That is kind of intriguing, right? This almost back to the
the cost
future
matters
idea.
a lot, right? I don't know how.
They haven't said anything about what pricing will be like.
Is it driverless? Because I know those are being developed, but there are different levels of regulation.
I feel like
I haven't followed.
I don't think it says it is, but there's no way they approve a driverless version.
No, not to start. But so there's a bunch of companies that are doing this, and then they're farther along in the Middle East, is my understanding. I looked into this was like a year ago, so it's probably out of date. But this is an industry that's booming, and then obviously regulation is just one of, if not the most challenging thing. It sounds like most of these are functional and work and are cool. So I think the value, the excitement of the 2028 Olympics is not that these are going to fly everybody around, but that might convince the city to approve some of it, and then it actually starts, right? Because just that first step is what's important, just proving it a little bit. So if there's 10 of these flying around during the Olympics, that would be a big, exciting media thing, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about, they're going, oh my God, in LA, there's flying taxis. And that would be, I think, the impetus for then it to really start expanding in a major way.
Did you ever see I think it was in New York, they tried Uber helicopter for a while. I don't think it's available anymore. And there's this viral tweet from years ago of somebody trying to get an Uber from Manhattan to JFK at like peak surge pricing, and they show the Uber options on their phone, and the normal Uber X is more expensive than the Uber helicopter to JFK. And I think as far-fetched as this seems for widespread availability in the near future or by the 2028 Olympics, the idea that something like this could be decently accessible one day is pretty cool.
It will accelerate.
It's cool.
It's going to accelerate. It's like with driverless cars. Like, most people in the country statistically have not tried a driverless car, and it still seems like this kind of weird form. Even most people in LA haven't tried one yet.
Yeah.
But the rate. Do you guys remember when Uber first started coming out and you heard about it?
Yeah.
It was like, oh yeah, you can call on your phone. It's like, what? And maybe you were out like after a bar or something, or somebody. No, you should try this thing.
It.
And then a year later, it's ubiquitous.
It's so cheap. Wow.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
true.
awesome.
It was $5.
It was so cheap.
While we're talking about Waymo, mentioning self-driving, can you pull this image up, Perry? I'm sending you an image through. I don't know if you can, but living in LA, you see them all the time now. I don't know if you guys are.
Yeah, they're around everywhere.
And the ridership data, which we're gonna pull up here in a second, is gapping up huge. It's like really, really spiking, and they just passed 10 million total rides, and it is starting to hit that breaking point, at least here in LA, where it's like people are familiar with it, they're comfortable with it, and the word of mouth is spreading. Like the rides are going consistently well enough that people are willing to give it a try, and then you're seeing it everywhere, which is like a kind of a marketing tool. What's funny is all the extra stuff is kind of like a marketing tool.
The fact that it's not a standard vehicle and stands out so much is the reminder that this is different and you should go ahead and try it.
And also makes you feel safer almost all the extra bells and whistles. So anyway, it's been working. It's funny that, as we approach Tesla's big June Austin day that they've been talking about.
Can you try to find that, what the supposed launch date is? In theory, Tesla is launching driverless cars in Austin, Texas within the next month. And I don't think it's going to happen. But sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if it's going to happen, but it kind of needs to, because they keep talking like they're the leader or the forefront of this. And as Waymo passes 10 million rides with a better safety statistic, less accidents, less, as far as I know, no major, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a couple borderline, but the track record is good. Now, I will say this. I want to give some counterpoints that I've seen a lot of, is that people are noticing as Waymos drive more and more on the road that they are notorious tailgaters. So people are brake checking them all the time. And I noticed it. I was driving to a dinner recently, and it was on my ass, and I was like, "Get off me! It makes me uncomfortable."
You are a boomer.
It does. So there's complaints going around, but as far as I know, they just are really insanely fast.
June 12th. That's in 2 weeks.
Yeah, in 2
that's
weeks
so
it's supposed
soon.
to launch.
No way. Wow.
And they're expanding. Waymo's expanding to South Bay and San Jose and I think other places. So it's it's happening. They are rolling out, and I wonder how that's gonna measure up, as Tesla has been doing a lot of talk for years now. Finally has to deliver. They have to have this robo-taxi service. I'm gonna do it.
I'm just
gonna scream.
You just gotta keep it with you. You keep
It's
looking
in my
out
way.
this.
It's in my way. Okay.
The one thing I wanted to bring up, because we were talking about the Olympics in LA, and you were talking about what a disaster it's going to be, because we don't have very good public transportation infrastructure here, and there's so many people that come to attend such a global event like that. And there's this weird thing with LA. That LA is particularly suited from a financial perspective to host the Olympics, because all of the facilities are already built.
Yeah.
The city is big enough
Just
that all of these things get reused all the time. Unlike most cities, there isn't this gigantic expense to the country to host the games, to which most of these countries do lose a ton of money on, and then have these ghost stadiums and buildings after the fact because they needed them for just that portion of time. And LA is perfect because all of these facilities exist. But then it is coupled with the fact that we're the only major airport in the world with without a tie to a train that's supposed to be getting built. We suffer from horrendous traffic. Our metro accesses so few areas of the city relative to what it needs to. It's an unfortunate clash of the city is uniquely suited to host the Olympics and to not host it at the same time.
Yeah, LAX is going to be a nightmare. I just know it will. I just know we're going to have headline think pieces on how LA's infrastructure has failed this. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to.
That's great. No, I'm curious.
Somebody's gonna go into the loop at LAX and come back out a changed man. 10 years later, you've gray hair.
Yes. I think this is great. You're gonna have all these famous people from around the world come into LA and see that, respectfully, it's a shithole, and that will cause way more motion towards changing things. Necessity is the mother of invention. Having a bunch of prominent diplomats from other countries stuck in the U at LAX is the mother of invention.
In the U, talking about the weakness of American transport.
What was that when he visited San Francisco? The tweet about nothing cleans up the streets of San Francisco was like a Xi Jinping visit.
Oh, dude. Okay, can you imagine? imagine how many media outlets are going to be showing images of LA traffic and LAX and then show videos of China high-speed rail? Like, they're going to embarrass us, and it's going to be awesome. I think this is great. It's going to be a great thing for the future.
It's not that far away, which is crazy. One thing I wanted to talk about is, I think in the spirit of, we've talked a lot about how we're open to feedback, open to corrections on the show, and we did a big episode about Greece's national debt, the consequences of national debt last week, and someone had a really good follow-up in the comments, and they said, the main correction on Aiden's presentation about Greece, during the, quote, good times, did save money, asterisk. They actually saved a lot of money. They just chose to save money on low-risk projects and infrastructure on top of many social welfare programs. Now, going to the asterisk part, the great crisis of 2008 for Greece wasn't that they were in debt. It was that their assets were not possible to be liquefied at the time because the assets were either overestimated or fake altogether, coming to the Lagarde List scandal. The Lagarde List scandal is a list of politicians that were responsible for faking the numbers of Greece's assets, progress of investment plans, e.g. infrastructure plans, etc., and productivity of the public sector. The actual scandal is in the fact that this list with the names was, quote, lost when demanded from European court for due process, but the scandal of faking our economical status is a whole different case in itself. So when the crisis hit, what Europe had considered as prerequisites for member states to stay afloat ended up not being existent, even though stated as existing. So yeah, Greece is a very special shithole. I am from there, chill, with a very special case for its economic crisis, and I'd say that it's not comparable to any other nation. And a couple other people brought this up as well, that their initial, what he's kind of getting at here is that their initial entry to the European Union was defrauded. Like, they had faked a bunch of economic data about their country in order to get into the European Union in the first place. And when this all played out, it came to light that they had lied about so much of what got them membership, which was why this was even more of a controversy in the European Union. And I thought that was interesting because that was a little bit of context that I didn't really have in the presentation.
Good for them. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to lie in your resume to get the job.
Yeah, to get the job.
Do what you got to do.
And then they got to keep it.
They couldn't get fired. They were
apparently they wrote the whole budget with ChatGPT
in 2008, which is they were
actually ahead of the game.
They were like, Greece was using ChatGPT when it was telling Dendi how to play Dota, or that was the first. I think I talked about that. This is the first time I ever interacted with the company. Is I watched the OpenAI Dota AI fight against Dendi in a 1v1 at the international.
You know, that's not even, you're making a joke. It's not even that wild because the Greece finance minister left that job to work at Steam to do their economy for CSGO.
That was the guy they hired?
Yeah. I'm not kidding.
You're fucking...
Isn't that crazy?
No, you're lying.
I'm absolutely not lying.
Are you serious?
Perry, you look
I literally thought you were
making fun. Yanis Varoufakis and Steam. Look.
Yeah, this was a big thing. They hired, because I remember...
Greece's new finance minister, Yanis Varoufakis, is Valve's former Steam market economist.
Sure.
10 years ago.
Wait,
the fate of the Eurozone economy could well be in the hands of a man who once monitored the sales of virtual goods via microtransactions in Dota 2 and Counter-Strike.
Okay, wait. So he started at Valve.
I guess
I know he was a big economist.
I just want to be clear. I would have bet my life you were fucking with me.
Yeah, I'm not. I read his book.
That's insane.
Not that guy. His name is Yanis.
Yanis Varoufakis. Now, I've read this guy's book. It's talking to my daughter about the economy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can look up Greece market economist Steam.
Hey, Perry, why is it hard to spell Yanis Varoufakis? Come on, dude.
Type in Yanis.
Jesus Christ.
I
no, not like that. It's with no. If you just search Greek politician who worked at Steam, yeah, he was this like very well-known economist, and it was this big deal when Valve hired him because it was literally Valve was like essentially the first company to do microtransactions, and they created the whole economy. And they're like, we're going to hire an economist. It was a wild thing. I remember that story back in the day.
I think he did something for Greece prior, then went to Steam.
That's what I remember as well. And I don't think we should fact check that. Let's go vibes.
We're gonna roll with it.
It's a podcast, dude. It's not about facts. Come on.
Anyway, he's an interesting guy.
And Valorant gives you autism.
Yeah, that's just
that actually might get us
knowledge at
demonetized.
this point.
That if you just tack that in there, that might get you demonetized.
Hey,
Can you add YouTube thing at the bottom where it's like this Valorant since I've been fact checking.
It is just like replace the word that he said with a different word from the episode. Okay, don't have the V word there. Have a different one.
Valorant. Use Valorant.
The Valorant gives you autism.
The CDC actually backs that one up.
No. It's vaccines give you
Fauci
Valorant.
when he thinks about that one.
I think even Fauci would agree that Valorant's got a root cause there.
Oh, guys, we got 10 seconds. What's the most urgent story we can cover in the last 10 seconds of this episode?
We have 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the most urgent story?
What if people, like, they're at the end, they're
people
saying,
are nicer to each other?
what do I need to know in the next 10 seconds in order to get by for this next week?
What if
we are breaking news?
On July 27th, I'm going to find Donald J. Trump in his home.
Okay.
Cut episode.
Okay, no, I've got it.
You got a story?
So, dude,
there's a lot, but I want to go longer. So
right. So what I want to do is cover more stuff that's kind of like breaking, right? So something I really wanted to talk about is
scrolling.
U.S. court blocking Trump's tariffs, the bulk of which will be temporarily
Actually, we can talk about that on the Patreon.
And that was kind of
I have a lot to talk about on this is a longer story, so we have to go to the next episode. But I want to talk about Trump being called a taco by Wall Street. Taco is an acronym that I'll teach you what it is later.
Nah, you shouldn't have said that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our series where we check out some of the best-looking new games releasing this month, this time for June 2025. Here we go. All right, kicking things off, if you haven't yet seen any of the 1,000 or so videos that I've made thus far about this game, I will just say it again. I'm pretty excited for Dune Awakening. Yeah, it's not a perfect game. In fact, I think there are people who will think it's outright bad, but I've just enjoyed it. Or as I said elsewhere, it checks nearly all of the right boxes, or at least enough of them for my personal interest in what I like in games. Aside from wishing combat was a bit more impactful, concerns about performance and bugs, and the fact that the endgame is likely to devolve into a Zerg fest, fact of the matter is, I have played a lot and I have had a blast, sinking thus far well over 100 hours pre-release, and I expect I will at least double that once it's officially launching. But assuming you have not heard me gush about this game before, here is a brief overview. So Dune Awakening is an open-world survival crafting game with some MMO-light elements where you're going to see other people running around. In fact, come endgame, the play space you're in shares well over 1,000 people simultaneously with like stitching servers together or something. And then the world and setting itself pulls directly from the Dune IP with some clearly heavy inspiration from the recent films. But other than that, you are playing a survival crafting game and you're going through that loop. So you start with basically nothing and then begin gathering resources to make a basic set of armor, weapons, and tools. You use those tools to gather better resources in harder zones to make stronger gear, climbing that ladder up and up, moving through the world, going through its zones, doing harder content, all the way up until endgame. And then there is, of course, base building, as many survival crafting games have. It is here. In fact, you can build just about anywhere in the world that's not an existing point of interest. Although if you do build in the middle of the dunes, watch out for the sandworm. And the explorable space that you're spending time in consists of two massive open regions, Haga Basin and the Deep Desert. Haga Basin is said to be larger than the entirety of their prior game, Conan Exiles. It's got 12 different zones in total and contains roughly 100 hours of content. Beyond doing the survival crafting stuff, there's a main story quest to follow. You got side quests you can pick up from NPCs and contract boards. And there's a bunch of different points of interest to check out, with enemy strongholds, including large bases, mining facilities, compounds, and ruins. You've also got tiny camps scattered all around the zones, as well as caves that have unique resources inside. And all of these locations have enemies to fight. You go in, you clear them out, you collect loot and resources. There are also desert testing stations. These areas are predominantly underground and come with a variety of biome types. It's actually, they quite diversify from the landscape up above because they've got science stuff and water happening down here. They're also said to be reminiscent of Fallout shelters or Skyrim dungeons. They're like larger, elaborate spaces. You're moving through a lot of of rooms and corridors, clearing out enemies, uncovering bits of lore via audio logs, and many of these also have some sort of a boss or difficult PvE encounter at the end. There's player hubs with towns with vendors, quest NPCs, other players, as well as a marketplace you can buy and sell items. And the play space has a whole bunch of different events that can take place, like crash ships that you literally see falling from the sky. If you go to their crash location, you can scavenge valuable resources. You've got these police forces that scan the surface of the planet at night. If they spot you, they lock you in place and call down reinforcements. You got the weather system with these massive sandstorms rolling through periodically, forcing you indoors. Otherwise, if you stay outside, you'll take damage until you eventually die. And there is the ever-present threat of the sandworm, where if you cause too much vibrations on the sands, it will draw the worm's attention. As it erupts, it then goes down and chases you, eventually catching up to you if you don't get off of the sand onto rocky formations. If it catches you, you die and lose everything because a massive sandworm just swallowed you whole. And then there's the end game, which begins once you build your first ornithopter. This allows you to leave Haga Basin and then head to the deep desert. This region is massive, much larger than the prior, and made up mostly of sand dunes where you harvest spice, but there's also rock islands dotted all throughout that contain many of the aforementioned points of interest, things to do and see. So massive guilds of players are going to be headed out to the deep desert in search of spice, which is the main resource and currency for endgame crafting and character progression. Now, as we mentioned, this is a big space. It's about 10x larger than the starting zone, supporting well over 1,000 players, and it is 100% 24/7 full PvP all the time, with the exception being a small area when you first zone in to the deep desert. But 95% of the deep desert play space is all open PvP, and this is where the large scale and small scale PvP conflicts will happen, where you've got loads of players engaged in ranged and melee combat with ground and air vehicles, artillery, mounted weapons, all sorts of stuff, just large scale chaos. Yeah, this is easily one of my most anticipated games of this year. I've already made some great memories while playing, and I'm looking forward to making quite a few more. I'm sure I will have gripes. I do already have gripes and complaints, which we will likely address in a follow-up video in the coming week or two here. But despite those complaints, I really, really like this game. Dune Awakening will be officially launching on June 10th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. They are also, unfortunately, doing the all too common, you can pay us more money to play the game earlier. If you go that route, that begins on June the 5th. But yeah, otherwise, and despite some gameplay complaints, I like this game. Looking forward to playing more. Before we continue with this month's list, we get a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Zenless Zone Zero, the post-apocalyptic action combat game where you embark on an adventure through New Eridu, building a roster of characters whom you use to take on supernatural enemies following the near world-ending disaster known as the Hollows. Currently, they are celebrating the launch of version 2.0 of the game, and with this come a bunch of updates and goodies. There's the new map, Wi-Fi Peninsula. This features a landscape quite different from that of the major central city districts. You'll find markets selling unique goods, tea houses, dessert shops, and can even take part in fortune-telling activities. There's a whole new chapter to experience. Sent to Yunku Summit, the protagonist will encounter a cast of uniquely charismatic and interesting-looking characters, and we got new events and systems. You can try your hand at managing a Taoist temple, enjoy cinema screenings, invitation events, and can take part in the brand new Bangaboo activities. And beyond all of that, there's also a bunch of free rewards for all players. Starting on June the 6th, you can log in and participate in the version 2.0 celebration in order to claim an S-rank agent of your choice, 1600 polychrome, anniversary exclusive avatar, 30 limited channel pulls, and a whole lot more. There are special additional bonuses for brand new players, including 180 free pulls, and if you pre-register, there are additional rewards for that as well. So to learn more about the game or any of these available rewards and bonuses, be sure to use my link in the video description below. All right, continuing the list. Next up, we've got a game that looks rather interesting. It is called The Alters, and according to its developer, this is an ambitious sci-fi survival game with a unique twist. You play as Jan Dolsky, a lone survivor of a crash-landed expedition on a hostile planet. In order to survive, you must form a new crew from your mobile base. Now, this kind of looks like a blending of something like Fallout Shelter with also having third-person exploration and action. I don't know, something about this seems really neat. You'll be navigating both survival and moral dilemmas with a branching narrative filled with captivating character dynamics and difficult decisions. Being a survival game, it also involves the loop of exploration, crafting items, and building a base. So for exploration, you've got a hostile planet with unique biomes and secrets to be found. Deadly anomalies also stand in your way. There's levitating rocks, eerie distortions of reality, and singularities that are invisible to the naked eye and require a special tool to uncover. Crafting items and building a base, resources can be used in many different ways. You'll create necessary items or expand your base with additional modules like a research lab or a social room. And sometimes you're going to have to choose between creating items for your altars or making things that push the mission forward. And then there are the altars themselves. And this is probably one of the most interesting systems in this game, where you use this quantum computer at your base to simulate alternate outcomes of past choices. The result of this are these altars that are brought to life and inhabit your base that have their own unique skills and personalities. The game is said to have a branching storyline rich with moral dilemmas. Your choices will shape Jan's relations to the altars, which then impact their journey and yours, leading to multiple outcomes and endings. Certainly a unique looking game, and visually I quite like it. It's rather appealing. The altars will be launching on June 13th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. FBC Firebreak is an upcoming co-op mission-based first-person shooter developed and published by Remedy Entertainment. The game is set sometime after the events of Control and follows a special unit of soldiers named Firebreak. So basically, this is a 3-player co-op PvE game where you and your friends play as a team trapped in the oldest house and tasked with defeating its enemies, attempting to prevent them from escaping. It is very much so in the vein of something like Left 4 Dead, where you enter these levels, are given a list of objectives and tasks, and you try to complete them while fighting back increasingly difficult waves of enemies. So it's going to be something like go here and power up the generator, restoring power to the furnace, and then make your way down to the furnace, collect some fuel and toss it in, triggering an explosion, and then get out before the whole building collapses, or something along those lines. So there are different playable levels, each with their own set of objectives, and you're just trying to complete those while also attempting to survive. There are different difficulty tiers you can work through, ramping up the challenge and rewards as you climb. And probably one of my favorite things about the game are its classes, each with not only a unique look, but their own functionality. So there's one who shoots water to put out fires, there's another who's like a mechanic that can repair mechanical things, and one that uses electricity to jumpstart electronics. These classes can also have interactions with each other, so the water guy could like hose down a group of enemies, and then the electric guy can zap them, which kind of forms a chain lightning explosion. And I know all of this because I've played this game. A couple weeks ago, I got invited to a hands-on event. I played for a couple of hours. Now, I never ended up making a video, but I thought it was decent. I think probably my biggest gripe was the performance. It ran rather poorly for me, to be honest. Could be the optimization, could be my settings, or just my PC, although generally games run well on my PC to the point where I typically don't notice games that have performance issues until it gets out to the wider public. So I don't know, didn't run very well, but I hope that gets ironed out pre-release because I thought the premise of this game was interesting. And I think another thing that's definitely worth noting is the scope of this game is going to be relatively small. The developer has gone out of their way on numerous occasions, even reiterating this in the preview event that I was at, to say that this is not an ongoing live service game that has years and years of content planned for it, and we should be approaching it as more of a finite experience to be enjoyed and then probably to be moved on from when you finish. There were some progression stuff from what I saw, as you can power up your characters, leveling up tiers, and getting enhancements to your different abilities, but don't expect this to be a game that you play nonstop for the next 5 years straight, which is not a problem. Enough of those games exist already. We don't really need more of them. And to that end, it's also a one-time box price, no daily check-ins, no battle passes, or other FOMO elements, which is a win in my opinion. FBC Firebreak will be launching on June 17th, coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Death Stranding 2 marks the return of Kojima's star-studded production and new IP, featuring the previous title's essential characters, along with an ensemble of new ones, including probably many actors that you might know from film or TV. Kojima has finally found a way to marry his love of Hollywood with gaming in this latest franchise, so congratulations to him. He's taking the things he adores and putting them together. Now, earlier this year, they had a big reveal of the game, sharing some details and showcasing some of what it has to offer. The sequel is set 11 months after the birth of the UCA. The game looks to continue and expand upon that narrative. Similar to the first game, it is an open-world action-adventure title played in the third person, with a lot of the mechanics expanded upon. The gameplay centers once again around the player delivering cargo. You'll have to overcome enemies, both human and otherworldly, otherworldly, exploring the post-apocalyptic world by foot and vehicle while piecing together a complex sci-fi narrative. They also say there's no requirement to have played the first game in order to enjoy the sequel. Now, not too long ago, SkillUp had an exclusive early look at the game, playing for over 30 hours, and had a lot to share. Here's some keynotes from his video. He said that this is very much a sequel to the first game in every way. It is still a packaged transport simulator, but with every system expanded upon. Combat received the biggest overhaul. It's not particularly challenging, but there were a lot more options now. Kojima had said that everyone kept asking him to make a Metal Gear game, so he wanted to at least give people more options than what was in the first Death Stranding. Got some really cool oversized bosses with interesting mechanics. The world is set in Australia, but with some creative liberties taken. The graphics are better, but not by a lot. Felt like they got all they could in the graphical department out of the first game and decided this time to focus on no loading screens and other performance optimizations. And finally, SkillUp didn't spoil anything specific, but noted that the game included one of the best sequences he's ever seen in a video game, if not the best. I mean, it looks pretty solid, and it seems like it's the first game, but more and even better. Death Stranding 2 On the Beach is set to release for PlayStation 5 on June 26th. Oh, also, I wanted to mention this here, even though as of now it doesn't have a firm release date beyond Q2 of 2025, but holy crap, I am very interested in this game. It's called Dual Corp. This is a Souls-inspired action RPG with a very unique look, interesting premise, and really seems like something that I'm going to enjoy. So some noteworthy features include this challenging directional combat where you have to manually position and aim both your attacks and defenses. It's got this unrestricted class system that lets you make your own unique blend, choosing from a wide variety of weapons, armor, and abilities and talents to make your own playstyle. And this lets you do things like make a stealthy rogue who wields a great axe and cast fireballs. The world is said to have a, quote, MMO feel to it, with zones that are varied, interconnected, and procedurally generated while being full of secrets, unique items, and challenges. They've also got social hubs with this thing called the Hideout, and the multiplayer includes 2-player co-op quest and competitive PvP to engage with. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something about this looks very appealing to me. Can't wait to check it out myself. When I asked on the official Discord about when the game will be releasing, they said sometime in the second or maybe third quarter, but the response I got was soon TM. So we will see, hoping it's sooner than later, because yeah, I really want to play this. All right, so those are the main games I'm most interested in this month, but we got quite a few honorable mentions. Mind's Eye is a linear third-person action-adventure game set in this near-future fictional desert city of Red Rock, where robots carry out the manual tasks and an algorithm connects all-seeing devices to make it the, quote, safest city in the world. That is, of course, until things inevitably go south. You play as a character named Jacob, fighting to uncover the truth about what happened. Now, beyond that blurb description, what's really interesting here is this game is also directly connected to the game creation system called Everywhere, which is this kind of MMO with user-created environments. And apparently, players are going to be able to add user-generated content to the world of Mind's Eye using Everywhere's creation tools. The associate game director, Adam Whitting, formerly of Rockstar, compared the game to something like custom Minecraft servers, saying that assets from Mind's Eye can also be used in other aspects of the game Everywhere and vice versa. So the game was basically created as a proof of concept for Everywhere, where that they're referring to this as as this game creation tool. It was envisioned as a premium experience set entirely within the free-to-play Everywhere platform. Back in 2023, they revealed that this will be an episodic game with each episode of Mind's Eye set in different time periods and part of the same universe, though the episodes will be connected by this overarching narrative. That is, of course, if the game is even remotely successful, which we'll see. Early impressions have not been great. There's been a lot of negative discussion about this game online. At the very least, people seem mixed and rather confused. And I'll say myself, like looking at the recent gameplay trailer that came out, it almost looks like a fake video game. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but something definitely feels off. I don't know, but something seems really weird about this game. We're going to learn really soon, though, because Mind's Eye is set to release on June 10th, coming to PC. And we'll find out. I also wanted to mention the fact that the much-beloved story-driven action-adventure game Stellar Blade will be making its way onto PC this month. Originally launching as a PS5 exclusive, the game got quite a lot of attention and praise. Beyond it, this being the same game, the PC version also looks to include ultra-wide monitor support, PC-optimized graphics with DLSS, DLAA, and reflex support, unlocked frame rates, thank God. There's a texture pack which supports up to 4K options, along with controller and keyboard support. People really like this game. It performed quite well on PS5. I suspect it will also do well here on the PC. Stellar Blade will be coming to Steam on June 11th. Broken Arrow is a large-scale real-time modern warfare tactics game. Your mission is simple: defeat the opposition. How you go about that is entirely up to you. There are going to be many ways to approach any situation. You can deploy to the battlefield via land, sea, and air. You can use paratroopers and helicopters to rapidly seize key locations, reinforce with heavy tanks and break enemy counterattacks with artillery and tactical strikes. You can infiltrate special forces behind enemy lines to disrupt the logistics and provide laser designation for your planes, using the terrain to your advantage to ambush, outflank, and outsmart your enemy. Land with amphibious troops in large industrial harbors, airdrop troops and vehicles to seize airports and air bases, fight in the middle of a large refinery or in the entire cities filled with apartment blocks, malls, and high-rises. Some key features include over 300 units which can all be customized in multiple ways, resulting in more than 1,500 combinations. The base game features both the American and Russian factions, each containing 5 sub-factions. The scenario editor that they use to create the missions in the campaign is also going to be available to the community to make their own scenarios and share them on Steam Workshop. This seems pretty neat if you're into real-time modern warfare tactics games. Broken Arrow will be coming to PC on June 19th. And before we wrap things up, there are a few beta tests I would like you to know about. First up, Fellowship has another public playtest planned soon. This is the game that has you picking a class, forming a group, and then running dungeons 24/7, basically modeled after the dungeon farming of MMORPGs, but focused entirely on that core loop. According to a post on their Discord, the next playtest should be going live any day now, although as of recording this video, it's not at the moment. Now, even though I couldn't really find the hook to keep me playing and engaged the last time I tried it, I'm still very much so hopeful with this one, as there is a foundation there that I think could be quite fun. I don't know where it's all going to land, but I am definitely 100% still interested in giving it another go. Vindictus Defying Fate is the reboot of the classic action combat MMO Vindictus. They've got a playtest for their upcoming game planned for this month. It's actually going to be running from June 8th to the 16th over on Steam, and some features of this test include new playable characters, the companion NPC system, a new village hub with story content and customization, and new multiplayer content including boss raids. You can join by wish listing over on Steam, on the Steam page to request access. I don't know, it's another upcoming MMO, so I'm definitely going to give this a shot. Speaking of which, there's the upcoming MMO Chrono Odyssey that has a playtest planned for some time this month. No exact date has been announced at the moment, but I'm definitely going to be jumping in to try this one. As covered in a recent video on the channel, this really does seem like one of the more promising MMOs that are set to release this year in 2025. I'm just hopeful that Kakao Games monetization isn't too intrusive this time around. Things will surely be different with this one, right? Kakao Games has had crazy pay to win in every other MMO that they've published, but maybe this one won't, right? All right, closed beta scheduled for sometime this month. Again, they haven't set a date as I record this video. And then lastly, of course, I can't neglect to mention that the Switch 2 launches this month if you happen to get your hands on it. Congratulations. I don't know. I just haven't really been into console gaming very much in a very long time, basically since I was a kid. In fact, I think as soon as I hit college, I've just been almost exclusively PC gaming with but a rare few console exclusive things. But yeah, the Switch 2 is coming out. I know a lot of people are excited, so I couldn't not mention it. As for my plans or what I will personally be playing this month, well, seems like I'm definitely going to be busy, which is nice considering May was a bit on the quiet side. But there's Dune Awakening, which is definitely going to take up multiple weeks of the month for me, plus Chrono Odyssey. I want to check out the beta, and if Dual Corp comes out, I will definitely jump in and play that. Those are the games I expect to spend the most time with. I would also like to set aside time to check out The Alters, Vindictus, FBC Firebreak, and I do want to jump back into Fellowship. And then if there's any more time in the month, which I'm not sure, but if there is, I'll check out a few of the other games we covered here. But with that, we will wrap up this month's list. Thank you as always. Also, let me know if there's anything that I missed that you're really excited about in the comment section below. Always happy to hear about games that aren't on my radar, and sometimes they end up being really pleasant surprises. So we'll see. But that's it for this month. Thank you as always. Hope you enjoyed the vid.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ratnose. Usually I try.
Rachel, you are asking that you're in college studying urban planning, and you've appreciated my take on the housing crisis. I want to know your thoughts on how Japan has solved their housing crisis and if we in the U.S. can do it, like build quick, think later. I talked about this on the podcast. I was just explaining my thoughts on this whole abundance theory. Many people have opinions on this book that have not read it. And what I was trying to say, I was talking about it, I think this book is being abused by both people who are for it and against it. There's like some corporatist Democrats who are seizing upon this to try to make it a larger movement that doesn't require them to face any reckoning or change, but they haven't read it either. And then there's farther left people who haven't read it at all, who have decided it's like a neoliberal. And if you actually read the book, which I think almost no one has, I was talking with Aiden about it, we both have actually read it, and it's like nobody that talks about it is being honest, is that it's just not a big idea book. It's not a book that's like gonna solve all problems or should be the only thing the Democratic Party stands for or whatever. It's just like a really specific book about some specific rules that don't work, that have been written, that have like been tested, they don't work, and they're just slowing down progress. And one of the main ideas throughout this whole book is like, dude, we have terrible zoning laws. We have horrendous zoning laws in this country. Like, if you want to build like a dense apartment building, you can't do it. No, I think, again, Code, I know you haven't read the book. Tiberium, you haven't read the book either. Like, both of you have not read this book. You could not describe the specifics of the book. You know what I'm saying? When you read the book, you can just tell that it's like all based in fact. It's just not as big of an idea as people are making it out to be, which is causing all this anger and argument about it. People are quoting things they don't understand. But it actually is, anyway, if your answer is about the housing crisis, like step one, we have horrendous zoning laws in America. You cannot build. Let me give you an example. If somehow there was a rule that you could only make Ferraris, we ended up with an overproduction of Ferraris. And then people are looking around like, where is the affordable low-cost Honda Civics? Why do they not exist? Because literally it is written, can't or isn't profitable. Can't. I saw Ezra Klein's thing about abundance. I think it's the crux of the issue of people's discussion. Everyone wants to say regulation good or regulation bad, but the thing is it's impossible to make broad generalizations like that. What specific regulation does matter. Yeah, I mean, the whole book is like nuance the book, honestly. People say, yeah, there's just so many things I've heard said about it that are just not true. It's obvious, if you really think about it, that like some rules we've written just don't work. But anytime you ever say like we have to remove this regulation, people think, I mean, literally, I think this. This book kind of opened my eyes, but like, I think this. If anyone ever says we have to get rid of a regulation, I literally picture a corporation dumping toxic waste in a river. That's my first thought, is like, no matter what, if they just say you're in a regulation. And I think that is a learned response. In California, we have CEQA, which was written by Ronald Reagan. And it's like an environmental protection supposed regulation that is just used by developers to sue other developers to block their building. There's just so many. There's so many weird rules that have been written. And also, let's be real. Let's be fucking real. We all know this. Most local governments are controlled by the few rich homeowners in the place that block any new building so they can keep their town exactly the way it was. That's just true. That's just fucking true. You just can't get around that. My issue is that Ezra Klein does not seem to get to the root of the problem, which is that wealthy people being incentivized to block building of housing. See, that is crazy. That is so proof to me you haven't read the book, because that is what the book is like entirely about. That is what makes me want to crash out. It's like, he is so specific. He mentions rich people showing up to town halls and having a Pez dispenser of fake reasons they want to block spending. Like, it's one of the things that stuck with me. It's like, there'll be a rich people that show up, they're like, they all want to say, I want to block this apartment building because it'll make my house price goes down. But they can't say that. So they go, well, it'll ruin the character of the neighborhood. Well, we have to do an environmental study. Well, we can't build it because we turned down that other building. And they have like 400 reasons other than the real one, which is like, I don't want my house price to go down. And that's just the way it breaks down. And so we need like more, I think, federal zoning changes that make it really hard for NIMBYs to have so much influence. I seriously think there's a strong case, not for all of society, but for housing specifically, that a lot of the problem comes back to like upper middle class people. In most problems, it's like Jeff Bezos. It's the biggest billionaires. But in housing specifically, the problem is a lot of people who aren't overwhelmingly rich, but own property and just block any change. One of the ways NIMBYism manifests itself is by abusing regulations that were written for other purposes to block anyone from building and to make it really expensive to just build affordable apartments. Can you blame people for not wanting their biggest investment to go down in value? That's the thing, Safe Socks. I don't. If the majority of people already owned a home and didn't want it to go down in value and agreed on that, fine. Fuck it. You have the majority. But what happens in practice is that there are a minority of people, but there are a majority of people that show up to town halls and like complain. They have a majority of influence, but they're not a majority of people. The majority of people would benefit from more building. So it's this weird mismatch where they've sort of captured the government process, even though they don't have a majority of public opinion or of people. Civil engineer here. We had to do city council meetings before all of our project, and it's so annoying fielding questions from random boomers that live in the area. And it's not like they don't have a right to show up and ask questions, but it's just the only people that show up are people that already are established boomers with property. So it's skewed. The student that just moved to the city and wants to get an apartment to try and build a life there, they don't show up to these meetings. They're struggling. They're trying to figure it out. Have developers consider making an apartment that'll improve the neighborhood? Yeah, that's what they end up doing. After like 400 rounds of arguing with the local boomer population and, zoning restrictions, they end up making a luxury apartment, one small luxury apartment with like, $2.5K a month rent. Like literally we have an overbuilding problem for luxury apartments and an underbuild. We build a lot of Ferraris and we build no Honda Civics. The demand is there to build it. That's the thing that I think people who are just general doomers get wrong, is that there's actually really concrete examples of many times of people trying to build that stuff and it gets blocked. Trying to build something like that and getting it blocked is financially ruinous because usually you have to take on debt to start the project. The demand is, but the profit isn't. No, the profit is there too. I don't think you understand that people act like there's nobody making, like Walmart doesn't make profit off regular workers. like the making stuff that is low cost for regular people is profitable. People do it all the time. Honda Civics are an example. I'm just saying, like, people make stuff for regular people all the time. You can do it. You could make a dense apartment building and make money on it. It's not that crazy. You can't build it. I feel like it's really important for Democrats to acknowledge that solving housing issues via deregulation does not solve issues with wealth disparity and healthcare costs. That's what I just said, right? That's what I opened with. But I think you are incorrectly and maliciously attributing this to the book. The book never claims to be the solution to all problems. It's just the book basically says, hey, look, in America, we used to build frequently. We built a lot of things. We built most of our infrastructure, the Hoover Dam, nuclear power plants. Most buildings are like pre-1970s. We used to build this shit all the time. Now suddenly we can't build it anymore. Now it takes decades to get any project done. He wanted to answer that question. That's the main thing of the book. It's not like, here's a solution to all our problems. This is not going to solve wealth inequality. This is not, he didn't want it to be a platform. They didn't write that book to be a platform for the whole party. It's been foisted there. It's just a civic book about certain rules that have been abused. It's so obvious that most people that talk about it haven't read it on both sides. There's people that support it that haven't read it. Do you think Gavin read it? Honestly, I would have said no, but to prep for my interview with him, I watched his interview with Ezra Klein, the writer of that book, and it was clear that he had read it, or at least had good talking points by his staff, because he had specifics. He might have skimmed it, I don't know. Maybe he didn't internalize it, but it was clearly prep. Like, he wasn't like just like, so tell me about your book. But I mean, as I mentioned in my interview with Gavin, I can respect that it's difficult. I can respect that there's challenges. I can even respect that, like, in America, if you actually brutally fought through all the red tape to, like, get some stuff built, the chance of you even getting credit for it is probably low. I can respect all of that. However, at the end of the day, I can't give him credit for something he hasn't done. You have to do it. Like, housing prices have not gone down. We haven't built things. The California high-speed rail hasn't been built. And he has answers to these questions. And be like, well, there's this problem and we're working on it. We're making progress. But like, until you do it, it's all talk. Until it happens, it's talk. And I would caution him to not run for president until the people of his own state feel like he's accomplished or made meaningful progress on these goals. I did listen to his answers, and I do think it's harder than everyone says. I will agree with that. I mean, especially in his other interview, he talked about, like, if you are the governor and you tell a small town that they have to change their zoning laws to build more, they can just not do it and block you forever. It's like very... like, even as the governor, your ability to, like, you have to sue them. And so he has to sue them, which is what he's doing. And I understand that it takes time. But I also just want everyone in politics to understand that nobody cares. either do it or, nobody wants to hear talk anymore. Nobody cares. Like, you have to, it probably is hard, but you have to do it. It's not the point, If you're so smart, why don't you fix the issues and go to government? Yeah, I'll just do that after I finish eating my McCrisper on stream. Step 1, order McDonald's on stream as a Twitch streamer. Step 2, president. Do you think abundance applies as relevant outside the U.S.? I think the general idea of finding a way to make government work better for the people and not get caught up in things they get abused is fine, but like the specifics don't. Like the book is just filled with so many American specifics. Like in Australia, you can't tackle the housing problem without tackling negative gearing. Until you can figure out that every Australian has to buy a property because it's so tax advantaged. That's the core. That's the incentive is so strong. You can't avoid it. And that's an entirely different problem than in America. Do you ever think that U.S. become more than a two-party system? Yeah, I do. I don't know when, but yes, I do. I mean, it's happened so many times. The parties have changed and adapted. I think the party system will change. I don't know when. And it could be just a dramatic realigning of what the party is completely. Is MAGA the third? I mean, yeah, there's a real argument to be made that the Republican Party of like a Jeb Bush is dead. Of like a Mitt Romney, Jeb Bush, John McCain, that party doesn't even exist. Like the party has been murdered. That party was skinned alive and now Trump is wearing their skin as a hat. You could make an argument that the party has completely changed. It does not exist. Because like the current Republican Party is not, it's nothing like what that party was. It's just the MAGA party. It's entirely different. But, that leaves the question of like what happens to that party after Trump. Because right now, the American Republican Party is a collection of very different groups that have very different goals that are all united under one aging reality TV star turned president. There's many different groups in this party that want different things out of government and out of the system, and they have some common grievances, and they all support Donald Trump. And he has united a pretty big tent, to be honest. But they don't really get along. I mean, there's not a lot that, like, the Steve Bannon wing of the party has in common with the Elon Musk techno-right wing of the party. They're not actually aligned on most of their goals and policies, but Trump sort of keeps it all somewhat together. Once he's gone, it does feel like it'll fractionalize and splinter. And no, his sons couldn't do it. They don't have whatever it is he has, good or bad.
No, I'm not even packing.
Wait, what?
I'm
Oh.
going to.
We gotta go. We
dinner.
gotta go.
Oh, this sucks. I'm
Wait,
so.
Wait, don't you have a mover?
Yeah, but he's not a packer. It's very
You
different.
can pay extra for the packing service.
No. Because like, what if I don't want to bring something and then he's gonna bring it?
No, because you can put. So what I did was, well, I packed for myself, but you can have 2 piles of things to throw away and things to take with you.
Yeah, but I've been packing the giveaway stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice. No, that works.
Oh, should I just throw it onto a pile?
Yeah, and they should be able to get rid of it too.
But I've been putting them in nice bags and color coding them.
If you're throwing it away?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because they're donated. They're good clothes.
Oh, yeah. You can, not by throwing it away, I mean charity. I think if the moving company has that, then yeah, for sure. I'm so pro charity. Everyone knows that about me.
So you just chuck all your extra stuff in the dumpster?
No, I wouldn't say a dumpster. I'd give it to people who need it. You know, if someone needs an extra Logitech mouse or something, I would give that to
Really?
people. Yeah.
You're a good guy.
Thanks.
Hey, hi, hello. I'm Super Dude, and perhaps you've noticed that the video game industry has majorly shifted in the past couple months. I mean, it's been on fire for years, but it seems a dam has broken in the AAA space again. We finally got a genuine announcement for the Nintendo Switch 2 that wasn't just, no, we're not going to talk about it. And all told, I thought it was a pretty good conference. I love Mario Kart, and I'm one of those weirdos who actually liked the last 3D Donkey Kong, so Bonanza was gonna be my bag. And I thought Drag and Drive just looked awesome. Those controls made me laugh when I saw them. I bet that'll be a lot of fun to play. But then the prices were revealed, and I discovered I didn't like Mario Kart as much as I thought I did. A lot of hay has been made over this $80 price tag because it's another huge paradigm shift. It's only been a few years since AAA games jumped from $60 to $70. A quick search says the first game that set that standard was in 2020. And I'm honestly still not used to that price myself. For as long as I've had memories, games have cost $60. A lot of my financial decisions as a child were thought of in terms of that number. $20 is 1/3 of video game, $60 is the happy number, and anything more than that is officially in expensive territory. So even though it's a marginal difference logically, $70 is a big psychological hurdle. But with this jump to $80, we're even further into the expensive zone, and Microsoft decided to follow suit by announcing a similar jump in cost. Quickly, one of the largest hardware manufacturers in gaming, and also Microsoft, signaled to the other developers that the squeeze is about to begin. And I wish I could say I didn't see this coming. The video game industry, like most entertainment industries, is struggling right now. The COVID bubble gave the industry a welcome boost and encouraged loads of growth. But that bubble has popped, the economy is deeply uncertain and dying because of a myriad of factors, but my government is actively making worse. Nobody's investing, and production studios are shuttering left and right as the people in charge wonder where the growth went. They wonder because they think only in terms of that growth, not logic. COVID was pretty awesome for industry growth, but unsustainable. Eventually, we would go outside again. And people outside translates to less people on couches, less consoles, less games, and therefore less money. Depending on the data you're looking at, video games, as a medium, have plateaued. Whether it's a real plateau or just a return to normalcy after the artificial bump of COVID times, we can't know until more time has passed. Unfortunately, we all live in the present, but for now, it's being treated as a plateau. No new gamers. We've hit the peak. So if you're a big games executive, you now have a choice. Our replacement rate on gamers has effectively stopped. Companies want growth, but they're not going to find it naturally, not by bringing new people to the table, at least in the executive's mind. So to increase profits anyway, they have to increase the amount of money drawn in per player. Now, this isn't remotely new. Subscriptions, collector's editions, DLCs, microtransactions, both cosmetic and pay-to-win, loot boxes, battle passes, individual character purchases, remakes and remasters, all ways to draw more cash from a person. But never before have we changed the price tag because of that aforementioned psychological hurdle. Until recently, that is. The largest companies in hardware are moving to adjusted pricing. Their biggest, baddest games also get the biggest, baddest price tags. And we'll likely see these prices go even further. Adjusted for inflation, a $60 cartridge in the Nintendo 64 days would cost this much today. So until you see this number, they could technically justify the hike. I mean, it wouldn't be justified at all. Income hasn't kept up with inflation, so we'll all have less of our own money, and all of these alternative revenue streams exist now when they didn't then. So they're already pulling more money per customer. But still, I'm willing to bet GTA 6 won't be a dime below $100. And if you disagree, feel free to leave a comment. It only helps my engagement. As games go back to the luxury pricing of yore, lots of people are crying foul or simply crying at what we're about to lose. New experiences, new players getting into the medium for the first time, the understanding that consoles are supposed to be a cheap alternative to PCs, but don't fall victim to the hype. The best games are rarely $80. There are plenty of excellent games that have come out over the last 2 years that are some of my favorite experiences, some big, some small, with some considered the best releases of their moment, and not one of them is above $50. This is a collection of disparate games that I love, games I recommend, games the whole world recommends, and none of them will break your bank. Hopefully you'll find something to enjoy this list, but I also hope it will well demonstrate the extreme breadth of the gaming industry. AAA games may lose track of who their allies are, but you can have hundreds of hours of fun across multiple games without ever touching a AAA title. These headlines, they only represent the top 10 to 15% of games. Don't forget about the AA and indie spaces, where great innovation and, yes, cheaper experiences may yet wow you. To begin, let's go with a game that I'd obviously love. What if you mixed Hollow Knight with a generous helping of Sekiro? Nine Souls is an action platformer made by Red Candle Games that features quick and responsive combat in an Asian-inspired science fantasy setting, which the developer calls Tau Punk. It feels very closely associated with Hollow Knight in my mind, due to the similar character perspective and heavy focus on awesome artwork and platforming and combat, though Nine Souls leans much further into its combat. Parry systems are built into both games, but in Hollow Knight, it doesn't have a gameplay benefit outside of, congratulations, you avoided damage you definitely would have taken otherwise. Helpful, but more an added bonus than something to base your combat style around. Nine Souls is completely invested in its parry system by contrast. Much like Sekiro, you simply won't win if you don't learn to parry, as your strongest attack, the Talisman, can only be used after gaining charges from parrying. This leads to, again, like Sekiro, a deeply engaging combat loop where the better you play, the flashier the game looks, rewarding your practice by making you look dope as hell. I have called Nine Souls a Metroidvania in the past, and some people poo-pooed my saying that, and I can see why in hindsight. The game features some backtracking and ability upgrades, but there are truly only a handful of instances of this design in-game. Most areas are fully explorable from your first visit. This is a much more linear game, which is likely due to its story. Nine Souls has a beautifully told and engaging narrative, which is delivered standardly, compared to the lore-dense, almost folklore-like worlds of Dark Souls or the Bug Metroidvania, though Nine Souls does have its fair share of lore. While you won't find the same level of explorative freedom you'd see in those other titles, I can't think of any other 2D action platformer that made me cry like Nine Souls did. The story of this game is exceptional, and it's well worth the experience, if you have the chops to play it. A consequence of parrying being a core pillar of the combat means this is a deeply difficult game, but I think it's well worth the climb, and it only costs $30 on all platforms. If you find it too hard to play on your own, I still recommend giving it a watch on a Let's Play or something, because the story is truly one to see, and it's a primary draw of the game alongside the combat. Come for the fights, stay for Shuwan Shuwang, the best boy there ever was. From a game with rhythmic parrying to a true blue rhythm game, Rift of the Necrodancer is a long-awaited sequel to Crypt of the Necrodancer that controls nothing like the original, but instead finds a new way to represent the design of that original game. In Crypt of the Necrodancer, each move in the dungeon must be performed to the beat of the music, and each monster has a sequence you must perform to take them out. For an easy example, shield skeletons can be hit once, then you must immediately move away from them as they're primed to hit you after dropping their shield. Then you move in and take them out. This is all assuming that you're using a dagger, by the way. There are a lot of variations on this. Each enemy has a sequence like this, and the difficulty of Crypt lies in chaining these sequences together improvisationally, with multiple enemies around in a small area under a brutal time clock. Rift of the Necrodancer takes that same idea of enemy defeat patterns and maps these monsters onto rhythm games. Now, instead of seeing arrows that you tap to the beat, you see monsters, and you must grok how to defeat this particular creature quickly to maintain your combo. Armadillos are triplets of varying types, slimes have to be killed as quarter notes, bats are also quarter notes, but they'll move between lanes every hit. Each enemy is different, and serves as a layer of abstraction from the generic rhythm game design, where the arrows you see are the arrows you press. Just a smidgen harder than normal, but it changes the gameplay wildly. This makes Rift of the Necrodancer a lot harder on first blush. Now it's not as simple as pressing what you see. You need to think about what this monster means and what to press as they come down the lane. Most rhythm games are about solid execution and honing your reaction times, and Rift has all the same bells and whistles, but sight reading in Rift is much harder than other rhythm games I've played, though I'm not the authority on that or anything. In fact, me showing Friday Night Funkin' in this video is disqualifying for some rhythm fans, so take what I think with a grain of salt. I personally think Rift of the Necrodancer's twist on the rhythm game genre, with Necrodancer aesthetics and a similar design goal to the original game, makes this a really curious game to play, and I love my time with it. And if that's not enough for you, Rift also has a story mode with even more abstracted rhythm games for you to practice with, as well as both paid and free DLCs featuring other video games with banging soundtracks, to say nothing of the custom charts people make, which are also free, so I recommend jumping in there and giving it a try. In terms of rhythm games on the market, this is a unique one, and it's pretty cheap and available on PC and Switch for $20, along with multiple bundles for the DLC song packs, or a 2-for-1 deal where you can get Rift and a guest game whose songs feature in the DLCs. And speaking of those guest games, I know I said I'd talk about games from the last 2 years, but Pizza Tower is a game I think more people should see, even if I'm not sure how to describe how awesome it is. How should I put this? As a console kid, I've been playing platformers since I was in diapers, so I'm deeply familiar with the genre and its comforts, but I honestly think I'm too close to the subject material to tell you what makes a good platformer. Perhaps this is a hot take, but I think what makes a good platformer is deeply subjective. Like, we all know what bad platforming feels like, but good platforming varies from person to person, and finding the perfect balance is difficult to pull off. Sonic's an excellent example of this. Nearly all iterations of Sonic, 2D and 3D, have their haters, people who think the games are too fast, too focused on level memorization. And yet, there are plenty of games that are directly influenced by Sonic, or games that aren't influenced by the blue blur per se, but do subscribe to the same fast freak gameplay Sonic champions. Which, by the way, I've heard a lot of good things about this game. It's called Haste, $20 on Steam. You should try it. I haven't yet, but I've heard a lot of great things. All that to say, I can't tell you why I like Pizza Tower or what makes it great, but I do, and it is. Fast-paced, frenetic gameplay, a very Cartoon Network style of art and humor, gameplay that doesn't feel punishing when you make mistakes like Sonic can be, and most importantly, a soundtrack that I can't help but love. The OST is deeply tongue-in-cheek, music so eclectic and experimental that it seems offensive to the ears, but it's actually perfect. Sonic and Splatoon soundtracks have similar qualities to me, a sort of controlled chaos that I find exciting and calming at the same time. Music made for autistic people, maybe? I have it on vinyl, and I play it when I'm alone because my partner would spontaneously combust if forced to listen to this for hours. It's a brilliantly designed speed platformer, and I wish I could tell you what makes it good, but it's the full package. The speed, the sound, and undeniably the greasy look to it speaks to my autistic soul. Pizza Tower is $20 on Switch and PC, and that amazing soundtrack is a mere $10, and the vinyl is actually purchasable for $40 if you want it. But Pizza Tower is so old, it doesn't even follow the rules I originally laid out in the video. It's the one exception, do forgive me for the indulgence. Let's pick something fresh, exciting, and above all, current. Blueprints is a puzzle roguelike that's taken the world by storm and is the debut title for Dogubum. I'm sure they're all elated and or filled with anxiety over the game's massive success. Blueprints is very singular in its design. I don't really know of any other game like it. It's almost easier to describe BP in terms of board games than video ones. The closest comparison to Blueprints, in my opinion anyway, is Betrayal at the House on the Hill, a board game where you explore a spooky mansion with your mates, slowly revealing the layout as you move from room to room. However, unlike your average game of Clue, the board isn't set in stone. You place down tiles as you travel, which slowly reveal the mansion for this game, ensuring no two games of Betrayal, no two mansions, are the same. Blueprints has that same mechanical concept, but in a single-player puzzle game. You walk up to a door and pick your choice of rooms, traversing the mansion and learning lore, solving puzzles, and hopefully writing down the myriad hints you'll find as you manage your resources, jewels, coins, keys, and your stamina. Exploring roguelike mansions is tiring work, I suppose. The reason you're exploring this mystery manor is because it is your birthright. The mansion's been left to you by what I assume was a particularly eccentric grandfather, but you can only claim your inheritance if you find your way to room 46. A task easier said than done, because it's all too easy to create a mansion layout that traps you. You don't want to create too many dead ends. And of course, the puzzles. This game is absolutely a knowledge-based game, complete with knowledge-based unlocks, or KBUs as I put it in my first video, but more in the Tunic vein than the Outer Wilds one. Without spoiling things, there are puzzles you won't recognize are puzzles until you gain more information. Puzzles upon puzzles that, not unlike Animal Well, encourage truly deep levels of puzzle appreciation, if that's your kink. And thanks to the roguelike design, you can never be sure what variations of which puzzles you'll find on your next run, which can be pretty exciting when you finally produce the mansion layout necessary to make solid progress. However, this strength can also be a terrible weakness. A randomized mansion layout means a randomized set of clues, hints to puzzles you don't have access to, keys found with no locks to put them in. If the room you're looking for refuses to spawn, then that's it. Go to the next day and hope you find it this time. It's a natural consequence of the game's design, and one that, depending on the type of player you are, can be anywhere from a little annoying to outright disqualifying. That's why this game is so debated in critic spaces. Blueprints is a game you love or love to hate, with little in between. But I don't know of any other game that goes about their puzzles in this way. And some may argue there's a good reason for that, but you can't deny that Dogubom took a swing with this one, and it seems to be loved more than loathed, so good for them. I recommend you give this game a watch before buying it to see if it's your bag, and keep a close eye on your Steam timer so you're still within refund range, because this game is a really niche and interesting puzzler, and as a result, definitely won't be for everyone. But it may just be the Rubik's Cube you've been looking for, and it's reasonably cheap at $30 and is available on most platforms, though given what this game is, I'd be very surprised if it didn't come to the Switch eventually. Oh, and get a notebook for this one. You're gonna want to write things down. Now, I hear some of you out there shouting, Super Dude, what is this? People aren't talking about Blueprints anymore. That was so last month. Tell us about the freshest new releases. Stuff hot off the presses. So hot that everyone's raving over it. A game so good it is, as of writing, the highest rated game on Metacritic ever made. The beautiful, the engrossing, the overall non-stop fun of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Sometimes you turn on a game and something about it feels different. Have you ever watched, played, or listened to some art that, within seconds, you could just tell it was good? Really good. It's a rare feeling, but Clair Obscur absolutely put me in that headspace. The opener is rock solid, dropping you into a fantastical steampunk setting that doesn't bother explaining a lick of what's going on to you. And why should it? All of these people have lived in this world for decades. They all know what's going on. They know the stakes. The game engages the player by giving you bits and pieces, words like gommage, paintress, and neverins, proper nouns to pique your interest, but not too many as to overwhelm you, just enough to get you asking rhetorical questions. Then, the reveal, that does a beautiful job bringing to crystal focus the stakes of your mission. In a single second, it demonstrates just why the expeditions are so important and how much devastation and loss has been felt by these characters in this town. It's a brilliant stroke of writing. I'm not showing the moment because I don't want to spoil it for you, but I felt genuine horror when I realized what terrible curse this world has suffered and what Gustav, your main guy, is about to freshly experience before the game truly begins. And the gameplay? Dude. Okay, how do I explain this? So, I was listening to Remap Radio, a game news podcast I love, and they were discussing the combat of Clair Obscur, describing it as sort of turn-based. During your turn, you select your moves in the turn-based format, but the enemy attacks you in real time. During their attacks, you can negate damage by dodging the move, or, if you're bold and with the proper timing, parry the move to return the damage. They describe this in terms of Sekiro, and I've seen other reviews do the same, and guys, we gotta pull back from the FromSoft talk. Calling something the Dark Souls of X is an easy shorthand to describe difficulty, and everybody does it. It gets the clicks, and I'm not free of sin either. Didn't I describe Nine Souls as Sekiro Hollow Knight in this very video? The developers of the game, Sandfall Interactive, have also cited From Software as an inspiration for the game, so maybe the comparison is even warranted, but that's not what I heard. When I heard Patrick Klepek and Janet Garcia describe the parry mechanics and timed button presses for attack and defense, I wasn't brought back to Sekiro, but to my childhood. This game, guys, it's Paper Mario. Super Mario RPG, and both of its spiritual successor series, Paper Mario and Mario & Luigi, feature this style of combat. Attacking and defending involved time button presses to improve the effectiveness of your attack and defense, which leads to a more involved form of turn-based combat compared to your typical JRPG. Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door was the first RPG I ever played, and it's always meant a lot to me and remains one of my favorite games of all time. So while they're yammering on and on about the mechanics, parry this, Sekiro that, I realized what they were really saying, and I bought the game immediately. And guys, that's exactly what this game is. Imagine a French JRPG with loads of Persona energy in the UI and enemy design, but again, undeniably French. Make no mistake, this game's French as fuck. But this combat, it's like I finally returned home. It has the base combat of the other Mario RPGs. Press the buttons for increased damage, or dodge, or, if you really think you got the timing down, parry it. The base structure is all here, but with added complexity to make it greater than just a repeat of the classics. Each character has their own set of unique mechanics you're juggling. A charge system for Gustav, an elemental stain system where attacks use up some elements for bonus effects, adding and removing stains constantly to augment your magics, a stance fighter that changes their offensive and defensive attributes literally every turn with the ability to deal insane amounts of single target damage if you set her up right. There's so much complexity in just the singular character designs, but nobody fights alone. So you'll have to juggle all of these discrete systems at the same time as you go from engagement to engagement. It feels so good to control that I often end combat hooting and hollering at the pure fun I'm having. That's not a joke. There was a boss fight that I did like 3 days ago, and I just was like, yeah! Like, it's really fun. In the middle of 2024, when I played the Thousand Year Door remake on the Switch, a small part of me wished I hadn't done that. Because sure, I love this game, I will never not love this game, but experiencing it as an adult made its flaws a bit more obvious to me, to say nothing of how easy it is. I was purely taking a trip down memory lane, remembering the story fondly, but wanting more from the system mechanics. I wasn't a kid anymore, so Paper Mario couldn't hit me in the heart like it did when I was 7. You can't ever truly return home. However, at 27 years old, a game would come out that took all of those core features from that beloved childhood classic of mine, and many others, and gave it further complexity, further depth, creating a masterwork in tactical JRPG turn-based combat with a Mario twist. What I needed wasn't a reconstituted, high-definition version of an old favorite. I needed something new, familiar but new, and I would go so far as to say leagues better than that old favorite. I often thought about why, after I played the Thousand Year Door remake, I didn't have much to say on the subject, and now I know why. This is my Ratatouille moment. Playing Clair Obscur has reminded me of why I love those old games, more so than going back and experiencing them firsthand. Yes, this reminds me of those beloved classics, but that's not to say that Clair Obscur is just a throwback. It's exciting, emotional, pure fun, and at times funny, and above all, nothing short of a dynamite RPG. And you know what else? It's like 30 or 40 hours long. You know how many great RPGs I've stopped playing because they're 80 to 150 hours? 30 hours for a JRPG is a veritable stroll in the park compared to Persona, and I personally consider that a plus as well. And truly, I could keep going. We could talk about the design of the world, which is gorgeous and based on the, sorry if I mess up this pronunciation, Belle Epoque period of French history, the music, the story, the fact that the cutscenes use letterboxing and aspect ratio as a storytelling device. I was genuinely wowed when this happened. It's brimming with creativity, and it has very few flaws, though it does have them. The platforming's a little weird, guys. I don't know why you put platforming in this. All of this praise in a $50 package on everything that isn't a Switch. What's not to love? So there's my collection of recommendations, but this is by no means comprehensive, nor even a particularly good list. A lot of these games are well known, well talked about, or are currently having a moment where most people in the critic space are talking about them. So why do I bother bringing them up? Why does this video exist? Because each of these games, brimming with innovation and style, are AA and indie games that aren't even close to the new $80 price maximum. Think about that. The biggest games of this moment, some of the best and well-known games of the previous year, aren't even $60. Experiencing the best has never meant spending all of your money on the big names in the industry, especially since a lot of the largest publishers release games that rhyme with each other, or use their name and prestige to charge their customers more, because what else are you gonna do? We're Nintendo. Of course we're gonna charge you $70 for that new Zelda game. We know you want that sweet, sweet Zelda. You're gonna buy it, aren't you, idiot? Well, for every Zelda, there's an Okami, Plucky Squire, or Sable. Different types of Zelda alikes for different eras of Zelda. You will find games that mirror your favorites, but try new things and go in different directions, as Sandfall has with Clair Obscur. But there is another reason for this relatively pop-oriented list of games. These titles, the breakout hits that most people recognize, these are the indie hits most likely to end up on consoles, where the most damage will be felt from this price hike. I'm a converted console player, so we gotta understand that PC people come from a place of privilege. PC is the home of indie, and there will always be more titles to check out, but console players? They're stuck with what they got. And for that, I hope this helps demonstrate that yes, even for you console folks, there are cheaper games that are well-known and well-loved that won't break your bank. I know this will hurt a lot more for you folks than me, so I'm sorry about that. I hope this video proves helpful. And another thing that's important to remember, for every indie game everyone's talking about, there are 5 equally deserving indie titles that nobody will see. Games that simply don't catch their wave and don't get the audience they deserve, because luck is, unfortunately, a huge part of success. So if you want to avoid AAA's greediness, it's a good idea to look into the weird games out there. Try and surface some smaller titles to more people, so great games get at least some of the recognition they truly deserve. In this vein, I will recommend Arco, a Mesoamerican RPG that's pretty good, but I suck at, and Going Under, action roguelike from a while back that I always loved, but unfortunately didn't sell well. Though the studio survived that loss long enough to make another Crab's Treasure, so that lack of success didn't tank the studio, thankfully. I wonder if that would have been true if they made the game recently. And lastly, 1,000 Times Resist, a game you will hear me talk more about very soon. This problem is an issue of discoverability. More and more games come out every day, and finding great works used to be the role of video game journalism, but that's not a great field to work in right now either, so discoverability has fallen to smaller, crowd-funded publications. And yes, YouTubers. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. Give voice to games that I love and try to show to y'all what there is to love about them. But discoverability remains a huge issue for everyone, and there are various outlets attempting to solve that, but that's a topic that could be a whole video on its own, and it will be. I would like to look up a bunch of different places and people and videos and YouTubers who are all trying to solve this discoverability problem and give it to you in one whole package. So look forward to that later. But for now, I hope that this pretty pop list of indie and AA titles has been useful in assuaging some of the anxieties around the industry. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot to have anxiety about right now, and the direction of the industry, whether it starts excluding certain customers or becomes an even more hostile place for developers, is certainly among those worries. But I'm certain that we've reached a point where video games as a medium can't go away. As I've said previously, AAA studios and hardware manufacturers may drive up their prices, returning games to the luxury product it was in the 90s and abandoning player bases, but that's not the entire industry. There are plenty of games that are reasonably priced that are still within reach, and also some of the best games around. Price does not equate to quality. Some of the best games are also a steal, so you should get them while the getting's good. And you may not have a machine that can run all of these games. Clair Obscur is really demanding on a GPU, but if we go back a bit, games like Pizza Tower or Balatro can run on nearly everything. Balatro's literally on the phone. Don't let the AAA space define what games are for you. If you look just a little deeper, you'll often find something people are super excited about. And if you go deeper still, you may find a game that needs your help to be seen. Indie games often survive by word of mouth, so if you find something you love, you should shout it out. Go deeper, find what you love, and tell others you love it. It'll mean more to those developers that you said something than it would on Nintendo's balance sheet. And that's the video. Thank you for watching. If you liked it, please leave a like or a comment or a subscribe even. They really are helpful, so if you enjoyed, feel free to kick a little my way in the form of interaction. And if you liked it a lot, you can even be a patron if you so choose. Patrons give me a little bit of money every month so that I can kick it back into the process. I am just a single month away from saving for that Shoda mic, so I will be buying it next month. And then after that, I'm not really sure what I'm saving up for. Honestly, I haven't thought about it because I've been saving for the Shoda for so long. Anyway, I got another video that I already have like ready to go. It just needs to be edited. So I hope to see you guys soon. See you then. I am Super Dude. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Stealth in video games. Let's see what he's got.
Stealth. The art of being completely undetected. As if you were never even there. Knock, knock.
What was that noise?
Me. I am that noise. I am the must have been the wind. I am the whistle from the hay bale. I am the one who crouches behind enemy and presses square many a many time. I am the shadows under light, the night vision goggle sight. I am the one whose footprints are these in the night. I am stealth. Man. Stealth.
Wait, I want to give my thoughts on stealth before I hear his, so I can fucking calculate. How do I feel about stealth in video games? Because sometimes it's so boring. I guess I like it. You know what I hate? I hate in video games when you have to crouch in a corner and wait for a guard who walks in a set circle pattern or square pattern to look away. I don't like that. That shit's boring. I mean, I think Hitman does stealth really well, where it's like your stealth is disguised as in plain sight, but you can run at full speed and run all around. No, that's not Hitman. I mean, that's how you play Hitman. I don't think I've ever done that in Hitman. I don't just sit there and wait for somebody to... And also, in Hitman, you can move the guards. That's the cool thing. People saying like Hitman... Yeah, it's not Hitman at all, bro. It's not what Hitman is like. I don't like... what I'm thinking of, the great example I'm thinking of is kind of like... Metal Gear Solid is an example with the fucking box, but also I'm thinking of, like in Zelda. Do you guys remember maybe you don't remember. You remember we played Ocarina of Time. Remember in Zelda when you have to go through the palace gardens, and it's just like fucking people walking in squares, and you have to sit there and wait, and then... I hate that. I thought that would be so annoying. Wind Waker has it. I think that's boring. I think that part sucks. I remember... What games have good stealth? I guess you'll tell me. I'll listen to this. I'll learn more. But I'm trying to think of like my preferences. I mean, I love Hitman. Hitman, I like the idea of disguises. I think that's really cool. I like the idea of always having something you can do. Dishonored. Oh, good example. I love Dishonored. Dishonored's a great stealth game. Yeah. What's cool about this? One other thing I fucking hate, and Zelda does this too, but other games where if you get caught, it's game over. If you ever do stealth and the player gets caught, that should be the beginning of a fun segment. That should be like, oh, now shit's in high gear. Now I have to fucking... But if you get caught and it's like, start over. Yeah, Wind Waker had this too, where like the thing would pop up and it's like, you're caught, start over. I hate that shit. That's lame.
This is a gaming concept so common.
Yeah, the Yiga Clan hideout is a perfect example. That was so trash. Where you have to you make one mistake, they see you, oh, caught, drag you to the door. That's lame.
You're probably shocked if you can't crouch behind enemy and press square in your padded out open world game. But stealth is a lot more than just a simple takedown or tacked on gimmick. It's a powerful tool that can completely change how a video game is designed and played. The act of sneaking around has had such a monumental and storied impact on the gaming medium. But when is stealth good? When is it bad? How do we make it better? How do we make it glad? It's important that we talk about it all right here, right now, but we also gotta be kind of quiet so we don't... Dude, I'm literally invisible.
Oh, Deus Ex is another great example. Someone in chat said it, so I'm yoinking, but Deus Ex, the first one, did stealth the best. Fucking computer's losing my mind. No, that wasn't even, that was the other, that was the Starforge. The Starforge kicked into fucking high gear, crashed, and put the fans to the... Yeah, Deus Ex is... I think... I like when stealth is an option the player almost comes up with themselves. Just to... Like, where firefights are so expensive or damaging or hard that you try to get around it. And Deus Ex is perfect for that, where it's like you have limited bullets, and you just don't want to fight these people. You can. There's no penalty. But you're just like trying to find ways around them. I think that's really cool. Last of Us is kind of like that, although I feel like I fought everything. I never played Crysis, so I can't speak to that. But I like the idea of like limited resources making you decide when you want to sneak away, which is really cool. Did you ever play Splinter Cell? There was a game. Was it Splinter Cell? Where they had asymmetric 2v2, where there was like hunters and dude, it's like so long ago I barely remember it, but it was so... I played it at a friend's house. What game was this? Spies vs. Mercs. Yeah. Was that Splinter Cell? That game ruled. I only played it like for one weekend at a friend's place. We had such a blast. That was one of the most fun. Yeah, that was awesome. That was one of the coolest multiplayer experiences ever, because you had different strategies. And that was really cool. And like, yeah, because the spies were weaker, so they couldn't fight you head on, so they had to use stealth. That was cool. That was badass. That was like I wish more games did that. That was like, I'm kind of sick of games that are balanced. How do you describe it? I want games where the two sides are so different they have to be completely different. They should be balanced, like, in terms of win rate, I guess. But I mean, like, they shouldn't be balanced like they're the same. You know, it shouldn't be like chess where everyone's got the same pieces. I like asymmetrical. I think that's way cool. I mean, the best example is StarCraft, where, you know, Zerg and Terran are 1,000% different. Every unit is different. The way they build is different. Everything they do is different, but the game's still balanced. And so like the strategies are so unique. I love that.
Okay. So like I was saying, if you ask a gamer what the first stealth game is, you'll likely get some different answers. Oh, it's Castle Wolfenstein. That game let you wear enemy disguises. Nah, bro, the Book of Guinness of being world record green and sparkly says it's 005. That game had enemy vision cones. Assassin's Creed Altair Chronicles is a video game that I own. But the correct answer actually seems to be Shoplifting Boy in 1979. Predating even Pac-Man by a year, you take on the role of the titular iconic boy as you walk around a store avoiding this guy and stealing Thai dollar signs. This prehistoric, barely comprehensible game still successfully established two core tenets.
This game looks peak. I think what I should do instead of finishing any other game that I'm doing is spend all of November playing just Shoplifting Boy every day until I become the best at it. I think we should cancel all Marketing Mondays, cancel all discussions of business or politics. Every Clip Channel video should be a new Shoplifting Boy PB every day. And we just play some fucking, that'd be based.
Of the stealth genre. Don't get caught. Grab anything that isn't bolted to the ground. Beer before stealth, have good health. Stealth before beer, you're gonna have fear. Okay, so now let's fast forward a bit to 1987, and let me tell you something, man. You ever heard of a fucking Kojima production? Metal Gear is the godfather of all modern stealth games. To quote Mr. Ludonarrative Dissonance himself, Clint Hawking, without Metal Gear, there would be no stealth games.
Nailed it.
I don't think he's not British. More so than any game before, Metal Gear solidified stealth as its own genre. A lot of games at this point had mostly been about conflict. Shoot everything on the screen with your big gun. Holy shit, you're huge. But Metal Gear said, you're not some super soldier with infinite ammo. You're a fragile little snake, and you actually want to avoid combat as much as possible. Quietly dispatch guards. Acquire gadgets like suppressors to use guns without alerting everyone. Metal Gear was originally supposed to be a combat-heavy shooter, but because the MSX couldn't have all these bullets and enemies on screen at once, Kojima, in a stroke of genius, utilized his limitations and realized the power of disempowerment. And remember that word, write it down, because it's very important.
Does anyone else think that perhaps now that Kojima is famous and gets infinite budget for every project that he's lost those limitations? And somehow his art has slightly suffered? Much like George Lucas in the prequels versus the originals when he had no one to say no.
Important to me in my invisible body. My man is horny as hell, and this is not how humans talk, but man, I so deeply cherish him and his productions, okay? Don't forget, they're his productions, okay? Now let's fast forward a bit to the most important year for stealth games and maybe just all video games in general. 3 sacred seminal stealth games released in 1998, and every modern stealth mechanic can likely be traced back to one of these 3 games. Metal Gear Solid, Thief, and my boy Metal Gear Solid is a straight-up gaming monument for
I forgot about Thief. I think I played Thief when I was very, very young. I thought it was cool, and then when I was like 20, I tried to reinstall it or play the remastered, and it was like, this game sucks. This game's so fucking old. Everything's so bad. But I don't know that like it could be a wrong take.
So many reasons. The cinematic presentation and voice acting, the creative fourth wall breaks, part where Otacon pees himself and then you let a wolf pee on you. Come to think of it, Kojima Productions kind of have a lot of pee-type beats. But the Soliton radar and predictable enemy AI that give you clear chirps on what they're thinking or doing, the game had an amazing sense of feedback. You always understood what was going on. Thief showed us how tense and atmospheric a stealth game could be when played from a first-person perspective, giving the player a lot of freedom while also disempowering them, there's that word again, to instill a palpable sense of danger. Big interactable maps with mechanics like light and sound engaging with the player's abilities.
Yeah, that's badass. I just watched him knock out a torch to turn the lights off. That's fucking cool. But it looks, the game, I think I'm a kind of a graphics fucking snob sometimes, bro. Sometimes. I think the game's just ugly as sin. But that's cool mechanics.
An environment, an immersive sim, if you will, and you will, I checked.
What is Huel? Genuine question. Do you know the character Huel Babineau from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul? He started his own drink company. You know how The Rock has his tequila? This is Huel's tequila. It's actually a really delicious alcoholic beverage. And I, of course, took a sponsor because I love to get drunk on stream.
See him right there. Whoa. Ooh, he's kind of coming. You're kind of coming at me fast. Slow down. Slow down. Ah! Ooh, drop the bass. Yes. Oh my God. Tenchu gives you nightmares if you watch your brother play it at a young age, and prioritized freedom of movement within a 3D stealth sandbox, letting the player parkour across rooftops and do flashy, cool, big sword press square behind enemy sword moves. That sounds a little bit familiar. Scratch his head. Fucks. Okay, history lesson is over, but let me ask you something, man. What's gonna happen when an enemy... Oh my God! I'm literally a phantom menace. Getting caught in a stealth game never feels good, but it especially doesn't feel good if you don't fully understand why or how you got caught. It doesn't matter if the rules are unrealistic, it matters if they're consistently unrealistic. I don't care if the enemy AI is dumb as hell, that's fine. I care if they're consistently dumb as hell in a way that I can predict and manipulate. Do guards look up?
That's a good point. And I think one of the points that works in Hitman's favor is that the weaknesses of the AI are exploitable in a very fun way. You know, they're always going to check out that fucking coin you throw. But it's good because if they didn't, it would be impossible to move around and so, you know, it gives the player something to do at all times.
Do guards look down? Will guards hear me if I run? Will a guard see through my disguise if I stand too close to them and whisper my birthday? It's December 28th, by the way. If one person sees me, then why does everyone in the galaxy know exactly where I am now? If the rules aren't consistently made clear, then playing the game will feel like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle, but the pieces keep changing size and color and shoot you with glocks. It's so much better when the game clearly communicates that, hey, this is where the enemy thinks you are with, you know, a clear visual cue, or the enemy yells, I think she's over there. The radar in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 is great for giving you clear feedback, but you can also end up playing a lot of those games just staring up at this square. It's the same with games that have that magical X-ray see-through walls vision. It's very easy to end up playing through a very beautiful game through this ugly lens, which just is not ideal. In a social stealth puzzle box game like Hitman, the X-ray vision makes a bit more sense because you're trying to keep track of so much information at once. But for more active, like action stealth games, I think Far Cry actually established...
I was about to be mad at him, but he saved it. I was about to be mad at him. I was about to lose my shit, but then he said, you know, it makes sense for Hitman. And I was like, you know what? You're right. Base. Well said. Saved it.
Established a really sophisticated solution with the marking mechanic that Metal Gear Solid 5 also later adopted. It feels a lot more immersive and engaging to actually have to pay attention and clock the enemies yourself, but then the game gives you an assist and says, okay, we'll help you keep track of everything now. But even with all this help, sometimes you might still mess up and get caught from the shadows. I've been here the whole time. That's right. And my greatest stealth moves of this video is actually about difficulty.
Okay.
If I had a nickel for every time I talked about Anthony Birch on this channel, I think I'd have 3 of the nickels. It's not my fault, okay? If MFs like him and Ego Raptor didn't make videos like this, MFs like me would probably be working at Chili's right now. And I'd be wearing fucking Altair's robes too, talking about, oh, you want a refill? Boom! Anthony has a great video on difficulty where he talks about Metal Gear Solid 3 and how playing on the highest difficulty of Extreme actually forced him to play a stealth game like a stealth game. AKA, usually when you get caught in Snake Eater, you can pretty easily just CQC everyone and run to the exit. But on Extreme, you die a lot faster, so you can't as easily just brute force your way through. This one simple change forced him to actually utilize all of the different Kojima productions at his disposal and improvise creative stealth solutions. In this right here, this holy union of stealth and difficulty with a side piece of improv is incredible to experience, but unfortunately not always the default experience. Ghost of Tsushima, a game that I haven't talked about a lot on this channel, but one that I deeply cherish. Just look at this shot. Yeah, that's gonna pump the gas, all right. Playing on normal difficulty the first time, I had zero issue just sprinting into combat all of the time. And as great as the combat is, Ghost, being a disciple of Drop the Bass Tenchu, it also has a lot of flashy, fluid, stealth ninja stuff. Parkour, grapple hook, chain assassination, kunai, flute, songs.
This game has a chain assassinate button? I thought I wouldn't like it, but now I think I might. It sounds sick as fuck. That sounds like it rules.
Bow to your sensei. But, like, you don't really need to use any of that stuff. On lethal difficulty, though, it's a completely different situation. The enemies now kill you in like 1 to 2 hits, but also you kill them in like 1 to 2 hits. The kunai goes from being a fun, cute little toy to an essential difference between life and death. A smoke bomb isn't just a cool move, it is the key to surviving an onslaught of enemies. Every technique point spent can drastically change your chances of survival. This kind of increase in difficulty is the right kind of increase in difficulty, not just for stealth games, but for all games in general. Don't just make the enemies spongier with way more health. Raise the stakes in a way.
Fucking hate that. Oh, I hate when games make the harder difficulty just make the fucking triple the health pools. It's the worst. It's the laziest, worst, not fucking fun. Like, let's rush this out because most people don't play the hard mode anyway, so we don't give a shit. What else do? They could even increasing their damage is already a better way to do it, because then the player can still kill them in cool, fast ways, but they can't make any mistakes or they die. That alone, if you're going to be lazy, just up the damage. Upping the health, Resident Evil did this, and it was so annoying because everything just took more shots to the head. It wasn't like you can limit the number of bullets, that's fine. You can find ways to make it so the player has to be more precise, but if they're still playing precise and then they don't get any reward for it, it makes the game worse.
That pushes the player toward using all of the tools in their tool belt. And for most stealth games, that magic word, say it with me, you wrote it down, is disempowerment. You're much more likely to utilize stealth in Sekiro for these exact reasons. Everything will kill the S word out of you if you don't. The S word is sword.
Sekiro's the best fucking game. I think it really is. It's the best game I've ever played on stream, for sure. In terms of games that I've played and completed on stream, there's no better one than Sekiro. It's the best game. I don't know if it's the best game I've played in my life, but it could be. It just feels so complete, you don't have anything you would change. So good. And yeah, he's right. I mean, I remember, like, anytime you could find a way to sneak behind a boss and get one quick strike or a mini-boss and get one of the red circles gone, you would do it because the advantage was so big to you.
One of the greatest stealth levels.
Hollow Knight? I think Sekiro's a better game than Hollow Knight. It's obviously very close. Put more hours into Hollow Knight. It's a 1A, 1B Shaq and Kobe situation, but I'd probably give the edge to Sekiro, just I think it's, I'm not the biggest Metroidvania person. I think Hollow Knight is so good that it makes me push through that stuff, but I'm not a huge, find the fucking stealth boots or the jump boots to go whatever. I don't love that stuff, but the game's so beautiful and the bosses are so good, and it's like obviously an amazing game in every level, but I think Sekiro's a little better.
Ever, all gillied up in Call of Duty 4, has extremely punishing combat if you...
Hours is the last way? Exactly, yeah. Number of hours is not a way to judge it, because I have more hours in Hollow Knight, and I also have more hours in League of Legends. But according to that, League of Legends and Shardbound are the 2 greatest games ever made. And that's not how I really rank it. True though. Yeah. What else do I have a lot of hours? I have a lot of hours in a lot of stupid games.
You get caught because, you are severely outnumbered, motherfucker. Sneak around. Dang, okay, I guess I need to run away and hide in this thing. What is this called? Getting caught sucks, but it doesn't always mean the fun part has to be over. In games like Far Cry, Metal Gear Solid 5, the Last of Us games, gameplay can exist in this constant flow between stealth and combat, leading to some really great improv moments where you're just doing whatever.
You might mention it or you might not, but like this is why Hitman is a great game for everyone of all skill levels. If you ever watch someone casually play Hitman, they try to be stealthy, then they fuck it up, then shit goes haywire, then they're freaking out, then that's so fun. That's why I like watching Squeaks or NL play. That is the fuck. Oh, he says that. Okay, never mind.
Whatever you can to survive. This is why the Last of Us games on survival difficulty have amazing stealth gameplay, and it actually feels like the way the game is meant to be played, the way that you're, trying to negotiate which resources you're going to use because there's actual stakes. And it's the same thing with multiplayer stealth. Some of the most thrilling stealth moments in gaming can actually be found in online games. And I don't just mean Ass Creed or Splinter Cell or Metal Gear Online, as great as those multiplayer modes are. In a battle royale, you're literally scrambling to survive using anything that you can find. Whether it's a bush in Fortnite or a ghillie suit in PUBG, playing stealthily can hold a huge...
Wasn't there like a 40-year-old dad who got to the highest rank in Fortnite just camping the bush. He just did it every time he would sit in the middle of the map with a bush camp dad. That's a legend. That guy's a fucking legend. He would just wait until there was only one person left, then he would try to snipe him. And he did it every game, all day, every day, until he got to the highest rank. He was playing with the most cracked out 12-year-olds, and he got to the highest level. I think that's so based.
Huge advantage. Thinking on your feet to trick actual other human players and prop hunt is full-on yes and improv. But as great as those improvised moments are, sometimes stealth games will actually push the player.
Dude, I forgot about prop hunt. We used to do the prop hunt riddles. Me stands in Lud. Those were and Mango. The Witchit. It was Witchit. We would do prop hunt Witchit riddles. Those were fun. That was fun.
Away from improvising, whether they mean to or not.
Yeah, that was like 3 years ago.
Oftentimes, a stealth game can make the player feel inclined to reload a save after getting caught. The Dishonored series is a really interesting example. I've enjoyed playing Dishonored the most after cranking up the difficulty to at least hard so that the combat has higher stakes, cough cough, disempowerment cough. But Dishonored also lets you save whenever you want. And at the end of every level, you also get this rating screen, which shows how many people saw you and how many people you killed, which changes your chaos rating, which then changes the story. Don't get me wrong, I think Dishonored really does want you to be able to play however you want. And I think it's a common misconception that a high chaos run is the bad ending and a low chaos run is a good ending. It's not good or bad, they're just different. But I do think that when you frame it in these terms and you have a rating screen paired with the ability to save scum, it might subconsciously push a player toward a playstyle that's, oh shit, I got caught and I killed someone. Okay, time to reload the save. But I find it's so much more liberating to just let things play out and see what emergent gameplay can happen. The new Hitman games have the same thing. Amazing, complex stealth sandboxes that subtly discourage the player from experiencing emergent gameplay moments because, oh no, my rating at the end will be bad if I do this fun thing, so better just reload the save. In all of this, this entire video was really just an
Wait, is he saying, let me hear this take honestly. Just my only thing I'll say is I've never seen someone play Hitman and care about it. I'll watch it, but I've never seen someone play Hitman and be like, oh, I fucking started shooting it up, I better stop.
Moments because, oh no, my rating at the end will be bad if I do this fun thing, so better just reload the save. In all of this, this entire video was really just an excuse so I could say the following thing. Hitman Freelancer is the greatest stealth game ever made. Everything. Literally everything I've talked about, it's in this game. Freelancer is the roguelike add-on that uses all of the same levels, but gives you random objectives and targets across a series of consecutive campaigns. There's no saving and reloading, it's just you, your targets, and a bunch of optional incentives to make extra money so that you can buy better gear to help you throughout your run. Freelancer's random objectives pushes you into situations that you would likely never get into while playing the base game. We'll give you extra money if you wear a funny disguise and throw an explosive baseball at this guy. Oh, you want me to use a goddamn katana? Alright, shout out to the Tenchu, drop the base, let's figure out how to do this. And because you can't just reload a save, getting caught in Freelancer feels extremely tense because if you die, you fail the campaign. But because Hitman's enemy AI and disguise system are so fun to play around with and manipulate, even getting caught can turn into this fun game of cat and mouse. The overall feeling of Freelancer is, who gives a shit about a rating? Just get the job done however possible. Freelancer is like a goddamn comedy club with how much improv is going on. Alright, so in summary, what did we learn today? I am invisible, and there.
I agree. W Hitman Glaze. But what's funny is I'm still stuck on the last part. I think I don't knock the base game of Hitman for having a rating system, because I just don't think it doesn't punish you in any way, so it's like a fun thing to shoot for. But maybe people don't play, they don't enjoy the game because of that. I hope that doesn't turn people off of the game because they think they can't get a 5-star rating. I'm a casual. When I watch my little brother play or anyone play, I feel like they try for a good rating for their first playthrough, but they don't really care. They'll figure out how to kill the 2 targets and they'll get out and they'll win and they're happy. And if they want to go for a high rating later, then that's fine. But I don't see people's saves come on their first playthrough to try and keep 5-star the whole way through. I think that's when I first played the game, I came back later and I enjoyed it regardless of. Is the story interesting at all? I like the story, but I don't think it's like a masterpiece. It's just a fun story. Like Hitman, you don't get a different ending. You don't get the only thing that happens is the rating. You still move on to the next level. And then all you do is unlock more stuff. You only get rewarded really. I don't really care, but getting no stars hurts a little. I guess there's something to that. But I also feel like if you didn't have the no stars, then some people would never realize how fun the game could be. Because people think, oh, if my only goal is to kill the targets, it's actually like the thing about Hitman is like every mission is actually really easy for anyone, even a basic player. All missions are easy if your only goal is to kill them. You can just walk in, you can just shoot them, make a big scene, walk out. Like nobody would have a challenge. But once you see how easy that is, you realize, oh, the thrill, the fun comes from doing it in different, fun, more creative, more zany, more wild ways. The issue was watching good people play Hitman and then trying it myself. Felt like 5-star was the only way to enjoy the game. Yeah, that's a fair criticism. I'm now seeing that. Like his point put me onto that idea. Because I'm just trying to think of like how I can make Hitman more interesting and appealing to new players. And I've always done it by showing off some of the cool strategies. But I'm wondering if I don't know. I'm wondering.
There is unfortunately no cure for that. B, disempowerment is a very powerful tool in gaming. C, emergent gameplay featuring improvised creative stealth solutions will always bang. And D, Kojima Productions are in fact productions by Hideo Kojima. Thank you so much for watching my video. What are some of your favorite stealth games? I'm realizing right now that I literally didn't really talk about like horror stealth games after mentioning that Thief was like started first-person horror and there's like Alien Isolation, Resident Evil and all that stuff. Go watch a YouTuber play Amnesia. I don't know. Yeah.
Amnesia is a great example. Amnesia is one of the great stealth games ever because the only thing about Amnesia is the game is so fucking scary and so awesome because your character is so weak and you're always afraid and you're always running until you realize that it doesn't matter if they see you.
There is something so validating hearing that your worst assumptions about AAA publishers is actually true. Like EA apparently referring to RPG players as cave-dwelling nerds that'll show up for anything that they make. That's not a joke, by the way. That was their strategy. And with Dragon Age the Veilguard now, well, you cave-dwelling nerds are bad people. They got a term for you now. You're an anti-fan, scum of the earth. Just because you didn't want to show up for a game that didn't speak to you. What's really frustrating for me is that these guys are so close to the truth, but they just won't see it. Probably because they don't want to see it, but they see the fans walking away, they see the frustration, they see the complaints, they see the backlash, and instead of asking why, they just write it off as hate or they write it off as toxicity. Like, players want games to fail just for the hell of it. People are sick and tired of feeling like they are getting pushed out of a hobby that they love. They are sick and tired of being insulted for wanting a game to represent the name that's behind it. They keep wanting to act like it's the audience that's changed and not these games. EA is going through it right now. Dragon Age the Veilguard flopped catastrophically. Apex Legends is swirling the drain right now. They're having issues over there. They have had more layoffs, more game cancellations, yet we still have people that want to point the finger at the audience and say they are the problem here. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the industry's exhaustion with players that want to see games fail for absolutely no reason at all, apparently. Big changes going on at EA and what these companies really think of you. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by boot.dev, and I actually got way more into this than I thought that I would. I gave their demo a shot, and the entire experience is built around a text-based adventure game, which means that you're actually using the code, not just reading it. I started with Python, learning syntax, debugging basics, and what really helped was the way that they break things up. Short quizzes, short videos, a built-in AI assistant that gives you hints without spoiling the answer, and constant feedback to make sure you're actually learning. And it never really drags. The pace is really nice. Boot.dev uses game design to keep you hooked. XP, quests, achievements, global leaderboards. It's got everything other than loot boxes. But the best part, you're writing real code from day one. Honestly, from moment one. They've got courses in Python, JavaScript, SQL, Go, C, and even Linux or Git. You can preview all lessons for free in read-only mode, and if you upgrade, you can unlock the full interactive experience, progress tracking, solution guides, and even access to their community Discord. So go to boot.dev and try the courses for free. If you like what you see, then use my code LegendaryDrops to get 25% off for your first year on an annual plan. Thank you to boot.dev for sponsoring today's video. Now, I think that most of us have always had a creeping suspicion about how AAA executives really view their audiences. We joke about it, we speculate, we'll spin up some of our own theories, but every so often, someone from the inside always says the quiet part out loud, and it's somehow way worse than you would have expected. In the ongoing crash out around Dragon Age the Veilguard, former BioWare lead writer David Gator gave an interview to Games Radar that offers us a rare glimpse into just how out of touch these companies actually are. In an article titled, this is so good, by the way, Dragon Age Maestro says EA spoke about a hypothetical nerd cave full of die-hard RPG fans who would always show up so you didn't have to try to appeal to them. The article reads, a Dragon Age veteran says that EA liked to refer to a cave where RPG fans who could be trusted to buy anything that the genre threw at them would dwell. Speaking with Games Radar Plus, BioWare veteran David Gator explained that before he left BioWare, his taste had become somewhat old-fashioned in EA's eyes. I was very vocal on the Dragon Age team, he says. I was always trying to push for our traditional mechanics, and that wasn't very welcome in the EA sphere. He said that EA considered those mechanics, the kind that shaped Dragon Age Origins, to be slow and cumbersome rather than the actiony and slick presentation that the studio was being pushed toward. That meant that Gator's views were often not very welcome despite his long tenure at the studio and work on many of its most famous RPGs. That was partly because he says EA didn't think that the traditional RPG audience was one worth focusing on. He claims that overseers referred to the mechanics being pushed as in the cave. The cave, he explains, was where nerds went. The nerds were in the cave. You made an RPG, and the nerds in the cave would always show up for an RPG because it was an RPG. That devotion to their genre in EA's eyes meant that you didn't have to worry about the nerds. You didn't have to try to appeal to them. You had to worry about the people who weren't in the cave which was the audience they actually wanted, which was much larger. Yeah, that didn't work out all that well for you, did it? It is hard to believe how arrogant this mindset is. The idea that your existing audience somehow doesn't matter, that they'll just show up no matter what and you don't need to appeal to them. This is so disrespectful and so backwards. No wonder players today are saying that AAA games are getting worse and developers aren't listening to them. It's quite literally their strategy. That is not how you grow. That is not how any successful industry treats its customers or thinks about its customers. Imagine if Mustangs became minivans, McDonald's sold tofu cubes instead of fries, or Disney World turned into an art museum. You're supposed to build outward from your base. Use the trust and consistency that you have earned to reach new players. That's how communities grow. That's how momentum works. You don't scrap the foundation, you expand on it. But what EA is describing is the opposite. You're chasing customers that you don't have while you're pushing away the ones that you do, prioritizing this theoretical market over the real one that you've already built. And when that new crowd doesn't show up, you're going to be left with nothing because, well, the people that would have carried your game are already gone. That's the part that never adds up for me. Serving your audience and expanding it are not competing goals. They are the exact same goal. You serve the audience so that you can expand it. But I guess when you're chasing record profits every year, a loyal fan base just becomes a static point on a graph to these people. You know, suddenly everything starts to make sense here. I have been struggling to figure out why these companies act blindsided when their games flop. People are confused about Avowed. They're stunned by Assassin's Creed Shadows, shocked by Dragon Age: The Veilguard. But from where I'm standing, and probably where anybody else is who didn't buy those games, the answer couldn't be any more clear. The core audience was not respected. The games or the studios changed. They didn't show up. Simple as that. That's the pattern. That's what nobody at the top seems willing to admit. And it blows my mind that these guys cannot see what is sitting right in front of them, because in that same interview that they openly admit that they saw EA talking about nerds in a cave as a built-in audience that they didn't have to worry about, Gator then pivots to talking about anti-fans, people who root for games to fail well before they launch. In an article written by Steve Bonifield, a PC gamer, titled, "They are very determined suddenly to see your game fail," former Dragon Age writer calls out anti-fans who bet on games failing before launch. He writes, "We've seen it happen time and time again, a subset of players and content creators that catch wind of a detail that they don't like in a project, and they make it their personal mission to spend the lead up to the launch bashing the game as much as humanly possible. Sometimes they'll claim victory over sales flops like Concord and Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and otherwise they'll pretend like nothing ever happened when a targeted game reviews and sells well like Assassin's Creed Shadows. The difficulty is if suddenly you end up with anti-fans, they turn from what you want, fans who would go out and spread word of your game and get people interested," said Gator, "but if you get anti-fans, they do the sort of opposite. They are very determined suddenly to see your game fail as a sort of lesson to others who would make games of the same type," right? And that honestly these days, there is that sort of element present in almost all fandoms, but it has always sort of been there for RPGs in particular. Gator went on to explain that he's seen fandom culture exacerbate the problem. More and more fandoms are making the things that they are fans of integral to their identity, and if it's integral to their identity, anything that affects it or insults it insults them, he said. So they are so invested in making it what they imagine that, like I said, if they turn into an anti-fan, suddenly their personal investment is seeing that fail, or seeing the developers who made that decision punished. What Gator is describing here is not some sort of sudden cultural phenomenon. It is not new. It is the inevitable byproduct of a decade spent taking your audience for granted. These anti-fans that he's calling out, they didn't start that way. These were regular players, supporters, people that used to show up early, buy in early, give benefit after benefit of the doubt until they couldn't anymore. What are players supposed to do when the studio behind a franchise that they love no longer makes the thing that they actually love? What happens when a publisher sees loyalty not as something to be rewarded, but as something to be exploited? You get resentment, you get skepticism, and you start to see people that want to see you fail. They want to see your games fail, not because they hate the concept, but because they hate what it represents now. Because watching it succeed would mean validating the worst version of what that series has become. Do you want people to remember the Veilguard or Origins? It's not a hard question. A lot of that resentment is earned. These players were pushed aside in favor of mass appeal, labeled as toxic and outdated for wanting what they used to love in these games, then blamed when those games flopped. They were treated like they were in a cave, that their feedback didn't matter, that the real audience was somewhere else waiting to be won over. And when that audience didn't show up, it wasn't their marketing strategy that was getting questioned. It was the players. Again, The industry doesn't want to admit, but a huge part of this so-called anti-fandom is not malicious. It is disillusioned. It is people who have been burned way too many times and have finally stopped hoping for these games. And now, instead of trying to rebuild trust, these companies treat them like they're a liability. They pull back communication. They blame the community. They act like the backlash is the disease when it's clearly the symptom. This entire idea that every fandom is too self-invested, too reactionary, or too fragile, maybe, I could probably see that in some cases, but the part that nobody wants to talk about is how this happened. It wasn't because people started building identities around these games, it's because studios started stripping out the identity from their games themselves. And when you remove the soul of a series, the only thing that you're going to have left is its name, and when that name doesn't deliver, yeah, people are going to take that personally, because at this point, it is personal. I mean, IGN just published a piece on Dragon Age the Veilguard, talking to one of their voice actors who had said that she was absolutely devastated by the backlash. Not disappointed, not surprised. Devastated by the backlash. She said that she thought that this was just BioWare being more BioWare, a line in and of itself that tells you everything that you need to know, but what really stands out is how she framed the player's response. She said that a lot of people kind of wanted to see it fail, or wanted to see BioWare fail, either because they are really bad people on the internet. And that is the moment that this conversation dies. Not because players aren't angry, they definitely are, but this isn't hate, it's rejection. It's players drawing a line and saying, you lost us, and instead of listening, the response is always to label them as bad faith actors and close the door. And IGN, they ran with it. They didn't question the framing, they didn't push back, they turned it into another culture war headline, as if the only reason that this game stumbled was because of bigots and trolls. Never mind the poor writing, the brain-dead combat, the flat characters outside of maybe two, never mind the studio's own handling, never mind the audience that they've spent a decade pushing out. You know, it's actually funny, and it goes to show how lopsided this industry is, but the article actually includes a character tier list, except the lowest rating that you can give a character is a B. You literally cannot criticize this game, not even hypothetically. This is what happens when companies and media stop asking what went wrong and start asking who to blame. And right now, they're blaming the audience. Again, Dragon Age gained its popularity through its mechanics, its narrative, and its mature themes. But slowly, over the years, they chipped away at everything that was Dragon Age and then turned it into a game with brain-dead action combat and bad writing. Of course the players turned against you. Of course they hate the game, and they hate you for it because you used them to try to get to somebody else. They weren't worth anything to you anymore, and you ruined something that they love. How is that a foreign concept? I don't understand how a single one of these companies has not figured this out yet. It is fine for these games to change and evolve, but you have to respect the core audience. They have to be held sacred. You are nothing without these guys. Final Fantasy is another great example of this. I loved Final Fantasy 16. I even enjoyed Final Fantasy 15. But those games struggled to meet whatever their sales targets were because they left the core audience behind, a core audience that still exists. You do not have to change genres or gut beloved games just to be able to reach a wider audience. It is just not necessary. Look at Expedition 33. That game is unapologetically inspired by Legend of Dragoon and Final Fantasy VIII. You can see it all over the entire game. Maybe not for some of my younger viewers, but I definitely can. And it tapped into an audience of turn-based enjoyers who then went out and raved about it and led that game to be purchased by a much wider audience. Stop worrying about who you don't have. Worry about who you do have. You know, I was thinking about this the other day, and this might feel like a little bit of a tangent, but I promise that it's not. But, you know, after a while, I wrote it down right here. The core audience isn't there to sustain these games anymore because of the direction that they've gone in. So you've left those guys behind. EA has said it themselves that they took that audience for granted and that they imagined that they'd be there no matter what. But one of the things that I think that has really put power in our hands is actually through one of their own cost-cutting measures. It's because they got rid of pre-order bonuses. Without pre-order bonuses, you no longer have early investors, people that feel like they are dedicated to buy that game, even if there might be some type of bad buzz around it before the game comes out. We have no reason whatsoever to pre-order games today. And because of that, you are fully, completely reliant on first impressions and day one sales. And if those two things don't hit, game's cooked. Simple as that. We have all of the power now because of that. And I think they're starting to figure that out. EA is finally having to come to terms with the consequences of their own actions of ignoring that so-called cave-dwelling audience they once believed would be there for them forever, with Veilguard falling flat and a projected 40% drop in net bookings for Apex Legends, a game that has lost more than half of its player base in just 2 years. EA is being forced to make changes. After laying off staff from the Apex team and canceling a planned Titanfall project, they've now shut down an in-development Black Panther game, laid off its staff, and closed the studio behind it entirely. There are a lot of reasons for why this might have happened. Some of it is likely tied to mounting internal pressure, a string of underperforming titles, and they're just being a little bit more cautious moving forward. Maybe the game wasn't coming together in the background. Maybe the writing leaned in the same direction or the same themes that players have been rejecting from games like Dragon Age the Veilguard. We've seen this kind of thing happen before. WB's Wonder Woman game ran into similar issues. But more broadly, I think that superhero games just aren't really landing anymore. Outside of Spider-Man, they've either been outright bad like Marvel's Avengers or quietly solid but commercially invisible like Guardians of the Galaxy. But I think a lot of this is just more tied to people just not really being all that interested in Marvel content anymore. I mean, Disney and Marvel have been making the exact same mistakes that the games industry is making right now, abandoning their core audience for this imagined broader audience of fans that they think that is out there. People call it superhero fatigue, but that's just deflection. If the content was actually good, if it resonated, people would be showing up, but they're not. The newer Marvel shows and movies just aren't connecting, and the brand is failing. The strategy is basically the exact same. Prioritize everybody except the people that made you popular in the first place, and then pay the price when nobody shows up for it. Marvel movies used to be global events. Now the conversation is about how badly they're going to butcher the next character, show, or movie. Things have gotten so dire for these guys that they're pulling the Robert Downey Jr. ripcord, floating the idea of him coming in as Dr. Doom just to be able to jolt the brand back to life. Now, alongside the cancellation of the Black Panther game and the closure of its studio, EA announced that they're also going to be focusing on fewer franchises moving forward, and for a publisher like EA, that likely means that there are more layoffs coming on down the line, but honestly, I think this might be the right call for these guys to make. I don't think that people understand just how overextended these major publishers are. Right now, EA has at least 14 non-sports games in active development. That is not counting their annualized releases like Madden or FIFA. We are talking about massive, high-risk projects like Iron Man, Mass Effect 5, the Jedi Survivor sequel, Skate, Need for Speed, a new Battlefield, and more. Each one of these is a blockbuster bet. Each one of them is expensive, time-consuming, and fighting for internal resources. It's not that EA shouldn't have multiple projects in the works, it's that no publisher should be supporting this many flagship titles at once, especially when most of those franchises have either lost momentum or people just aren't even interested in them at all. The more these guys pile on, the less each one of them gets the attention it needs or the talent it needs to be able to see these games fully realized. Now, I've criticized other publishers, Ubisoft in particular, for leaning too hard on a few core franchises, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Rainbow Six. I've said that they should diversify, experiment, give their developers some room to make something new. But there's a line between creative variety and overcommitment. There's a difference between building a slate and throwing everything at the wall. That's the trap that EA has walked into. They have greenlit way too many projects, chasing way too many markets, convinced that they can engineer success through volume, and now they're pulling back. Not because they've learned anything, but because, well, the economics of it all caught up to them. Beyond that, I've talked about this in length in some of my videos talking about video game pricing, but there is a bigger structural issue that is looming for publishers like EA, and it has nothing to do with talent or budget. It's just saturation. These companies are spreading themselves way too thin, pumping out massive title year after year, all the while trying to convince us that it is a must-have. No, every single one of them is a must-have, but the truth is, they are flooding a market that is already underwater. Some of these games are going to launch within months of one another, and sure, some of these guys are going to try to say that they're aimed at a different audience, but let's be real, there's going to be some overlap. Players who would have normally bought all of these games, they won't buy any of them because either they can't afford it or they're locked into something else. We are drowning in games right now, and to make matters worse for them, month after month, we keep seeing these unexpected games that break through. When players are faced with this much choice, the decision changes. It's no longer about whether the game is popular anymore, whether they remember that game. It's about whether or not they feel like it's worth their time. And these big budget games, they have lost their edge. These studios have destroyed their reputations, burned through player trust, and now they're betting on brand names that don't even carry any weight. They keep chasing audiences that they don't have, trying to build the most broadly appealing version of every single IP, and the result are these generic, soulless games designed for everyone that end up connecting with no one. When your audience has a library full of options, many cheaper, better, and made by teams that actually care, do you think that they're going to drop $70 or $80 on an Iron Man game? Or do you think they're going to go look at Schedule 1 or Expedition 33 or the wave of Eastern games that are coming soon, like Phantom Blade Zero, Tides of Annihilation, or Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, and take a chance on something that actually feels fresh? This industry used to ask itself, what will people play? Now it needs to start asking, what is worth playing? Because right now, players have a lot of answers, and most of their games aren't a part of it. I am hoping, and yes, there's very heavy emphasis on hope here, that EA is finally learning from some of their mistakes. They hold some of the most iconic IP in the industry, and they have some of the best talent in the industry, but they have spent the last decade chasing vapor instead of players. If this move to consolidate resources and scale back production is a sign that they are ready to refocus on the actual audiences rather than theoretical ones, then maybe we might see something worth salvaging. Two games stand out as potential turning points for this company, Mass Effect 5 and the next Battlefield. From the outside looking in, both projects seem like they're getting the time, resources, and leadership that they actually need, and more importantly, they appear to be aimed at the players who kept those franchises alive. Before Veilguard even released, the director of Mass Effect 5 came out to clarify that their team was not going to follow the same tone or aesthetics. That was clearly a preemptive move meant to create some distance between the two titles before Backlash hit in full force. Kind of makes me feel like they knew what was coming before it even happened. Whether or not that actually translates into something substantial, we're going to have to wait and see, but at least it shows some level of awareness for what their audience does and doesn't want. Battlefield, on the other hand, is going much further. After the disaster that was 2042, which now only hovers at around 6,000 players on Steam and is effectively just a dead game now, EA has completely overhauled its development approach. Instead of fragmenting the work across a bunch of disconnected teams, they are unifying their efforts. DICE is going to be the one handling the core systems, the class design, destructibility, moment-to-moment gunplay, while some of the other studios are going to be tackling the campaign, map creation, and more finer details. It's a more focused, structured setup that actually plays to each one of these studios' strengths rather than spreading everybody thin. But what I think is the most promising change is what they call Battlefield Labs. Rather than relying on entirely outsourcing all of their QA or waiting for last-minute betas, they're actually bringing in real players right now. Content creators, longtime fans, community voices, to test and give feedback throughout development. Not just at the tail end, during the entire process of developing this game. This is something that I think should have been a standard years ago, because with live service games, waiting into the end to figure out what players want is just a recipe for disaster. Too often we see devs guessing, throwing out systems and content that they think might work, only to be met with backlash and disappointment. Battlefield Labs is the first real sign that EA might be done guessing. And if that ends up being true, they might actually have a shot at turning things around. I know that I shouldn't be optimistic. It's the worst thing for me to be, but I've been hearing some rumblings about the new Battlefield game, and I've heard Bad Company tossed around. I've heard BF3 and BF4, and if that ends up being the case, we might actually have a heater on our hands, and I really hope that ends up being the case, because we need people to shift away from Call of Duty, and we need a shift towards more higher quality and just better military first-person shooters. This is coming from somebody that is a massive fan of those kind of games, and I'm really hoping that this game turns out to be good. But with a lot of the things that I've heard and the way that they've been handling it, I feel like I can be a little optimistic with it at the very least. But when I sit here and I unload on these AAA publishers and these studios, I think that one thing gets lost is that I want them to fail. I genuinely want them to fail, because it's the only language that these companies understand. You have to hit their books. If you don't hit their paychecks, they're not going to hear what you have to say. And in a lot of cases, I think it's the only way for us to see some of these games turn around, for us to get better games in the future, and for some of these franchises maybe to resemble what they used to go back to proper form. Notice how I use that phrase without trying to sell copies of Dragon Age the Veilguard. That's the proper use. You know, I don't think that I'm alone in saying this, but in a lot of cases with many of these games, I would much rather see them flop and disappear rather than have to watch EA basically just drag Dragon Age back out into the daylight like it's Weekend at Bernie's and pretend like it's still a game worth playing anymore. You know, when I played Mass Effect Andromeda, I was just like, why? Just leave it at 3. I don't understand. I don't think that every franchise needs to go on forever. I think that some of these things have a date, and it's just done after that. And sometimes there's things that these companies will leave off in the distance and they'll never bring back, and they definitely should. Legend of Dragoon, specifically, only. And Bloodborne too, I guess, but mostly Legend of Dragoon for me. But I think a lot of these companies have to kind of make a choice at one point in time. Either you have to be okay with that audience either staying static or growing slowly over time like it is with turn-based games, or at least it has, and then it kind of just exploded out of nowhere. Or you have to be okay with letting them go. And I think in a lot of cases, there's a lot of franchises that are out there that just need to be let go. And when I look at the long list of titles that EA has lined up, they are all very, very familiar names. And when you build a bad reputation for yourself, when you treat your players the way that EA has treated their players, those names are warning signs. They're nothing to be excited about. And players aren't going to show up for it. You have to keep that in mind. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, tell my cat to get off the computer behind me. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
Family, 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 family.
What the fuck does that mean?
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you some Fallout and Elder Scrolls games ranked. But you see, the thing is, today is, in fact, my birthday, and I decided what better way to celebrate that than by making a video that will make almost no one happy, to be sure. In the past, given that I've covered, I would say, most of these games in some form or another, I thought it might be fun to do a ranking video for them individually, but that seemed too easy at the end of the day. As there is, obviously, thanks to the fact that both of these franchises come from Bethesda, a ton of overlap in terms of their overall fan bases. And yet, in spite of that, gamers are ever a passionate group of people who often compare and contrast the early entries versus the later ones because some people have a hard time fathoming that a game series might evolve over the course of the last 20 or 30 years. And yet, strangely enough, everybody's favorite games tend to be the ones they played in their formative years. Crazy. But speaking of growing up and getting older, I myself am turning 32 today, and a strange thing about getting older is that I often find myself having a pretty good laugh about people getting worked up about things that are ultimately just not that important, because as much as I love and play video games, they are, at the end of the day, still just going to be video games, even the ones that profoundly moved you and, as a result, felt something more akin to art. And yet, in going back to what I mentioned earlier, isn't it strange how the games that move us the most tend to be those games we play as a teenager at a time when we were really getting to grips with the world, and then later on, as games move on and become different and you yourself grow up and change, you find those sensibilities shifting, and suddenly you get a million videos about how gaming is dead and they don't make any good ones anymore, when the reality is you and your perspective have simply changed. And yet, as easy as it is to wax poetic about stuff like that, I mean, some of those games are just bad, to be fair. But another thing you start to appreciate more and more as you grow older, provided you have any sense of self-reflection, is that what is bad is inherently a really subjective thing. And more often than not, what people actually mean when they say something is bad is that it didn't resonate with them emotionally the way something else did. An easy example here is the countless people that really enjoy Morrowind or any other previous Elder Scrolls game like Daggerfall, and they'll tell you all about how Skyrim is bad actually and everything is moving in the wrong direction and it's terrible, and yet in spite of that, Skyrim has infinitely outperformed those games for a variety of reasons, not least of which, admittedly, because it is becoming easier to get grand hits like that as time moves on. More and more people become receptive to games in general. The market's growing, they're easier to get into, etc., etc. But if you were to really boil it down, I would be willing to put money on the fact that those people don't like Skyrim because it does not make them feel the same way that those earlier games did. And whether it be a lack of interest, eloquence, or ability, most people don't really want to have a nuanced conversation about those things and, their own immortality in the face of growing old, alongside shifting sensibilities, as I've mentioned, but that ultimately then results in a lack of nuance and an ultimately game bad, game good discussion. And while just that description is in and of itself perhaps a little bit reductive, I still think a lot of those people manage to make very valid points, because games like Skyrim, of course, have a very different focus than earlier games like Morrowind. Fallout 4 is very different from Fallout 1. And this is because games are not only a product of the time in which they were made, but the time in which you played them in relation to your own journey through this life. And so, to state the obvious, in spite of all that, it's not the kind of thing there's really any wrong or right answers for. There's simply things you enjoyed and things you didn't. But with no further ado, let's actually jump into this thing and talk about what we're all here for, which is to listen to me, a freshly 32-year-old man, tell you which game goes beep boop the best. But obviously, we're not exactly going to start at the top of the list, so coming in at the one I like the absolute least, you've got Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Take the interesting themes of the Fallout series, the gray morality of having to survive a harsh wasteland and a post-apocalypse, the interesting notions of science fiction and the ways they've evolved even beyond humanity in some way in terms of other races that have sprung up, like, say, super mutants, etc. Take all of it, throw it out the window, because Brotherhood of Steel feels like a game that was made by a 12-year-old, as you could probably gather from both the way the game is written, but also the over-the-top silliness of it all, resulting in a game that is really only enjoyable in the sense that it's so bad it is at least kind of funny, because otherwise just an awful game. Next up, however, we then have the originator of the Elder Scrolls series with the Elder Scrolls Arena. So this one's pretty far down, as you probably noticed, and that's because I don't really like Arena. I enjoy it as a sort of historical oddity in the sense that it obviously springboarded the rest of the Elder Scrolls franchise, but in terms of gameplay, mechanics, the story, its presentation, and, the way it handles everything here is just very no thanks. And that's ignoring entirely, of course, the game's age and, the limitations of the technology at the time, the bugs. Like, yeah, obviously this game isn't as great as something today, at least in terms of gameplay alone. So ultimately, while I can appreciate what Arena started, it's just not a game I enjoy playing at all. And there's really not a ton of reason to go back and play it, to be honest. Third from the bottom, we then have an Elder Scrolls adventure, Redguard. This game is honestly fine. It just doesn't really speak to me. It's got that sort of late 90s action-adventure style gameplay that, it's okay. I think if you were to ignore the fact that this was an Elder Scrolls game, it just really wouldn't do anything for me. It's also, of course, very different from the rest of the series, putting you in the role of a set character, skills, all that stuff, as opposed to playing your specific character. So this really does just give you, like, a specific story and experience, and that's just not really the kind of thing anybody seemed to have wanted from the Elder Scrolls series at any point. So it's just a weird game, which is probably why it didn't do very well out of the gate, and of course what it's doing so close to the bottom here. Now from there we've got the Elder Scrolls Battlespire. So I actually kind of like Battlespire. I don't know if it's for my fondness of these old sort of dungeon crawler games that I've always just kind of had a bit of a fascination with, or the fact that it lets you explore so many Daedric realms that don't really always show up in the later games even. If you look at it as a sort of fun little adventure romp through a bunch of interesting planes of existence, ending with a fight against Mehrunes Dagon himself, then it's pretty cool. But, obviously, like many of these games, the time in which it released all the way back in 1997, the technology at the time, all of that stuff are holding it back a little bit, to be sure. But one thing I actually really do like about it is that you can always, like, talk to the enemies that you're about to fight and that kind of thing, and they say all these, like, nonsensical little things. And it has a lot of, I think, unintentionally hilarious dialogue in places. So while I wouldn't pretend it's some grand game, it has its moments and it makes me laugh. Next up, we've got the Elder Scrolls card game, Elder Scrolls Legends. An interesting game to put on this list that is mostly ignoring the mobile titles, as this technically did also release on PC, by the way. But I actually played the Elder Scrolls Legends before it got shut down quite a bit. And some of that is because I enjoy playing these types of card games, like, Magic the Gathering type of stuff in person, or at least I did back in high school. It's not the kind of thing I do anytime recently, to be sure. sure. But one thing I liked about Legends in particular is that outside of the actual card mechanics of it, it would put you in these stories that were the forms of like expansions, and it goes over like the battle for the Imperial City at the height of the Great War, or the downfall of the Dark Brotherhood and the events that led to their very weakened state when it comes to Skyrim. And they had a chance to explore like all of these little things like that that can give you bits of information about the universe, and it was that story combined with the card mechanics that I really enjoyed about it. Now, obviously, this game did not do well. It got shut down at the end of the day, but if that's not enough for you, I do actually have one thing that I will consistently always remember about this game, and that it is when you played certain Khajiit cards. It was one of the bruiser ones. I forget the exact name of it, but you'd put it down on, you know, whatever side of the field, and then it would be like, these are Khajiit streets. And the way that line was delivered is just like permanently stuck in my brain. So, I enjoyed it for what it was.
Hey, what is going on, guys? Dom here. Welcome back to a brand new... Bye-bye. Alright. The God Slayer. That is not... Okay. This one's dead. I mean, come on.
This spine.
On the ring. Are they really scared of the...
This one is crafty and sweet. It is clear.
Okay, so at least this card can't... Oh, boy, they're looking. But it still can... What's the name of it? That's gotta be a guard. That's -1 guard, isn't it? One of these has guard? Yeah.
Blessings upon you.
Not attack. Use the two, Daggy Rat, and then I'll be pretty nice. Paying attention to the... I don't know. I thought it was going to be some sort of item deck, but that it hasn't. And I was... Okay, draw 2 cards. Nice.
There will be secrets for this one tonight. There is life in this.
Have another support in their hand.
Hey guys, Dom here, back with another couple of games of Legends now. But then the other 2 cards where your opponents... Reason why we started with the opportunity... So if we put down our recruit... Bootlegger's going to kill our beloved cat. Daring Cut person's on the board, so once we get it face... Just don't want to miss Khajiit person. If we play that first, but not the actual 2-2 originally. What's it called? Can't remember. Get Prophecy. Then they have to kill the I do like their card. Okay. Situation where he can't act risky spot. They do down 2 Priests of the Moons. Now even
I can see.
But lose gonna the side. Cool though, I'll definitely give it. It does have a very
I don't know. I just had one place free giveaway. I will
Moving right along, though, we then have Fallout Tactics. So Fallout Tactics is, of course, a tactical spin-off to the CRPGs of Fallout 1 and 2. Now, if you follow the channel at all, I really do enjoy a good tactics game. I've played and reviewed many of them. In fact, I would say it's my second most visited genre. But Tactics is an interesting game because, like, some of it is considered canon, but not all of it. Like, they've used elements of it here and there. And the story about you and the Brotherhood of Steel running across the plains of the U.S., the sort of Midwest area, if you will, and the fight against the calculator are all honestly pretty interesting stuff. Now, what I have yet to mention in this video, though, is that I like Fallout less than the Elder Scrolls, frankly. So while I do enjoy Fallout as a franchise and everything, it's just not exactly the kind of thing that I get like really over the top about like some of course, its diehard fans. So for me, this is a pretty good tactics game with some fun voice acting and a pretty decent story overall. It is just a little out of place with the rest of the Fallout series and does, as a result of that, feel very much like a spin-off that it is. Just above that, we've got Fallout 76. This is an interesting game. I've tried it a little bit, taking advantage of a free trial week here and there, and the main thing that holds this game back for me is something intrinsically linked to it and thus can't really be fixed. I don't enjoy playing like multiplayer online games anymore. I used to when I was a younger man, but these days in my 30s trying to coordinate with other people on top of everything else I've got going in life, it's just an absolute no-go. I don't want to play with people, and so for that reason alone, 76 is just never going to be far up on my list of things to do. But in spite of that, there are actually some things I enjoy about it. For starters, all the stuff they did with the various cryptids, the fact that this game is set not exactly close by, but near-ish to where I actually live in the US, and just little stuff like that. Ignoring entirely its pretty terrible launch and just looking at it these days, I don't think it's entirely meritless, but also it's just not really something I find myself wanting to play ever due to the online nature of it. Just above that, we then have Fallout 2. Now this is an interesting one because I know a lot of people love Fallout 2. I had fun with it for what it was. In fact, as a CRPG, it tends to be a little more up my alley than a lot of other games in the list here, frankly, but also the reason Fallout 2 is kind of coming in at the middle of the pack here is actually because it does one thing that annoys me a lot, and that is its constant pop culture references. Like, it's really hard to play that game for any length of time without feeling like somebody's going, haha, you get it, this thing, and then it's like, well, no, not really, because this game is quite old, and none of these references are exactly topical anymore, which is the danger, of course, of adding stuff like that to a video game. And they are all over that game, and it just gets annoying after a while, honestly, and it kind of drags the experience down for me and distracts from the rest of the parts that I actually do enjoy. Like, for instance, the fight with Frank Horrigan at the end of it. Love that fight. Keeping it moving, though, we've then got Daggerfall. Daggerfall is a fantastic game that was hindered by the technology of the time. It was trying to do so much, and again, the technology just was not there for a lot of it to land super well. But even then, back in 1998 when that game released, it was still pretty outrageous that they were able to do all this stuff. And even today, we don't even see a lot of games attempting to do this stuff. So for just those things alone, Daggerfall, I think, is a really special game in that sense. There really just isn't much else like it. And that fantasy simulator element of it is pretty cool. But unfortunately, all of the game's problems are what are holding it back from being higher. Like, of course, things like the bugs, the pretty rudimentary questing, and a handful of other just minor details. But I actually do really like Daggerfall. It's installed on my computer right now, as a matter of fact. Keeping it moving, though, next up is The Elder Scrolls Online. Surely going to be a controversial placement, but The Elder Scrolls Online is a multiplayer game, and thus, as I mentioned, just not really the type of thing I want to spend a lot of time on these days. And yet, in spite of that, I love a lot of what The Elder Scrolls Online did in terms of like lore and expanding out topics and diving into various places in the world of Tamriel, exploring a lot of their values and cultures and stuff that we just don't really see in the mainline games. And all of that stuff is fantastic. It's genuinely what kept me playing it for so long. And I played this game a lot, to be clear. I have roughly, I think, 10 max level characters. Again, it was a lot. But like any multiplayer game, just the fact that I have to play with other people and ultimately coordinate with them to do a lot of the, bigger stuff, like the in-game raid type things and whatnot, or like the trials, I think they call them. Those are things I just fundamentally don't want to do. And that's ignoring entirely the conversations about the way the game sort of MMO-esque combat obviously works, that kind of thing, for the sake of brevity, because frankly, we've got more games to discuss. Next up is Fallout 1. Now, I will say, like, everything above this point are games that I enjoy a lot. Sure, they have, like, their little quibbles, but by and large, I really do enjoy them. Fallout 1 in particular, I think, is a fantastic first entry into the Fallout series. Really set the tone, and I think, honestly, if you even play that game today, it's really no surprise that that franchise became what it became. With the second season of the Fallout TV show due out later this year, people spreading rumors, of course, about the potential remake of Fallout 3 as an example. Obviously, all of that started with the first game, and people loved it for good reason. It did a lot of really, really fun stuff. Had its problems, of course, issues with companions, things like that. Some stuff was improved in 2, others not so much. But of course, what most people remember about this game is ultimately the story and how everything pans out with the Master at the very end of it, which honestly is just a really cool overall narrative, and how that's paced out and structured, along with all the information that you may or may not learn along the way. It really just makes for a tremendous story, and it's a great game, honestly. Some minor quibbles, I think, but even by today's standards, it's a pretty good CRPG, and I think more people should play it. And yet, we've got some games to go. Next up is Fallout 3, the big genre shift for the Fallout series, which was, of course, as with any change, met with derision and largely uncertainty. And yet, in spite of that, Fallout 3 did pretty well. And by pretty well, I mean it did very well. Now, obviously, this game has trouble, actually, with its story and narrative. In particular, the ending has always been very weak, even with the rewrites. But the reason this one is higher up for me specifically is that I really enjoy the atmosphere of Fallout 3. I think it is the most post-apocalyptic feeling of all of these games, and staring at the ruins of our nation's capital, or my nation's capital, I suppose, given my international audience here, but seeing those ruins crawling with super mutants and the effects of atomic warfare, of course, and just all this stuff is done really, really well. And I think that is what, stands out about this game the most, probably unsurprisingly then. So just on atmosphere alone is why it's honestly so much higher up than some of the other Fallout games we've already mentioned. It really set the stage for something like New Vegas to hit the ground running, as an aside as well. Coming in at number 6, however, we then have The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Morrowind's a pretty cool game. No two ways about it. I have one major complaint about Morrowind that keeps it from being higher up, frankly, and that is that it is one of those games that got caught in the transition between old and new. You've got like these 3D environments and 3D art, and yet your chance to hit is, of course, just that, a chance to hit with dice rolls behind the scenes, and the animation doesn't really mean anything. So your weapon can physically hit an enemy, sure, but if the dice roll doesn't say you hit, then you missed, and that feels really bad. I kind of hate it, to be honest. And it's so funny because I play so many games where chance to hit is a big thing, but it's from an isometric camera angle where obviously that is more obfuscated as a mechanic. And yet in first or even third person, seeing your weapon connect but you technically missing, I don't like it at all. And yet almost everything else about Morrowind is a fantastic time. I think they did a lot of really cool stuff. Of course, the inevitable mention of the alien world that is Vardenfell. But realistically, one of my favorite main stories for these games. In fact, I would say it's my overall favorite, with Daggerfall coming in at a close second. But Morrowind's main story is just fantastic. Talking to all these characters and then hearing their perspectives about their place in the world as gods, if you're talking to the tribunal, or just how the Dark Elves as a people see themselves in the face of all this change that is happening, these existential threats. It's just a really good time and a tremendous story. So while there are plenty of gameplay reasons people like this one more than other entries as well, those are the reasons I like it personally. Coming into the top 5, however, we then have Fallout New Vegas. So, New Vegas is a bit of a buggy mess at times, to be sure. You can get some mods to fix some of it, but in my experience, no matter how much you mod it, it tends to be a little unstable. But luckily, in the face of modern hardware, it's usually not too big of a deal because the load times are very, very short these days if you have a decent computer. So even those problems can be overcome. But one of the biggest things I personally like about Fallout New Vegas is the changes it made to progression from Fallout 3, which is sort of uses as a base, as I'm sure many people know. And they made a bunch of, I think, really smart changes to progression that make it feel a lot better. And Fallout 3's, as a result, feels more of a rough draft in that sense. Another really cool thing I like about New Vegas is that they aren't afraid to let locations just feel like what they are meant to be. Like, you know, for instance, you come up on a small abandoned gas station, there's a small interior cell, and it's pretty much what you would expect. And it feels a little more realistic in that way. Not every single location you run across winds up being some labyrinthine underground secret bunker. There's certainly a few of those, mind you, but it sort of lends to this feeling of actually exploring a place that, you know, used to be bustling and alive with human interaction, but these days is, in fact, a wasteland as opposed to, of course, some secret testing ground for all manners of stuff that they've gotten up to. And it goes a long way to just making it feel more realistic. Add on top of that Obsidian's ability to craft an interesting bit of choice and consequence into its narrative, and you've got a pretty good time. Which is, obviously, why it is so beloved. And yet, in spite of that, I'm going to upset a lot of people by saying that my next favorite is actually Fallout 4. Now, if you've watched my relatively recent review of Fallout 4, you may just remember that I mentioned that it is a game of high highs and low lows, and that is still the case to this day. I think the main story of that game, like many of Bethesda's titles, is frankly lacking and just straight up nonsensical in certain places. And yet, in spite of that, it honestly just does a lot of fun stuff. I know people are mixed about it, but I really like the legendary weapon system. I like how you can mod the weapons. I enjoy how they turned a bunch of the, various inhabitants of this particular wasteland into synths as part of the events with the main story. So, especially for the first time you play it, you don't necessarily know who is and isn't working for the Institute, which is a fun way to incorporate that sort of feeling of uneasiness that everybody has about them and the fact that they keep replacing people with synths. And then, of course, there's just all the various gameplay enhancements, and while I do think it's interesting to see people sort of turn that game more and more into a shooter as opposed to something more based on their character skills via things like, of course, the VAT system and whatnot, but that's a whole separate conversation we don't have time for. At the end of the day, it just comes down to the fact that I enjoy playing Fallout 4 a lot more than I enjoy playing all the others, which is why it is so high up. Coming in at number 3, however, we then have Skyrim. What else can I say besides the fact that it's Skyrim? Tremendous exploration. I love going places, finding quests. I think Skyrim handled the Daedric quest the best of any of the games. The environmental storytelling was top tier, and it really just did so many great things. And yet, in spite of that, obviously, like all of these games, it has some shortcomings. For me, it's the lack of consequence to almost anything you do. Skyrim is first and foremost, in my mind at least, a power fantasy. Consequences don't exactly lend themselves to a power fantasy type of game, and thus there just aren't a lot of them. Which means exploring, building your character, running around, handling all these various quests is fun, but it's not a terribly deep experience either, and compared to some of their previous work, it's no wonder then that people would be upset by that. But for better or worse, Skyrim managed to catch lightning in a bottle, which is why it is, in all likelihood, the best-selling single-player RPG of all time. And yet, in spite of that, there is technically just one more game I like more of that, because in second and first place, respectively, we've got Oblivion and Oblivion Remastered. I love Oblivion. It's more than a game to me. If you watched my original retrospective of it back in 2024, or even to a slightly lesser degree, my remastered review here recently, Oblivion is a game I have a lot of love for. It got me through some hard times in life because, as I mentioned at the very top of the video, it's a game I played during my formative years, and it allowed me to explore and get lost in a world that was, somehow significantly kinder to me than the real world was at the time. What put Oblivion in a position to do that, though, was the fact that a lot of its content and side quests and stuff are just incredible. Like a lot of Bethesda games, though, pretty weak main story. It has its moments, but it's not really the main experience, to be honest. But a lot of the guild quests are interesting. A lot of the side content, like there's so many great side quests in that game. And it's so just wonderfully weird at the same time. And then you cap off that experience with the Shivering Isles. And it makes for just a tremendous experience that is unique even among the Elder Scrolls series, which, I mean, to be fair, you could say of most of the mainline games at any rate. But to get to have that experience, and then all these years later here in 2025, see that game remastered and, watch people have some of those experiences for themselves and watch it resonate with people while also, fixing a lot of the squeaky wheels like the terrible leveling system is obviously what puts it at the top of the list for me. So is that almost certainly a combination of recency bias mixed with just a general preference for that game over the rest of these that before I had played most of the games on this list? Almost certainly, but that's why it's my list, and you are certainly more than welcome to go ahead and make your own. Now, if you made it all the way to the end of this video without leaving in a huff and outrage, I certainly commend your ability to listen to other people's opinions, but also you're not really helping me out here. I'm trying to drive controversy and get this video to go viral. And I realize I'm a little monotone myself, but I'm going to need you to get a lot more animated about that or we're never going to get there. I suppose that is as good a place as any to wrap up this particular video. Certainly hope you enjoyed it, but with
You're just baiting gifted subs. At the Primogen, please stop baiting gifted subs and start the meeting. Josh, you can leave that in. That can be the intro.
Trash, correct me if I'm wrong, but you just held up a mason jar that was easily the size of your head.
Of water.
Wow.
Casey, save that. Save that reaction for live, dude.
It's okay. It's a recording, right? Whoever's editing.
All of this would be live if Prime could figure out how to push the start button at 10 o'clock when the thing starts, quote unquote.
Anyways, sorry. Hey.
Oh, nice of you to join us.
Classic.
Classic. I'm trying to give you the best version of the stand-up, and you're just acting like somehow that this is not good enough.
Oh.
Yeah. Well,
are we going to start the stand-up or what, Prime? Are we going to start the stand-up or what?
I genuinely love you guys. You guys are just so cool, specifically TJ. I love that TJ goes to Miami once, and he's yet to be able to button up his T-shirts. It's just like whatever the weather was.
There's
just
no
like,
more buttons. What are you talking about? This is the only buttons that I have. Every button is buttoned on this shirt right now.
Oh, okay. So he just buys. He buys Miami nice shirts now.
He's like, if there's a top button on the shirt, it's not for me.
Is there like a throat to button distance that comes like on the description of?
I was kind of thinking the shirt would still go pretty hard like this way too, though, but it doesn't have a button here.
Yeah, it's Miami nice. Classic TJ.
So
impressing his wife, impressing
I'm not
chat.
in a bathrobe today. That's a step in that direction.
All right, welcome to the stand-up episode 8.
This is an interesting question, actually. I'm just gonna hijack the stand-up because it's been going nowhere so far.
Good.
I'm always interested because I use 2 computers for streaming, so that the one that is being streamed doesn't have anything on it at all. Like, it can't even log into like my Gmail, so there's no possible way to leak anything because there's nothing there. I'm always interested when like real streamers, right? Because I don't even stream really anymore, hardly at all. They don't. How is it possible that you still haven't set up some isolation? Because I would be terrified all the time that like
Casey,
I'm gonna flip a page and all of a sudden they're gonna see that nasty email that I'm gonna get screwed, right?
Casey, let me hit you with some facts, okay?
Please do.
Okay, fact number 1, I do have 2 computers.
Okay.
But I have to be logged into Discord because Discord I need to be able to bring people on in audio on the stream. So I just have it as that way. I don't have Discord ran through my computer. I have it ran through my Windows computer so that I can have it run through a specific audio line as opposed to things from my computer. So I can have 2 separate audio lines in. Pretty straightforward. So it has to be on there. Second, I have to be logged into Riverside on my streaming computer, which means I need to be logged into my email. I'm pretty sure of it.
It doesn't really matter. I have my studio stuff up because it's always a huge pain in the butt to edit stuff on YouTube, so I just have that open on my streaming computer. So if I need to make some quick edits, I can just do that. But Riverside's this really magical thing where they don't give you RTMP feeds for OBS, so I bring in all these things, okay? I bring in all of your things by capturing the screen. So when I change, if you looked right now on my screen, I'm now currently showing everybody my YouTube page. It's not you guys, it's now my YouTube page because I'm literally just capturing areas.
So basically, like, it's kind of like contamination. It's like each little thing you need, it's like, oh, well, that's going to mean I'm going to have to be logged into this, which means now I've exposed that, which might actually show up on stream and so on.
Yeah, and I've just given up. You know, they call me the leakagen.
That's fair.
That's all there is.
That's the
I would say the main thing, probably like not getting mentioned in this conversation, is like once it's been leaked once, it's there forever. So at some point, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's all there.
That's Trash's password policy.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's what he said.
I leak every time I stream, so I stop
for personal data.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, we've done it. I've actually definitely joined I've joined multiple meetings now with my stream still running, both at Netflix and at.
I think I messaged you one time, and I was like, it's on right now.
Dude, the Netflix one was almost really serious, too.
Yeah, it was about, well, luckily, you know, it was about gaming, and gaming's live now and all that, so. Anyways, that's
awesome. Okay. I didn't know that. That's great.
Anyways.
You almost had, like a TechCrunch article, like, streamer leaks inside Netflix information about upcoming gaming products. Like, it actually would have been, like, mainstream news.
Dude, you would have got so many extra subs for that, though. So
I know.
That would have been very good.
It would have jump-started my streaming career, is what you're trying to say. Okay, hey, welcome to episode 9 of The Stand-Up. Today, Casey Moratori, legendary game programmer, has submitted a topic for us to be able to discuss, which none of us have experience on except for Casey, because he's always like, oh, web dev stuff, blah, 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 blah. Along with Casey, we do have Tej, and we also have Trash.
Did he just get restarted? What just happened? I wanted to keep talking about that.
I'm super confused though. Did I submit this topic? Because I thought Trash did or
this one right here.
Can I say one more thing about the streaming thing?
This one.
Oh, right. It was somebody from your feed. Somebody replied to you, Prime.
Oh. Well,
that was remember you posted like what are the things that you would want to talk about on the next stand-up.
I know. I was going to do that. I didn't realize it was from that. I thought you were just submitting something that you've received and you'd like to talk about it.
I was
going to just go through those one at a time, Casey. Like I thought we were just going to go through as like Twitter's biggest questions for the stand-up. Which here I'm going to do this again. And that way, everybody right now in the chat can respond to that. Plus, I need to update all the titles. So can you give me a second? Then can we actually start the stand-up? Or can we just, like, start over? Can we just start over? Because I don't think any of this needs to be it.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the stand-up, episode 9.
Welcome to the stand-up, episode 9.
Welcome to the stand-up, episode 9. Did we do this correct? Hey, who's on the stand-up anyways? Who's on this call?
I made it this time.
Over here.
Trash, can you not talk over Casey, please?
Yeah, Trash, it's really rude to talk over your senior.
I'm sorry.
Can we just start over? Welcome to the stand-up.
We're going to talk about why do game devs still use Windows.
All right, boom. I brought it on the screen right now for us all to read, which goes, why game developers love the Windows developer experience while web devs love Mac OS/Linux. What does Windows do better than POSIX systems, if anything? And what is worse?
Go ahead.
Can I do 2 quick things on this? First off, it says Linus, so it's a little confusing. Are they?
I read Linux. I didn't realize Linus was the operating system.
Oh my!
So that's the first thing that I have to say. I mean, I do love Linus. He's great.
Me too.
And who calls it Mac OS? Is this 2007?
A boomer wrote that tweet.
Never mind. Sorry, Casey. Continue.
I always call it MacOS. I call it MacOS X.
GNU Linus.
Still, to this day, I'm like over on MacOS X because that's the first one I had. I had an old a black MacBook, the old like clamshell kind, and you opened it up and it was like MacOS X Beta, right? Yeah.
That sounds just like a Mentos, right? Like Mentos the Fresh Maker. When you call it Macos, it's like a commercial all of a sudden.
Wait, do you actually pronounce Mentos?
That's, I mean, when you listen to the commercial, it's Mentos the Fresh Maker.
Really?
No, it's
I am not
That
listening to
can't
that
be
commercial.
real.
It is
Okay.
not.
Mentos.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
Mentos
That's
sounds
the
like
thing from
something from
Dune.
Star Trek.
That's the thing from Dune. The guys with the weird eyes.
Hey, by the
Okay,
way,
there you
TJ, did you know, have you listened to Fatboy Slim, Weapon of Choice, Christopher Walken's in the music video?
No.
Sorry.
Where are we going with this?
There's like a fun
a
little
deep
side
pull.
quest right here that in the video, Christopher Walken's doing this weird kind of walk, and the lyrics just say, walk without rhythm so you won't attract the worm. I didn't even realize that they were doing a Dune reference for like a decade.
That's nice.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
All right, so welcome to episode 9 of Stand Up.
All right, welcome to episode 9 of Stand Up, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about what Linus does better than Bill. And by that we mean, why do game developers still prefer Windows to Mac OS, as it was referred to in the tweet?
Can I just start with something with someone that doesn't do game development, but just an
Yes.
observation?
Okay.
So from like way back when, I understood that people use Windows because a lot of them use C#, and then C# Windows makes sense, and then now everyone's just kind of used to it. I know that's not the case now with like .NET Core and all this stuff too. So I don't know. That's just like my initial thought, but I would love to be educated.
Is
on,
that
like,
for
what's up.
game development is what you're saying?
I think people write games in C#.
Yes. Oh, yes. It's the default scripting language in Unity, for example, is C#.
True. It's also XNA Game Studios back in the day. That's how I learned how to do
which
some
was
game
very popular.
development was XNA.
Yep.
Yeah, it's important because like you want the picture to look really good, right? So everyone wants it to be able to see sharp, right?
Yeah, no one wants C blurry. That
Yeah.
that failed as a product.
That
C
was
blurry
such
was
a
a big failure.
stupid joke, TJ. You really tried on it.
Dude,
That's
you
got
miss
me, though.
100% of the shots you don't take.
Episode 9 of
Can you keep what I said in, okay? I'm not saying that again.
Josh, we're keeping everything in. We're
It's like
starting
Groundhog
saying that
Day. You have to say everything you want in again.
It took everything within me not to like slur my words and talk properly.
So I'll get us started here.
Yeah,
And I'll simply
Casey, can you
say-
just give us a real take here?
let's I'd like to mute the enthusiasm of the original tweet a little bit, because while I'm sure there are some game developers who quote unquote love Windows, I don't know that like most of us who are old school anyway would ever use the term love Windows. Like, we use it and we have reasons why it's more efficient to develop games on Windows than on Linux. There are reasons why you would be using it, but that's very different than loving it. Like, most of us complain about Windows constantly and wish Microsoft would do a lot more to make it a better user experience. So I wouldn't necessarily use the term love, and it's important to kind of get that clear. It's like, game developers aren't going around going like, Windows is so awesome, like, why do you guys use Linux? Because Windows is amazing. Like, that's not really being said by a lot of people. I mean, I'm sure someone does, but it's not the common case. So I just like to get us into that band where it's like, they use it, but it's not necessarily because they're having a fantastic time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. I noticed that when I recently made fun of Windows, and even Jay Blow was just like, it said, it was either you or Jay Blow responded with, the year of the Linux desktop is going to be because Microsoft is so bad at continuing to make Windows better.
That's me.
Yeah, it was just like, Windows is only becoming a worse platform right now, and it's going to, by accident, make Linux good.
In the old days, I don't know if people still use this term, we used to use the term controlled flight into terrain, which is what, they used to label like aircraft when they would crash, and turns out there was no problem with the plane, it's just the pilot just flew it into a mountain or something. And that's what like Microsoft feels like with Windows, right? It's just like they are just flying straight into a plane wreck, and no matter how much user feedback they get, no matter how many people are like, please don't do this, they're just like, nope, it looks like a nice place to land, this giant rocky cliff, right? And so I don't know, like we generally, I think as game developers, I would imagine the majority of game developers, if polled, would not be like, oh, yeah, Windows is fantastic, no complaints, use it by choice 100%, and not because of these other things that are kind of required, whereas Linux is terrible, right? Like, that's not really the sentiment at all, if that makes sense. I'd also mention, I think a fair number of game developers maybe on... I don't know. I wouldn't even say necessarily on the more indie side, but just in general, I'd say a lot of game developers do have macOS. Like, that's not that uncommon.
I can't take you seriously when you say macOS.
I'm going to say it every time. Maybe I can do better. macOS. So a lot of them use macOS. And there are very notable game developers, too, like Ron Gilbert, for example. MacBook, every time I've ever seen him working, right? And of course, the person who made the Scum system for LucasArts, made Monkey Island, all that stuff, right? So, there's game developers you've heard of who are rocking MacBooks, so it's not that weird. It's also not like they're all using Windows. Linux is rarer, but, So anyway, I'll start with that, and then we can talk about the reasons, but that's enough talking for me.
Why don't you just, no, keep talking. Why don't you tell us, because none of us are, I would put us in the game dev side. Okay, I'm not sure if you could put trash in the dev side, but none of us are game devs. And so can you please tell us why would someone ever even stay on Windows?
So there are a couple reasons, and we'll start with reasons why you would be on it today.
Okay.
Because a lot of things too are like, once you build up a dev environment, like if you're a studio and you're all running Windows and you've built up your dev, sort of setup around Windows, then there's a cost. Like if we're going to switch to Linux, it's not free to just do that tomorrow. Like everyone has to be retrained, and you're talking tons of people, not just programmers, right? Like you're talking artists, you're talking sound designers, you're talking like people who are not necessarily that technical. They all have to switch as well, right? That, by the way, is another reason why I think macOS, you will see that more likely than Linux, because it's very easy to tell an artist, oh, use macOS, because artists like macOS. It's very easy to tell a sound designer use macOS, because sound designers would vastly prefer macOS. That's the default audio platform usually, right? So macOS makes sense, whereas Windows is, sort of more of a default there. Linux, nobody, no non-dev person thinks of Linux as a home operating system. Like your average sort of art person is not going to be like, oh, I always use Linux.
So hold on. This doesn't make any sense to me, because I have been reading a lot of articles recently, and they're all telling me that art and sound and all these things are done by AI anyway. So why does the operating system matter?
Yeah, that's a very
AI is running Windows. Like, it's owned by Microsoft.
And also, like, Satya Nadella was saying, like, 30 to 40% commit rate of AI or something. Like, didn't he say that in the thing with Mark Zuckerberg recently or whatever, right? So maybe the reason Windows is continuing its spiral is because the AI has accelerated it. I don't know. If you're heading into a mountain and AI massively boosts your productivity, it means you'll hit the mountain much faster. So, but assuming you're talking about having actual humans, assuming we're talking about an Amish community that wants to make games with actual human beings who, care about the thing that they made or whatever, and have some pride in it, they're going to be macOS or Windows usually. It's pretty unlikely, because if you're not a super technical person, and these people aren't untechnical, because nowadays art is fairly technical actually for making games, but if you're not a super technical person, you're going to use the operating system that's on the machine you bought at, Costco or Best Buy or wherever you bought your laptop. You ordered it online, and it came with Windows or it came with macOS, right, or macOS. So in that case, that's what you learn and that's what you use. So you're not going to come in knowing Linux. So it'd be a re-education process to teach all these people in your company what that is. And you don't so there's a holdover there. That's like, we could talk about the reasons people used to use Windows, and that's one thing. The reason people might still use it today, and I can speak from experience here, because
Can
we're
I throw
like
one thing into
yes,
for
please.
the category.
I have a next question.
I think
all of you, please.
The other thing I think too is like, I've even experienced this at dev companies. It's just hard to do basically like all the normal like enterprisey, like, oh, we have to have all this software on. We need to make sure that you're not leaking this to our competitors, or like, oh, we need to be able to wipe your system if your laptop gets stolen. Like all of those like corporate ones that I imagine like everybody at Ubisoft has to have on their stuff. Like this just doesn't exist even on Linux to do, right? You know what I'm saying? Or if they do, they just work so badly that they accidentally wipe your computer or can't wipe your computer. And you're like, well, I literally do need to be able to wipe this remotely. Like it's actually an important like business critical thing that they can't just get my computer. So I do think like that's probably another big reason. And like I've experienced that even at regular like dev companies, not game dev things, like, oh, we just can't use Linux as the primary one because we have no way to like lock these down in this different way.
Or they just don't know how, right? It's like we have a software stack that we've established on Windows that's our crap stack. That's like, you know, it's got CrowdStrike and all whatever the crap is on it. And like some of those have Linux versions and some of them don't. And so then that's another thing, right? That's like, okay, now our IT department has to spend time figuring out what the crap stack is that's going to ruin everyone's experience on Linux that was ruining everyone's experience on Windows previously, right? And so
like how can we slow everyone's computer down by like 30 to 50%?
And lock them out of their machine periodically and not let them access the network and all the other things that these tools allow you to do, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do on Linux until they go figure out what that stack looks like. And so again, just cost. Someone has to go do that work, figure out what that would look like. It's probably very possible on Linux, but you have to do it, right? You have to figure it because all of your expertise was on Windows. Trash, you had a very important thought. I knew.
I did, and it was slowly leaving me the more you all were talking. So I'm gonna try to reel it back in.
Pull it.
A really good point on like the security thing. I didn't even think about that. But let's assume like no enterprise developers or whatever. Like to be honest, like the conversation of just like, do I prefer Windows or Mac OS? I don't find it too particularly interesting because it's more like the conversation of what's your favorite editor. Like you can ultimately kind of arrive at the same destination, I think. But like, is there an actual clear advantage of using one versus the other? Like, is there like actually performance benefits? Is there software that's actually better in one OS versus the other? That's what like I'm particularly curious in.
Yeah, so that's kind of the more the question is, why would you start on Windows today if you were clean slate? So let's say that you're just like, we're starting today, we can pick whatever we want, we have no sunk costs, like there's no like investment in one of these other OSs. And the reason that Windows is still very compelling for game developers, even to this day, I would say there's a couple things. One is that it is still overwhelmingly what you will sell your game on. So this is actually fairly important because I mean, you have to remember, if you're doing server dev stuff, like if you're running, you know, if you're Netflix, I would imagine that your deployment platform is often Linux. It's like, well, our servers, they're not going to run Windows because why would we pay for those licenses in the cloud or something, right? I don't know, but that'd be my guess, right? So it's very easy to say, well, let's develop on Linux because all of our developers will be literally working on the platform that they will deploy on, right? If you wanted to be a game studio who was going to develop on Linux or on Mac OS, you would unfortunately have to cross-ship. Like what you're doing is you're building binaries that will be shipped on some machine you're not testing on, right? And especially when it comes to stuff like, you know, cutting-edge game development, so we're going to be pushing, you know, the latest GPUs and all this stuff. If the drivers are what they are, the subsystems are what they are on Windows, that is what the user will experience. It's always a little risky to say, well, we'll do it all on Linux, and we'll just occasionally sort of test what it does on Windows and hope that that's fine, right? Increasingly, that is more possible. Linux used to be much worse at having graphics driver support, so this was kind of a non-issue before. But like, it's definitely better now, and you could see going that route. But again, this has been very long time coming. So you would even today, you'd still be like, oh, do we really want people all running on a platform that's not the platform we ship on? Maybe, right? And then the other big reason is the debuggers on Linux suck. So this is going to be a point of contention with a ton of people, but every game developer I know says this, and every one of them is correct. The debuggers on Linux are atrocious, just full stop. And yes, I've tried every last single one of them. Actually, many times I have gone to Linux and gone through the suite of debuggers, and they're awful. And this makes a big difference for game developers because game developers are often running things that are very difficult to test or log. If you just have I'm trying to figure out why some stuff is happening in the middle of this level somewhere, and I didn't like the way that particle effect looked or something, and I want to just see what the state of the variables are in there. A debugger is so much faster to tackle complex code like that most of us who do serious game development just always are running in the debugger. Always. That's just how we run. We don't run the program any other way. And sort of snide people I've seen on the internet say things like, well, that doesn't work with multi-machine and It's like, yes, it does, actually. We do that all the time. Games have servers all the time, and we use debuggers all the time. It doesn't mean we don't use logging and we don't use all sorts of other techniques. We do, but debugging saves a lot of time. And the debuggers on Windows are light years ahead of the debuggers on Linux. Specifically, like Visual Studio, actually for a long time was a much better debugger than you could get anywhere. Nowadays, Remedy BG and the RAD debugger is insane. That thing is just out of control good. Ryan Fleury and the team at Epic have been just absolutely crushing it, and it's amazing, right? There's people that I don't think post public, like Nick Slivka and some of those guys, that are really good, and they've just been doing an amazing job. And that supposedly is coming to Linux sometime soon. I know they've been working really hard on that. So that would be another sort of taking a brick out of the wall of Windows for it to crumble. When these things hit a critical mass, I think then it would be a lot easier. Final piece of the puzzle is Steam Deck having Proton and running as a gaming OS suddenly has created the possibility of gaming set-top boxes, gaming handhelds, running something other than Windows. And that, again, is a huge deal for game developers because those, like all the things I just mentioned, you can see that they're sort of grinding against Microsoft slowly. People are slowly going to get there. So I would say at the end of all of that, hopefully that's given some perspective, at the end of all of that, I am still optimistic that the year of the Linux game developer is on the way. I don't know if that's the year of the Linux desktop per se, but all of the pillars are slowly weakening for Microsoft because they've done such a terrible job, right? And Linux slowly grinds forward, and that's where we are today. Does any of that make sense?
I guess I have a follow-up because kind of hidden in what you said, at least I can see it from the chat. I saw some people really losing it in the chat.
Okay.
That what you secretly said was that GDB is garbage.
Yes.
And so I need you to explain that because we got a lot of GDB lovers out here.
GDB lovers. So
and
first
they're
of
going
all,
to be they've already said skill issues that you just don't know how to use GDB. That's the reason why you hate it, is because you don't know how to use it. Just like me in prompting. I'm a bad prompter. I can't get the AI to get good code for me. And so that's my problem. I just have skill issues.
I do know how to use GDB, actually, which is amusing. So the reason that, first I'll say, I wouldn't criticize GDB's feature set. So I'm with the chat, the people in chat, I'm actually with you on does GDB have the features you might want in a debugger? And I would agree that it does. The problem is that the point of a debugger is to find the bug faster than I would find it if I did something else. That is like, a debugger is completely worthless if it doesn't reduce the total amount of time taken to find the bug. Now, as game developers, it takes us a very short amount of time to do stuff like display information on the screen, right? So in order for a debugger to actually save me time, it has to be very close to instant for me to be able to have a complete heads-up view of everything that's going on in my game as I step, as I run. It has to be like the visual display of the information is the most important part, and the speed at which I can update that visual information is critical, right? So you look at something like the RAD debugger, and literally, in like a few keystrokes, you can be displaying a 3D like model on the screen and spinning it around that's coming from your data, right? GDB is just nowhere close to being able to do those kinds of things quickly like we need them to do, right?
Can you give us a little bit more, like, for us that don't debug a problem so complex that can only be displayed on a 3D plane? Like, that's just not web dev. Web dev is like, Wacom React re-render, right? Like there's not like a huge amount. Casey, and you're going to be very happy when you discover that React has something called a compiler that takes your React and rewrites it into new React, which is then transpiled into JavaScript, which is then interpreted and JITted into the JavaScript runtimes or V8. So you'll be very happy to learn about a compiler. Trust me, it's coming. We'll talk about that another day. But for now, can you explain that? Like, why do you need? I literally cannot imagine what does it even mean to have my data displayed in 3D.
Okay, so let's forget the 3D for a second because I can do this with something simpler.
Okay, 4D?
2D.
Oh,
so let's say that you're working on your web code and you're trying to debug this thing where you wrote this processor that was supposed to like stamp meme stuff on an image and it's coming out garbage and you can't tell why, right? Like what is logging going to do for you? Well, the only way I could really add value with a log is by dumping the image lots of times, right? So I dump the image like through every loop through this pixel modification routine or something, like I'm dumping the image. I spam it all out to the hard drive. I can't see any of the variables at times, so maybe I dump text files that have what the variables, like, it's just a ton of work, right? What's GDB going to do for you? Nothing. Like GDB can't even view an image, right? You would have to use a front end for it that could. I don't even think I've ever seen a GDB front end that can actually display image data in any format that you ask. If you're like, just show me like this pointer to memory, show me it as if it was a this by this image with this pixel layout. I don't even think they have one. Maybe there is one somewhere, but I certainly haven't seen it. But GDB vanilla definitely can't do it. It's like text mode, right? And like the graph user interface is like curses or something. Like it's just terminal. And so if you look at something like that, and you're like, what's going on? Well, in something like Rad Debugger, it's so trivial. You just set a breakpoint in the middle of that pixel processing routine. You just type into the watch window, whatever the pointer is to the bitmap. You say it's this width by this height. You can even use variables for that. So they could be the variables that store the width and the height in your code, so that you don't even have to reset it, different times. And you can say it's an RGBA bitmap. It'll put up an image, and you can step through and watch the pixels change. And when you see like a wrong pixel, you're in the debugger, so you can see all of the state, right? You can be like, what are all the variables? That's so fast. And what people don't understand when they say like GDB, it's fine, it's skill. No, it's not skill. GDB is slow. That's the problem. It's not that it doesn't have the ability to access the data. It's that getting that data onto the screen in a format that helps me debug quickly is too slow with GDB, right? Stepping has to be instant. The visual display has to be perfect and very capable. Lots of different ways of visualizing the data, all that stuff. And we have all that on Windows right now. We don't have that on Linux, right? Even Visual Studio has the ability to display bitmaps like this. You just need to use like a little like plugin thing for it or whatever. So it's really important to understand this difference. It's not abstract features like, yes, can you do time travel debugging or something like that? It's like, okay, sure, GDB has features, some features that we don't even have in Rad Debugger, for example. Those aren't the important part. It's not why we're using the debugger.
I love that during this entire time, Trash, you looked so serious. You're like, yeah, hell, yeah. Yeah, pixel.
I'm trying to legit follow this, but all I'm getting from everything you just said is that I don't ever want to do game development ever in my life, because that sounded so annoying. It's so complex that you can have game development. I'll find my missing comma. I'll grep through some JSON, because man, that sounds like hell on earth. Y'all bitches live like this? What's that
crazy. All right. Well, this is why people use game engines, right? Because they're like, they don't want to do that. So there's plenty of game developers who don't need that stuff, right? Because they're like, look, as soon as it gets down to how the image is being built, I'm out, right? It's like, that's fine too. But for engine devs, right? And it kind of snowballs, right? If you're a company that's developing engines like Ubisoft, like Rockstar, like Epic, well, if all your engine devs need this stuff, then they're all on Windows, right? And then all the people who are going to then work with them are going to be on Windows, and it cascades out. So all of a sudden your artists are using Windows. Why? Because, So I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to give some perspective on what actually happened or would happen today if you want to go to Linux. There's problems. But again, Linux people, Epic may save us here, right? They are working very hard on porting the Rad Debugger to Linux. And when it is there, I will absolutely try. I periodically try to move to Linux, and it's always the debugger that stops me, pretty much always, because I can deal with all the rest of the stuff. It's jank, but so is Windows, right? It's like I just need to learn a different set of jank in Linux. And so when the RAD debugger's over there, that's going to be a really huge deal because it will make switching plausible to me.
I also see a lot of people mentioning that there's like anti-cheats and stuff that's built up to make it so that gaming on Windows is better.
Yeah.
But I guess, after seeing Call of Duty banning people because they just raw read memory and looked for ASCII strings where you could just like message your friend and get his account banned, I'm not like super impressed with their anti-cheat. And so is this always true? Is there actually real uses of anti-cheat? Because as far as I can tell, whenever I talk to someone about this, it seems like there are people that are kind of pretty pro on that, and then there's people that are like super angry about anti-cheat. Casey, do you have like a place you land on it, and why is it good or bad?
I don't have an opinion on that because I've never really worked on a big multiplayer game like that was competitive, that would need I just don't have any perspective. But what I would say is that isn't really a problem. That's a problem for the gamer. It's not a problem for the game developer, because in game development, you're usually not going to be running the anti-cheat most of the time. So you're still going to, like, you could run on Linux just fine without the anti-cheat during development and treat Windows as just a platform that you ship on that will work relatively well. You could do it that way and just have test machines. Like I said, it's maybe not ideal, but again, in this world where it looks like more and more people might be running on Linux, that could become more plausible. I mean, Steam Deck is, again, a great example. And so what I would say is, I don't know. I don't think that's a huge barrier to Linux adoption. I think that if the ball got rolling, which, it seems like it's sort of starting, if it gets to rolling more, I think people would just have to deal with anti-cheat on Linux. I mean, they'd have to ship it on Linux and stuff like that. Because, again, like, say there's a Steam set-top box, which has been rumored, right? That's going to be like a Steam Deck, but you just buy it and put it in your living room. Well, people are going to want to play their games on that, right? And they're not going to want to hear, like, oh, you can't play any of the big games because the anti-cheat doesn't run. So I feel like it's a chicken and egg problem, and, if the chicken squats, the egg will come out. It's another ornithologist fact for you.
Okay, yeah. I get that. When you called it a macaws, I also thought we were like kind of dancing around the lines of ornithology there.
I mean, let me turn this around, since I've talked this entire time, because I'm the one rep from the game industry, I guess, here. Let me turn this around and say, like, so what's with Linux? Like why do you guys prefer Linux? And I mean, I have guesses, obviously, and to be honest, if I do server stuff, I usually I have a Linux machine that I use for that, so I think I could guess. But rather than guessing, how about you just tell me?
I feel like TJ needs to answer this one, because TJ, you've just been quiet, looking Miami nice out there, and just just smiling, just looking good.
Do you use macOS?
I'm a hardcore macOS user.
Okay,
he's a macOS X11, X12, X13. We don't know how many versions it's been. He's a Sierra Mountain man. I don't remember all.
Whoa,
he's a macOS user.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Yosemite, I think, at one point.
My voice was falling apart.
So tell me, like, why do you guys pick Why do you pick Mac? Why did you guys pick Linux? Like, what's the deal?
Can I go first?
Please.
Yeah.
I literally use whatever my company gives me.
Okay.
And I don't like spending money.
Okay. But your company gives you multiple options. I used to work at your company, so I know all about it. You can get a Linux machine.
Well, you know what? They didn't tell me that.
A Windows machine.
I actually have a Windows machine next to me, and it is. I actually have to do some development on it, and it's literally the worst thing on the planet. So I will never. No. I'm taking the M2 whatever chip we're on, and it's free. Okay.
What was that experience like? So what did you hate? I want to hear, like, what is, I mean, I can guess, right? But again, I'd rather not guess. What was so bad?
Like, being in the terminal, like, I got like a brand new computer. I was expecting it to be like blazing fast. Open up terminal, type in a simple like command, and it's like a 1 second latency for it to show up. And then dude, it was so bad. And I was like asking my, I do like contracting on the side, and I was like, is this normal for like you Windows users to have like latency? And they're like, well, try installing the terminal app from like some store, and then run it in.
Okay, it's familiar.
Yeah, and then like run it in admin mode, but then also fix your settings to where like you're doing full performance. And I was just like, are you kidding me? And it took me like 1 week to get NeoVim to even work. And then even then, NeoVim was like performing so slow. I can go on for a while, but it was just the performance was so bad.
Do you use Weasel, or is this like just a Windows terminal?
I don't think like the thing I'm working on, we're not allowed to use the Weasel thing. And I asked them if I could use it, and they're like, no. And then I don't know, man. It is actual like unbearable to the point where like I kind of like code stuff on my Mac, and then I'll just like transfer it to myself. But it's not like real code. It's like POC code. All right.
Piece of crap. Yeah, that
I gotta protect myself on this trail. It's like, anyways, it's bad. It's bad.
Okay. I've also developed on Windows professionally, Trash. Believe it or not, at my first job.
Did you like it?
At that place, so that was when I was working at Epic, and they have like everything. Not Epic Games, sorry, Casey. Epic, the boring one that does medical records.
I was about to be impressed, but never mind.
No. Sorry, Trash. I mean, to be fair, like Epic, the other place, they also have a lot of users. So
yeah.
Just like probably, I don't know, when I left, like 70%, probably now like 80% of the U.S. and a bunch of other countries too. But regardless, we use Windows there. Honestly, for that place, since everything was like custom because they do all their own stuff, it didn't make barely any difference. Like it was fine. You couldn't install stuff anyways. You know, it wasn't like I was installing other programs. I just had a work computer that I did the work stuff on. I mean, I think Windows has deteriorated a lot though, and I would be like pretty tilted by like Bing showing up all over the place and like Cortana yelling at me and
Copilot,
stuff now. Copilot just being like, "Yo, hey, you opened a Microsoft Word document again. Do you want me to ask you the same 7 questions?" No, I don't. Please stop. Like, don't do that to me. Where are my files? How'd they suddenly end up in OneDrive? I didn't save them to OneDrive.
Yeah.
Man,
so like
awful.
now, that's the big thing that's very annoying for me. Like opening up a Windows machine is like Microsoft's just like serious overreach into every aspect of like the user's life. Of I don't want any of the things that they have. I just want to like use my computer and search the files on my computer. Like why is it? I don't understand how this doesn't work. The other thing, like for me, I like why I like Linux more. I like a lot of the window management like solutions better on Linux, which is nice. And I do think actually there are a few like package managers for Windows that are a little bit like underrated, like Scoop and some of these other ones, which like I remember I was giving a bunch of Arch users a hard time telling them that like Scoop is way better than like Pac-Man and Yay, and they were like losing their minds, and it was really good. It was a great troll. So if you're looking to make all the Arch users really mad, just tell them Scoop on Windows is a better experience, and they'll lose their mind.
I have a serious question that's been bothering me for decades.
Okay, decades. Wow.
What is up with Linux users and their window managers? Like, you all like live and die by like
It's
i3
so
is
simple.
i3
I
it
can
or
easily-
something?
Not tiling. It's got to be tiling.
I will
Something-
easily
I don't
answer this
get it.
question for you. It's so simple. I just want you to look down and look at your Mac, your Mac costs.
I can configure
I want you to
however I
see
want.
it. Yeah. And you'll notice that you have like 15 windows open from all these different programs running. Each one will be of various sizes. Some were just placed randomly on the desktop. And it's your job to play Find My Window, which is by far one of like if there's when my wife uses Mac OS, and when I walk in and she's just like, "Oh, hey, can you grab this and do this?" Just finding Chrome is me pressing Command Tab and looking to find Chrome and then going tick 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 tick. Like it's all manual searching and it's insane. Like why would there ever be something in your life that you use 1,000 times a day that you cannot just have in front of you by pressing one button?
So I use Raycast, and Raycast pretty much just like does everything.
Hey, Trash, did you know you can order terminal coffee through Raycast?
That's right. We don't have a website, but Raycast works. SSHterminal.shop.
You can
or
order
Raycast.
terminal coffee
Speaking
through
of which, I just finished my last bag of
better
terminal.
order some now.
Are
To
you
be
not
honest, I've never
subscribed?
bought one because you guys always give them to me.
Oh, you
Trash,
gotta
we're coming at the end of the month. Do you want some? I'll bring
Subscribe
some for
and
you.
Live
Yes.
a real life.
Okay.
So, strictly out of curiosity, though, my understanding was that Macoss users loved their expose. Like expose, like they
What's
love to
expose?
push a button and all the windows go bloop into like that
no,
thing.
that's a crime against humanity.
They love that thing.
No.
They hate it when they don't have that on another platform. is my
There are people who do love that thing. You're not wrong, Casey.
I know, I've seen
I can see
them,
all my-
and it's
I can
insane.
see everything.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, there it is. It's over there. I see it. And then they click on it, and they zoom back in, and they're like, yes, I have the power of flight. I'm soaring above my windows, and I can see it like an eagle, like a bald eagle about to go into a death spiral. There it is, and I'm going to go into that one. And they love it, right? And they love that. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel like your wife is probably into expose. Do you know? I think she might be.
First off, this is not an expose on my wife, so we need to, hey, keep your wife.
Okay, sir, I'm just saying, you brought it up.
Keep my wife's name. But no, I don't, honestly, when I watch her use a computer, it does give me a lot of anxiety, okay? Because, like, I live a very optimized life, and, like, I love my wife, not for her computer skills. Like, there's a lot of reasons to love my wife, and that's just not one of them. And so we just, like... It's okay. I don't need to, I don't need to help her. I don't need to coach her. She can just live whatever life she wants to live, and that's just up to her on that one.
Okay.
And if she uses expose, I'll just walk out of the room. Like, there's no need for me to yell.
Okay. All right. Well,
Trash,
anyway.
to answer your question, though, Trash, it's just like...
I forgot my question. What was
your question was, why do, like, window managers? I mean, like... You also install stuff on Mac to make it work the way that you want, right? So it's more like about the availability of a lot of the tools. I feel like the Windows ecosystem for that is underdeveloped compared to like Mac and Linux for window management solutions. Because the serious like graybeards of Linux, they have their own 35,000 lines of auto hotkey scripts that do their own custom one-off window manager implemented, right?
True.
So that only works on their machine. So it's like the people who care about doing all of that stuff on Windows land, they just write their own auto hotkey thing to do everything, right? But then everyone else is just happy with like alt tabbing and whatnot. So I think that's kind of the difference.
There's more though. There's a bit more. Like I would say that now that I've kind of gone a little bit deeper into it, to be able to add in your own little widgets, to be able to add in your own kind of interactivity is fairly trivial, whereas on Mac, it's not nearly as trivial. Just to be like, hey, I want my server status just to show up in the top bar. Like, that's just not an option easily. And so...
I think Hammer Spoon, you can do it, but yeah.
Yeah, but you still
what
like...
Is Hammer Spoon?
If we gotta,
you just gotta go with it. Just gotta go with it. Just nod and be like, yeah, Hammer.
Are you just making up? Did you just make? You just literally said two random words and you put them together. That's like all you did. That is not real.
That's Drill Fighter, obviously. Drill Fighter version 3. Did you not upgrade to Drill Fighter version 3? Like
Hammer. Okay, it's called a Hammer Spoon.
Hammer Spoon's a real thing, Trash. Hammer Spoon's real.
I don't know. Okay, to be fair, I haven't been on Mac since I've made the great change in 2016. So there's probably some things that I'm missing, and I'm totally willing to say that. But, I mean, I truly only use Linux because of a guy on the team that I used to be on. He was just so fast. He used Emacs, and he was just so good at navigating. He was so fast, and all the scripts and everything he had, his whole operating system was customized for him to use it. And I thought, man, like when I look at other Mac users, and they're going in between desktops, and they're like scrolling through stuff, and I have my Mac set up that's like way better. I'm like laughing at them. I'm like, oh, these losers, they don't even know how to use their computer. And then I saw this guy, and I like felt so self-conscious. I felt more self-conscious when I saw him than I did see PewDiePie use Arch better than I used Ubuntu. Like, it was that bad. And so I was just like, okay, I gotta step up my game a bit.
Let me ask a question for you Linux power users out there, because, like, I've used Linux many times and have Linux systems now. So I'm like, I am a Linux user, but I'm definitely not a Linux power user. Like, the last time I built a kernel was when I installed Slackware in 1993, I think it was, or 4, something like that. So I really don't have any Linux hardcore cred. And what I always wonder is, I like the idea of Linux, where it's like, I'm going to go create this like customized environment where everything is as I wish and I am the like master of this kingdom, right? And I find that I can do that if I want to on Linux, but what I also find is that it will be incredibly fragile. And like within 5 years, all of those things are completely broken or don't exist anymore, or no one's maintaining it, and you have to switch to some totally different thing and all that stuff. Is that not a correct perspective, or do you guys what do you do to make sure that you don't waste all your time making some stuff and then they go like, oh, Hammer Spoon? Yeah, no, the guy flamed out and he doesn't do Hammer Spoon anymore, and now it's part of the Hammer Spoon collective, which has decided that it all has to be, done this other way, and they can't get version 4 out. It doesn't work with that kernel, and glibc broke, and then you're just like, oh god, right? So what do you do about that? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, you install Jack Fork.
Jack Fork.
I think Jack Fork. I think
Jack Fork.
I heard Jack Fork was the next.
Right.
The next big
right. 3 Docker containers later, it's all solved.
Yeah. My counterpoint would be do you expect any Windows computer that you have running right now to still be running in 5 years? That would be my first one. Is because it's about trade-offs is one. I don't have any Windows computers that last 5 years. They always do something stupid between then and now, or Windows adds so many other crazy features that the computer that I thought would be powerful enough to power my life for the rest of my life suddenly slows down so much that it's dead. So there's some difficulty there. For me, I guess I don't even really consider myself a Linux power user in the kernel way. It's difficult because there's so many verticals on Linux, right? Definitely some people would be like, oh, TJ uses the terminal a bunch, he knows how to use a bunch of Linuxy things, but I don't know how to do. I don't compile my own kernel. For me, I just bought System 76, bought you run Pop OS on it, which is the OS distribution that they maintain.
Okay.
And I bought an AMD GPU, and it's the computer that I've had the least problems with ever, and I probably had it now for 3 or 4 years, I would guess, and I've never had any issues with it, right? So it's kind of that would be my comparison. Is I'm doing that one right now. I spend no time doing my setup. I mean, I did a few things just to do my window manager, but nothing else, right? I don't spend any other time on my system.
Well, I guess I'm not really talking about the computer running. I'm talking about your setup, right? So the way we do things here, right, is if we set up a new Windows machine, I copy the directories over, and maybe you have to install an Adobe product if you're doing art, and then you're done. Because
gotcha.
I have binaries that were compiled 15 years ago that run.
I see.
Right? On Linux, it's kind of sorry, son. None of that. We changed the location of those things, and that's not how you set a command line. And by the way, no one's used that. No one's even used that shell for a while now. We use this other shell, and all your scripts don't work anymore if you didn't do them exactly the right way, or it seems there's just a lot of this we don't care about what you did last year. It's I know what you did last summer. This is I don't care what you did last summer. It always feels like that, and maybe that's just because I haven't spent enough time with it now. Maybe it's all better now. But that's how it felt over the years, kind of trying to do Linux stuff periodically. I always had that feeling, and I don't get that feeling for Windows. I do get the feeling that the machines degrade over time. Totally true. And I also get the feeling that Windows gets worse every year. It totally does. So with everyone, the Linux fragility thing is the thing that bugs me, and maybe I'm just doing it wrong, but that's how I feel about it a lot of the time.
Yeah, I guess my only counterpoint is that a lot of the super backwards compatible stuff with Windows has also been some of its bane for why it can't move forward on a whole bunch of stuff. And so maybe there's also an equal cost on that. But I do agree. Things just break. Things you just no longer use certain items, and they go out of style. I mean, it's the same thing with what's it called? It's the same thing with a lot of the package managers, plugin managers of Vim. I started using Vim. I was on Vundle, and then Pathogen, and then back to Vundle, and then I went to Packer, and now I'm on Lazy, all to download something from GitHub and to put it on my machine. And each one obviously gave some sort of better version of it, and there's reasons why each one progressively got better. But nonetheless, that was a transition I think a lot of people went through, and it is in some sense kind of annoying that there is this world that every couple years, the things that you liked, people are like, dude, no one uses that anymore. The package maintainer, he's in jail right now. And it's just okay.
But I do feel most of them still run, and if you were happy with what you were doing before, at least for the things that I've done, they still would run, or it's you could, if you actually built it from source your first time or whatever, you just could build it from source again with one command. Like basically every project that I at least for me that I install, I don't know, but maybe it's different depending on what you're working on. But like, I get way more problem from like everyone's just like this new JavaScript thing is the way that we do this now. You can't. So like, but that's if I was running on Mac, Linux, or Windows, I have to find out that now this project only works with Bun because it's using Bun's built-in stuff. That's a real project too. Bun. Yep.
You're probably more correct. The amount of breaking changes that exist in the web world, Trash, you're going to need to answer for all this, is so much higher than all these other things that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, you were saying to us, like, bitch, how do you live like this? I would like to Uno reverse and be like, have you been in the web world? Yes, you work in the web world. Like, bitch, how do you live like that?
Yes,
That's crazy out there. You get the amount of changes, just React alone.
Well, and I just... Again,
he's currently muted.
You're muted. Bro.
I'm muted. Classic stand-up muted.
We finally have a question for you.
I know. I was like, I'm gonna answer the hell out of this question, and then I was just muted. I ruined it. I ruined the surprise on nobody. Anyways,
welcome to the stand-up episode 9, everyone. Today we're gonna be hearing from Trash. He's got our lead-off discussion point. Trash, take it away.
No.
Trash, you're muted again. I think TJ muted you.
Yeah, that was
Did
me.
you
That
freaking
time I muted you, Trash?
I don't have the power in me to speak with this passion anymore. I gave like.
I bet it was so good. I bet it was so good. I
had like a really good tone of voice and everything.
All right, come on, guys. Let's get this started. Welcome to Stand Up, everybody. Episode 9. Today we're talking about Windows and Linux. Kicking it off is going to be Trash.
I can't
believe
you did that to me.
I can't mute you, unfortunately, or else I would try.
Yeah, only I have
tried.
the power, so.
I don't even want to answer for it. No. I'm not. It's not even going to be the same anymore. I'm not even going to answer the same way.
You missed the magic, Tej.
But what I was, the spirit was, I deal with it because I get paid to.
Good answer.
And it's literally my answer.
Good answer, Trash.
You think I do this shit for free? You think I sit at my computer all day because I want to? Absolutely not. And that's the honest to God answer.
All day. He's literally on a podcast right now.
Hey, that's on the computer, man. That's on the computer.
Good point.
This is work.
I love to nuke node modules 5 times a day and restart my TypeScript server 20 times a day because it's fun.
Is that still real? Like, I haven't been in an enterprise, put the hashtags on that one, JavaScript project in a while. Is it true that you still are deleting node modules on a regular?
No,
I was doing
not
it
really,
at least
but
like 10 times a week.
This whole thing also is kind of why, like, it's sort of the mental divide of AI for me. I'll put a layer of AI on top of this, which is just that a lot of times I'm like, I see the AI stuff and like what people are doing with it, and I'm just like, I don't understand. Like, this doesn't seem like this would be useful to me at all. And then I realize I'm like, well, actually, the reason that I'm thinking that is because I've like optimized everything I do to not do all that stuff, right? Like, if I had to go like, oh, what happens if like Chocolatey hasn't done the thing that it needs to, and then there's this error, and it's like, oh yeah, like, A, that's completely unfun. B, it's not an educational experience because like that package manager won't even be the thing that you're using next week. So there's no reason for a human to ever learn it. It's completely worthless information, right? And so it's like, yeah, if your job actually involves 50% that or more, heaven forbid, which is actually kind of common, yeah, I mean, like, that's the AIs excel at that. It's just like, hey, yeah, tell me what the heck happened to this ridiculous thing. You're like, oh yeah, well, in that version of this package manager, this package was broken, so try doing this line. It's just what I would have ended up finding on Stack Overflow, taking longer to find on Stack Overflow later, right? All that cruft, right? And so I think part of the problem, the holistic problem for me is how did we get here? Like, why aren't people trying to make it so that actually you don't have to think about these things? Like, why people act like that development is supposed to be about, even knowing that there is a package manager. Why is there a package manager? If this stuff was designed properly, you just copy it and it would work, right? But we've gotten ourselves into such a disastrous zone of how things are designed and shipped that, like, literally a package manager is, like, the only alternative. Like, having a human being figure out what all the dependencies are for this is no longer possible. That's insane, right? And so the fact that now our solution is like, oh, well, we'll just have AI automate it, or we have package managers that we built. It's like, this is not good, right? And so I think, like, that whole mentality that I think also you see a lot in Linux, which is like, well, you're supposed to learn how to 50 different ways of running shells and setting environment variables because that's just, like, part of the skill issue. It's like, no. If you're spending your time doing that, you weren't spending your time making whatever it is you're supposed to be making. It's a zero-sum game. Like, you don't get better at making the game or whatever you're supposed to be working on by learning a new shell. No. Like, maybe that new shell will add new features that allow you to be faster, but what should have happened is your old shell should have just gotten those features or something. And you should have been focusing on what you actually supposed to work on. So every time that a developer is supposed to spend their time learning about a source code control utility, learning about how the shell works, learning about scripting, package managers, all this crap, it's just making their end product worse because they're having to spend that mental energy on it. And I feel like that's the thing. Like, that's the overall fragility thing that just, it really sucks. And AI doesn't solve it. It just papers over it so that people don't have to deal with it as much. But it's not a solution because the crap is all still there, if that makes sense, and causing problems.
Yeah, so
that
Nick
is my rant.
fixes this, Casey.
I want to say something real quick.
Saw fork.
Say something, trash.
I'm gonna say more things. So
DJ, don't mute him.
Don't mute. I need to start staring. I need to start staring at the speaker. I'm actually like at PTSD now.
Yeah.
Okay. Casey said something and I already forgot because we started talking about muting me and now my brain's
okay.
Not
Death
thinking.
spiral. Death spiral.
Focus.
Paper over.
So everyone wants to like Linux users, whatever users, always try to optimize their workflow. So let's just take Prime for an example, just because I can't think of anything better. And Prime is doing all these, he's navigating the Chrome in one click, and he's going to Vim, and he's harpooning everywhere or whatever. And he's optimized his life to like 10th degree or whatever. I don't even know what that means. It just came out of my mouth. But let's just say he sucks at coding, and he codes terribly slow.
Oh.
What happens to all those optimizations are for like absolutely no reason. You just like look cool, but ultimately like you're coding 20 times slower than me or someone else, right? So that's why like I never really like focus on these like optimizations because eventually you hit some bottleneck. Let's say like I optimize my whole desktop workflow, but then I go pee too slow. Like I walk to my bathroom too slow like 5 minutes later, right? All that time you're saving is lost. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy, but I've been thinking about it for like this whole podcast. And I'm just like, it's driving me crazy. Like, I just don't like sit here and like try to automate everything because I just know at some point I'm going to do something outside of this realm that's probably not optimized. So what's the point of like sitting? I mean, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going right now.
First off, if you're peeing too slow, see a doctor. Go see a doctor. Okay, that's a prostate problem. That's serious. You know, you gotta get some fingers in places you don't want them to be, and you'll figure it all out. But second off, as far as like why optimize, for me, the point isn't to optimize for speed. It's to remove search fatigue. I really dislike every time I need to go somewhere, I have to go and like spell out half the file's name or to put like part of the path. So I'm like, oh, it's in this one place and this one, you know, When I want to go to all these places, I want to have as little like mental search that I have to do to get to where I want to be. Like that's kind of my whole I guess, philosophy of this is that anything that's important should be one click away. You shouldn't have to think about it. Every time I want to go to my work desktop, it's just a single click. I know where it's at. It's never changing. It's always in the same workspace. It's always the same thing. It's one window. It's always there. When I want to go to my testing, it's always one place. When I want to go to Twitch chat, it's always one place. When I want to go to my browser, it's always one place. Inside my browser, when I want to go to Twitch, it's the first one. When I want to go to Discord, it's 2. When I want to go to Twitter, it's 3. When I want to go to Grok, it's 4. Right? Like it's all like everything is just kind of mapped out so I don't have to think about it. So when I want to go to Grok and ask a question, I just go workspace 1, position 4. Boom, I'm already there. It's just there. I don't think about it. It's just like dut. Right? It's just a quick little hand motion. I'm exactly where I want. And so, yeah, there's a memorization cost. But after the memorization cost has been made, it doesn't matter that I pee too slow or anything like that. I never waste brain cycles thinking about, okay, I need to go to Grok. Now I have to go over, crap, I have like 700 tabs open. Maybe I need to close my tabs. Maybe, oh, dang it, now I have this. I have too many of these. You know, like, you don't have to go through all of that, like, just crap in your way. And so that is my reason why I do all this. End of rant.
Yeah, I think, like, go ahead.
I think the thing, like, there are a bunch of people who I would say spend, like, an insane amount of time always focusing on this and, like, always chasing the latest trends and, like, oh, I saw someone using a different thing, blah, blah, immediately have to throw that all away. That's, like, I tell people not to do that all the time. That's, like, also just useless. I mean, like, if it's fun for you, it's whatever. Like, I don't care. I don't tell people they can't play video games on the weekend. That also is whatever, you know, like, same thing if they want to go rice their Arch setup on the weekend. Who cares? Okay, awesome. But, like, the thing that along with what Prime's saying is, I think a lot of it is, can I eliminate, like, getting distracted or, like, having to get some break in, like, what I'm doing for focusing? I think, like, the really simple example is, like, I don't think there's a meaningful difference between typing, like, 120 words per minute and 100 words per minute. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty much the same. But, like, I think it's important that you can type without having to think about typing. Even if that means you only type at 60 words per minute. Right? Because, like, if you're spending part of your brain while you're supposed to be coding or doing other stuff, literally thinking about the act of typing or having to backspace so much that you're, like, failing to type or do it, you are hurting your ability to do the rest of the stuff, right? And it gets you distracted, it gets you off focus, it doesn't let you get in the zone as much, all this other stuff, right? So it's like, I don't think you need to type 160 words per minute to be effective. I think you should be able to type, like, effortlessly. So it's a bunch of the same stuff like Prime is saying. Like, he wants to be able to navigate effortlessly. It's not really about having the most right setup and looking the coolest or whatever, right? It's more about, can I do the same thing without having to think? That's the big win for me, for, like, a lot of what I shoot for those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, so I agree with all of that. Like, so I do the same thing. Like, I have hotkeys to do things so I can search stuff fast. I think, like I said before, I even said, I use Prime as it was not the best example, but it was the only thing I could think of because he's, like, in my face and I'm just looking at him. But I was thinking more of, like, situations where people just automate things that, like, ultimately, like, say, like, you automate, like, I don't know, setting up some program, I don't know what, but you set up this program, like, once or twice a year, but you spent, like, a week automating it, right? Like, it's kind of like dumb stuff like that is kind of like what I was getting at.
Bad cost, cost-benefit analysis is failing. Like, you're spending more than the savings you're going to get, right?
I would say, though, one thing people don't, like, probably don't factor enough for that is sometimes it doesn't take that long. Trash, I know you're going to relate to this, just knowing you. There's some stuff where you know you need to do it, but you just put it off because you don't feel like doing it. And then even if it only takes 30 seconds, it took you like 8 days to get up the motivation to accomplish the dumb little task because you hate it, right? If you can automate those, it actually doesn't matter that you only saved yourself 30 seconds. You, like, saved a
Made
bunch
yourself
of
happy.
mental... Because you know thyself, Trash. Know thyself. And you know, like, for me, some of it's like, I know that I just hate this thing, and I won't do it if it's not automated, right? So then I can automate it, and, like, it's worth it for me because I know that I'll just be tilted for the rest of the day that I had to spend 5 minutes on this task that I'm like... So there's something like that about life, too, and it's okay. That's just okay. And sometimes you got it wrong, sometimes you got it right. That's all right.
Yeah, dude, I can relate to that. Even with the way bar thing, because I just did my, like, ricing, and I just have, like, someone's
Don't
way
put
bar
it in
config.
quotes. It was.
And even with that, I added my own custom widget to tell me if my TTS server's up, because every single stream, I see a cheer and then no TTS, and I go, dang it. And why? Oh, the server wasn't started. I killed my TMUX session and it was running my server, or I forgot to actually open up the browser. That's why it's not running. So I can look up and I see, it's up, there's an admin panel running, and there's an OBS panel running. It should just work. And if it's not, because I forgot autoplay, and now I just need to get autoplay as a little icon up there. And so then I'm I'm autoplaying, and there's not, like, then I just don't have to think about it anymore. It's just like, here's a server, and it's just this dumb thing that makes me super upset, and I spent 2 hours making it work, but I'm only saving like 10 seconds of actual checking, but it's those 10 seconds that just piss me off. And so it's like, here's how I'm saving myself emotional effort, and I just don't have to have it anymore, even though it cost me way more. I'm okay with that. That's an okay in my book.
Yeah, I think anything quality of life improvement is worth doing for sure.
Yeah,
I might circle back to something Trash said, and just I'd like to give a supporting anecdote that is not something I necessarily myself understand, but I'm just gonna recount it because it happened. So at Valve, right, one of the things that they do is their kind of culture is sort of set up to be like a distributed work environment. Like it's all in one building, but it's like the desks have wheels on them and the computers are literally like strapped into the desk. So you can just unplug from the wall and wheel your desk somewhere else if you want to work next to somebody for that time, right? I've literally seen this. This isn't like some fictional thing they're saying. You like go out, this is what you will see for reals. I don't know. I haven't been there in a few years, so maybe they changed, but that's literally what they were doing. And back in the day, I remember, I think it was Gary McTaggart, I want to say, who's one of their rendering guys. He uses Visual Studio as his editor. And I was like, I was interested. I was like, you still use Visual Studio as the editor because it's like Visual Studio's editor is kind of crappy, right? And he was like, yeah, I use it because I just want to be able to know that my normal, like whatever my normal work pattern is that I do is just the default setup for this thing. So that if I ever need to like go, like I'm just walking around or the person next to me, I want to just sit down at their computer and debug something that they just hit or edit some code just right on their thing, that I can just use it, right? And since we all have this Visual Studio installed, I just do it, right? And so for him, and he, like, you know, this is a very good programmer, right, who made a lot of stuff that a lot of people have played and loved, right? For him, the trade-off was literally like, I want my skill set to be practicable anywhere I go on just the default thing that people are running. And to me, like, that's more worth it than customizing even like what the hotkey setup is so that I'll get like a little bit more out of this editor, right? Because a lot of the other people at Valve like might use their own custom editor, like, you know, that they bought or whatever, right? So I do think that's kind of interesting. Like everyone has their own thing they're optimizing for, and like who's to say which one's the right one? I don't know. But it is like I feel like that's kind of along the Trash line of like, look, it's like this is not. I don't want to focus on that. Like that's not the thing that's going to pay off the most for me in the long run. This other thing I think will, right?
Yeah, and that's going to depend a lot on like where you work, what you're doing, what you're trying to, you know, like, and those are, like you said, they're all cost benefit like trade-offs that you got to figure out for what you want your thing to be. Like for me, it sounds terrible to roll my desk around and touch someone else's computer. I'm like, I want to optimize so that I can't do that.
I always thought it was weird because I was like, well, just roll your desk over there. But like, he didn't want to have to copy the state. I guess I don't know. Like, you know, I mean, he said what he said, and I'm like, well, I believe you. You know, I mean, like, I don't think you're wrong about your own preference, right? So
Yeah, I tried to use Prime's computer. I couldn't even find the backspace.
No, that's because he has the stupid remap thing.
Vim users are used to this. Like most people can't even quit the editor. If you walked up to their editor, you couldn't even get out of it, right?
Yeah, no, you can't use my
because he has a software remap and his keys all lie.
Yeah, and his keys have no letters on them. It looks like an alien spaceship.
I will say that I want to redo that and learn QWERTY. Like I do, because I realize that even though it's really great for me, I made it during a time when I thought buying an ergonomic keyboard was stupid and I could just use a laptop, optimized for the laptop life. And so I made a layout that was optimized for literally a MacBook Air keyboard. And like that's why everything's in the position it's in, is so that I could use that on the go anywhere I want to. And now that I've switched to like a super ergonomic keyboard, I realized that, you know, it was actually thumb clusters were the real friends I made along the way. And that this layout that I have, I could probably drop it myself.
What the hell?
Yeah, and so I could drop it and use something different, and it'd probably be really, really nice. And so I've been strongly considering going back to QWERTY. Even though it's going to be like, it's like 2 days of just painful muscle memory. Like
you can still type on QWERTY, though. Like, for you, it should not be that hard. Just do it for 2 days. You'll be fine.
I know, but it's still those 2 days. You know what it feels like. You know what it's like being a good typer, TJ. Imagine going back and living like people who don't know how to
trash.
type.
I get it.
I don't even know. Like, I honestly don't know how people program when they have to look at the keyboard. The amount of anxiety and like when I remember when I switched to Dvorak, I would get an email and I would break out sweating, knowing that I have to respond to an email because I'm going to have to like, oh gosh, typing is so dang hard right now. And it was just like so hard to do. And I remember that, just like that feeling. And I just cannot believe there's people that just live every single day not knowing how to use their computer keyboard, and they do it every day for 8 hours. It's just like, why would you do this? This seems so painful. And so I never want to do that again, but I'm willing to do it again. I'm willing. I might do it.
Hold on, I have to ask. Casey, do you use a regular keyboard? It's not split, right?
He uses a Microsoft $6 keyboard, I bet. Oh, no. Is that Groovebox color scheme?
His reaction to like seeing y'all's keyboards was so funny to me. I don't know. He was just like, "What the hell?"
I can
All
still
right.
type fast on a regular keyboard though, so
Yeah.
it's not like I can't, so it's more like my wrists were really hurting when I was in college while I was like, and I was like, that's way too early for my wrist to hurt. I'm a child,
Okay.
Sorry, no, keep going.
Yeah, so I switched to a split keyboard and then eventually tried one with like concavity, and all my wrist pain went away. So it was like it just kind of had to be done, but I can still type on a regular keyboard. So it's not.
I never lost one for the other either. It's just I don't understand when people say that. Like, how do you go back to a regular keyboard? I don't know. I put my hands on it and start typing. Like, I've never
hit the keys. Like, what are you guys talking about? You just like smash the buttons for the letters you want. Like, it's okay.
It's like if you learn to
possible?
ride a motorcycle, how do you go back to driving a car? They're completely different. It's like, yeah, my brain remembers that they're different and knows how to do it, right? So it's all right. I love keyboards. I should say that. I got into keyboards, and so like this is completely custom, this one. Like,
nice.
And I'm never going back, baby. Like your guys' window manager is my keyboard. Like I'm like, what are the switches and what are the keycaps? And is there a foam plate? Is there pour-on foam in it? If there isn't, I'm not using it. So yeah, I've gone down that rabbit hole for sure.
Oh, nice. So now I know who to ask when I have keyboard questions about what one I'm going to do next.
Sure.
Casey's the guy.
Okay, this is good to know though, because I am not a keyboard guy. I go to Kinesis and say I want to try this one with this switch, and then I try that one with this switch. So I have some browns, I have some blues, and I have some pinks right now, some thonky pinks, and like that's it, and it's fun. I never think about that, but maybe there's like more to life that I just don't understand.
I obsessed over it because I wanted this baby right here. This is an old keyboard from an Amiga 2000. Some of you will recognize this if you're old like me from the 1980s.
I grew up on that one.
Yeah.
Right? And I love the feel of the key. It's soft and it's almost like a.
Oh, it's ASMR.
Okay, Trash, stop doing that.
I am gonna mute you again, Trash. Like, shut up.
And I wanted that feel back. I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of this crap. I'm tired of all these PC keyboards. They don't feel like an Amiga. It's bad enough that the operating system sucks now. I can't have my Amiga OS back, right? I can't have Workbench.
Because he said PC keyboards, like I want a based keyboard, like none of this politically correct crap.
Yeah,
like, it won't even let me type
membrane.
Yeah,
what's
up
even
with
mean?
that?
Get 'em out.
Changing all my words as I type them in the microcontroller. What's up with that? So I wanted a based keyboard.
Prime, should I? When you said earlier,
I have a one-on-one
GDB
soon.
lover,
We gotta hurry up.
I know. This was Prime. This is the joke that I told Chad I wasn't gonna say, but we're far enough in.
This is what we're going out on. This is what we're going out on.
Yeah, this is the ornithology moment. Let's go.
I actually have two things. I'll close on both of these. They're both important. The first one is when he said GDB lover. I was gonna say it's 2025. It's LGBTQIA plus lovers now. I didn't want that in the first 15 minutes of the video, though.
You are so canceled. I cannot wait for this.
It was nice doing a podcast with you, TJ. It's been fun. And we'll find someone to take your place next time.
I'm the one that's saying it's 2025. You guys are behind the times, okay? The second one is I actually know how Windows can be saved, how Microsoft can save Windows.
And?
All right, so here's the strategy. They're going to open source Windows. They're going to allow people to make closed source forks of it, and then they'll be able to acquire it for $3 to $9 billion 6 years later. Thank you. That's the end of the stand-up.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Welcome to the stand-up episode 9, and goodbye.
All right, awesome.
That was a long one. Lord.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. We are off. Bye-bye. Enjoy.
Boot up today. Vibe coding errors on my screen. Terminal coffee in hand. Living the
Well, I think your ideas suck, so that's how I feel right now. Okay.
All right.
so back. Just got some food. Let's watch some Summoning Salt, the GOAT.
Tetris. We all know it, and we all love it. Few games have had the lasting legacy of Tetris. There have been versions released on nearly every console and smartphone ever made, and to this day, these new versions remain popular among fans and casual gamers alike. But perhaps the most well-known version of Tetris is the version released on the Nintendo Entertainment System back in 1989. Gamers never stopped playing it ever since its initial release, and in recent years, it's absolutely exploded in popularity. There are huge in-person tournaments, monthly competitions online, and most importantly, a crazy chase for the high score world record. This record has had 35 years of history, featuring some of the best players to ever pick up an NES controller, and it has one of the most insane stories from start to finish that I've ever seen. This is the history of NES Tetris World Records. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Opera GX. Look, we all know that Opera GX is the best web browser for gamers. It's easy to switch to, uses GX Control to limit your use of resources, and is super customizable. But today, we're introducing its newest feature, a Summoning Salt GX mod. It has an awesome retro gaming wallpaper, as well as custom sound effects featuring yours truly. So here it is. Thanks. It's super easy to add. Just go to the GX store, type in Summoning Salt, and hit install. But there's also thousands of other mods to pick from. And that's not all Opera GX does. There's also GX Corner, where you can stay up to date with the latest in gaming news, deals, and even get free games, all in one place. There's also new features with AI, saving you time by summarizing articles or talking with ChatGPT on the sidebar. If you want the best web browser out there, download Opera GX using my dedicated tracking link. Just click the link in the description or pinned comment. Thanks again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. There are two main concepts to understand in NES Tetris, the scoring and the level system. We'll start with the scoring. Like with most versions of the game, you accumulate points in NES Tetris by clearing lines. You get a different amount of points depending on how many you clear at once, but by far the most valuable score is getting a Tetris. The only way to score one of these is by using the long piece vertically to clear 4 lines. So ideally, players try to score as many Tetrises as possible by leaving a column open on the right side to drop a long bar when it comes. Then there's the level system. The higher the level, the more points you get per line cleared. So ideally, you want to start on the highest level possible, which is level 19. However, on level 18, blocks descend a row every 3 frames, while starting on level 19, they descend a row every 2 frames, which is significantly harder. So, top players would generally start on level 18, where they could play for a while at a more reasonable speed at barely any score cost. After 130 lines cleared at level 18, the game transitions to level 19, and then moves up a level for every additional 10 lines. Luckily, levels 19 through 28 all have the same descent speed, although you keep earning more points as the level increases. This is an extremely brutal speed to play on, but if you manage to make it all the way through level 28, then you reach level 29, also known as Tetris's kill screen. A kill screen is a level deep into a game that's usually impossible to beat because of a glitch. Pac-Man has the most famous one. The game's 256th board has a glitched right side and doesn't spawn all the dots needed to beat it. Donkey Kong has another example, where you run out of time just seconds into the game's 117th screen. Tetris's kill screen, on the other hand, has nothing to do with a glitch. It's the intended end to the game, because starting on level 29, pieces begin to fall so fast that it becomes unplayable. This is Tetris's kill screen. Even if you begin holding a direction before the piece spawns, it's physically impossible to move the piece to the side in time. Pieces descend a row every single frame, twice the speed of level 28. Now, it's actually possible to process what's happening at this speed and know where you want the pieces to go. But the fact is, you just can't get them there. It's a game hardware limitation rather than a human hardware limitation. If you're very lucky, you might not need to move your pieces far and you can clear a line or two. But just like Pac-Man or Donkey Kong, your game is bound to end within seconds after reaching Tetris's kill screen. So the game is definitely over at level 29. But before that point, you have 230 lines to work with and try to score as many points as possible. And it just so happens that the point display in the upper right corner only has 6 digits, meaning the highest score it can display is 999,999 points. So naturally, the question arose, was it possible to max out the score before the kill screen kicked in? Well, in order to get a max out, you have to make the most of your 230 lines. That means getting as many Tetrises as possible while avoiding other clears that eat into your 230 lines, otherwise known as a burn. It's extremely risky to play this way. You might need to build your stack up very high while waiting for a long bar, and there's not a moment of rest. You can't break your focus for even a second. But as brutal as the difficulty is, it's technically just possible to max out the score before the kill screen kicks in. And there are actually reports of people doing it all the way back in the 90s. It's difficult to determine how to treat these claims. Standards were different back then, and none of these claims have a full video to go along with them. However, some have more proof than others. Thor Ackerland, winner of the 1990 Nintendo World Championships, is reported to have maxed out the game in the early 90s. He didn't record his game, but being the literal winner of the Nintendo World Championships, he was one of the best Tetris players in the world at the time. Judging by his skills and the testimony of people who watched him play, it's very likely that his claim was legitimate. Another max-out claim appeared in a 1992 edition of Nintendo Power magazine from a player named Scott Anderson. Very little is known about Anderson today, but in order to get your score in Nintendo Power, you did need to have photo proof, so there's a decent chance his score was legit too. And another player, JW Tetris, claimed a max out back in 1996 that seemed to have no proof, but 25 years later, he managed to uncover a VHS tape of the end screen that, sure enough, showed all 9s. While it still lacks concrete video proof, this is probably the claim with the most evidence, and is very likely legit. Then, by the 2000s, all sorts of max out claims appeared on internet forums. None of them had video proof, and honestly, they're really hard to judge. Some seem more suspicious than others, but just like with the claims from the 90s, it's really impossible to say which of these internet claims were legit. Some provided their names, while others used pseudonyms or usernames. And in 2001, a max out claim popped up on PlutoBseen.com from someone named Jonas. Just like all the other claims, Jonas didn't have any proof to back up his score, so his claim was lumped in with all the rest. However, in 2005, a man named Trey Harrison was trying to accumulate videos of Tetris performances to put up on his website, TetrisMaster.com. He was looking for a recorded max out, and sure enough, in the replies, up pops Jonas again, saying he'd just recorded one on tape. Jonas dropped the video off at Trey's house. Trey uploaded it onto his website. And it was then that the world was first able to see on video a max out score of NES Tetris. A score showing all nines by future Tetris legend, Jonas Neubauer. What you're watching is a massive piece of gaming history. These scores have been rumored for over a decade, but finally one was captured on video. And the footage is very impressive. Jonas started on level 18, and to make the level transition, he first had to clear 130 lines. He ended up getting 92 of those lines via Tetrises for maximum points, while just 38 were from burns. From there, Jonas was playing at the brutal speed of level 19, but he still had to keep landing Tetrises. His score was inching up as the levels climbed higher. He needed the max out before hitting level 29. On level 28, he was still 60,000 points away, with only 10 lines to work with. But he managed to get one Tetris, and then with just a single line to go before the transition, he got one final Tetris. The kill screen kicked in, and the score read all nines. Over the course of 8.5 minutes, Jonas had hit a max out on NES Tetris. And finally, it was documented for anyone to see. The feedback online was all positive. Everyone was thrilled to be able to watch an official Tetris max out. However, this video did have one problem. There was no game audio included. That meant Jonas couldn't submit it as a world record anywhere. But that didn't take away from the legitimacy of the performance. Jonas Neubauer had established a name for himself as a Tetris master. Only question was, now that someone had maxed out the game, what was there left to do? Over the following few years, while competitive retro gaming was still in its infancy, more people gravitated toward playing NES Tetris. Even though Jonas had maxed out the score, it remained a popular game, and others tried to replicate his achievement. Between 2008 and 2014, more than a dozen other people were able to achieve max outs in NES Tetris. And even though their scores were officially tied, there were still ways to compare max outs to each other. Ultimately, two different methods of competing became popular. Method number 1, going for the earliest possible max out. In Jonas's game from 2005, he hit the max out right as the level transitioned to 29. In other words, at the last possible moment. But the more Tetrises you hit, the earlier you can max out, and the more impressive the achievement. In April 2009, Harry Hong produced the first recorded max out with game audio, and he was able to get the max out slightly earlier than Jonas, late in level 28 rather than on the transition into level 29. Harry was one of several people who claimed to max out on internet forums years prior, but now he had recorded proof too. In early 2012, a player named Matt Bucco recorded a game where he maxed out in mid-level 26, much quicker than previous max outs. He landed Tetris after Tetris starting in level 19, which was where he pulled away from previous players. And then, there were a couple claimed early max outs. Harry Hong claimed an early level 26 max out on tape, but he didn't upload the score, only claiming it on a Tetris forum. And in August 2014, a player named Terry Purcell reportedly maxed out in late level 25. This score used to have video, but it's since been deleted from YouTube. Most of these players' only goal was to get an early max out. As soon as that happened, they stopped playing and let the game end, even if it was several levels before the kill screen. However, not everyone did this, and that's why there was a second method of competing. Playing the game all the way to the kill screen and then manually calculating the score later. In other words, trying for the highest score possible. Even though the score doesn't display higher than all 9s, you can still add up all the points achieved after this to determine your true score. For instance, in Jonas's first ever max out, he got a Tetris while his score read this. That meant he added 36,000 points, and his score actually finished at 1,018,160 points. And so, this became another method of determining whose max out was best. In 2008, Jonas achieved another kill screen that finished slightly higher than his 2005 max out, 1,023,860 points. However, since he used a camera from the 1800s, this was never verified as an official world record. In 2011, while recording himself for a documentary, Thor Ackerland achieved a score of 1,043,000 points. And a couple years later, a player named Ben Mullen took the score even higher, 1,071,000 points, before the kill screen took over to end his game. However, if the players going for the earliest max out had finished out their games, it's possible they would have achieved higher scores than these. Terry Purcell's level 25 max out is reported to have finished all the way at 1.195 million, but without video proof this can't be verified. And although Matt Buko's score of level 26 cuts off right here, he claims to have kept playing this game all the way to the kill screen. And in the comments, he says he'd upload the rest when he got home. Well, it's 12 years later, and apparently Matt still hasn't returned home. So, the community was split between these two methods. Some wanted to go for the earliest max out, while others wanted to go for the highest score. The big problem was the score display. Since it only had 6 digits, it wasn't intuitive to keep playing after it maxed out. It led to 2 different sides of competitive play. And these sides wouldn't converge until one key event in 2015. This is a Game Genie code discovered by Max Out player Josh Tolles. It changes the leading digit of the score into hexadecimal, meaning that after 9, the score keeps counting up. A represents 1 million, B represents 1.1 million, and so on. This meant that the max out no longer applied, and the score was no longer capped at 1 million. So, it ultimately garnered the nickname the Uncap code. Josh posted his code on the Tetris forums, and it was treated as a fun novelty, but some saw potential for more with it. And in April 2015, Harry Hong began attempts to set a new high score with the Uncap code. On April 23rd, he played a game that maxed out in level 28, then took it to the kill screen and finished with 1,101,000 points. This was the first verifiable game to score over 1.1 million, and a few days later, he got one even better, a max out in level 26 that ultimately finished at 1,150,000 points. But after these records from Harry, the competition for the high score record died down. Harry Hong was one of few players who both cared about the high score record and was potentially good enough to improve it. So when he stopped trying for it, there was no competition to take it from him. Instead, in 2016, he came up with a goal of achieving as many max outs as he could in a year, rather than improving the uncapped record. 268 max outs later, the high score remained at 1.15 million. But in 2017, Harry came up with a new goal for his stream. he was going to go back to playing with the uncapped code and try for a 1.2 million point game. This would surpass the highest claims from over the years and be an undisputed world record. Harry played for weeks, building up his skills but falling short of the 1.2. He'd need an early max out in level 25 or better, and then still need to land several more Tetrises before the kill screen. A score like this demanded near perfection. But after months of attempts, on April 14th, 2017, Harry got a good score going. Max out in mid-level 25, Harry was on pace for it. From this point, he needed at least 5 Tetrises before hitting the kill screen on level 29. Harry got his Tetrises, but was still a few points short. With his stack building high, he desperately used a long bar to get a triple, but this activated the kill screen. He still needed 3,000 points. Harry had to find a way to clear 2 more lines while playing at kill screen speed.
Yes!
History was made. The congratulations poured in as Harry had taken Tetris to new heights. After all the max outs that came before him, from the internet claims to the ones with concrete proof, this one was the best of all. Except, it's never quite that easy with NES Tetris. There are reports that, around the time of Harry's 1.2, a player named Bo Steele achieved a 1.2 million game of his own. Nobody remembers what his exact score was, or what the level of proof was, but Bo is a verified max-out player, so his score claim isn't unreasonable. Still, Harry Hong gets the most credit for being the first to achieve 1.2 million, and he was one of the best players in the world, one of the few who was capable of a score this high. However, as good as Harry was, there was still another player who had potential to go even higher. See, every year since 2010, the biggest Tetris tournament was the Classic Tetris World Championship, where the best NES Tetris players in the world competed. Of the 7 annual tournaments by this point, 1 had been won by Harry Hong. As for the rest, all 6 were won by the same player, Jonas Neubauer.
And your winner of the 2016 Classic Tetris World Championships, 6-time world champion, Jonas Neubauer!
In the 12 years since his first recorded max out, Jonas had turned into a monster. Every year, he went head-to-head against Tetris's best players. And time again, Jonas proved better than the rest. His stacking was brilliant, and he was able to get out of trouble when others couldn't. Jonas Neubauer was simply considered the best NES Tetris player on Earth. Yet through all this, he'd never really cared about the score world record. He was more focused on tournaments. But in 2017, he started streaming on Twitch. And on July 24th, he booted up a casual game of Tetris. That was 17 straight Tetrises to open the game. Unbelievable. He slowed down a bit after that, but still managed to max out in mid-level 26. And then, he landed 6 more Tetrises before the kill screen. Jonas's score read all 9s since he wasn't using the uncapped code, but in reality, his score was 1,211,000 points. On a random game where he didn't even bother to use the uncapped code, Jonas had just set a new world record. After this, Jonas went back to focusing on tournaments, not caring to improve the high score record anymore. And while other players continued to put up new scores, some of which were over 1 million, very few were able to approach a score of 1.2 million. This type of game was reserved for only the best of the best Tetris players, and even they couldn't consistently put up scores like this. It took a lot of luck to get long bars when you need them. So, Jonas instead prepared for the 2017 Classic Tetris World Championship. And that November, he officially made it 7 World Championship victories.
There it is. Jonas is your champion, 2017 champion.
There was nobody else on his level. And in June 2018, a year after his 1.21 million game, Jonas set out to improve the score world record, trying to take it to a level where nobody else could even touch it. This time, Jonas wasn't messing around. He was using the uncap code, so he could know right away what his score was. On June 13th, he got a really good game going, a max out in level 25. After landing 5 more Tetrises, his score was just short of 1.2 million, with only 4 lines until the kill screen. Jonas built a center well, waiting for the long bar that would push him over the top. And then, he got it.
Let's go!
New world record, 1.23 million. But Jonas wasn't satisfied yet. A week later, he managed another level 25 max out. He then got 6 more Tetrises, pushing his score past 1.2 million. 1 more Tetris, and he'd have another record. But then, his stack started building high. Jonas wasn't getting a long bar, and he was quickly running out of room. Yet, he didn't panic, and finally, the long bar came.
Oh, let's go! Get out of my face!
A 15,000 point improvement to the world record. This was the state of NES Tetris in mid-2018. There were many good players, some of whom could score over 1 million points. But when all else was held equal, Jonas usually came out on top. He always won the world championship. He had the score record, and it was intimidating to compete against him. It seemed like, as long as he wanted to hold the high score world record, he'd be able to do so. That is, unless Corian had something to say about it. In 2016, a player named Corian posted a video of his first NES Tetris max out. By this point, several players had achieved the max out, so the achievement alone wasn't too notable. However, when he posted a video with a hand cam, Corian was shown to be doing something very differently. He was mashing the D-pad to move the pieces laterally, rather than simply holding it down. In Tetris, there's a concept known as the delayed auto shift, or DAS. When you hold down the D-pad in NES Tetris, your piece will auto-shift to the side every 6 frames, or 10 times per second. This is quite fast, and leaves you with enough time to navigate even on the breakneck speed of level 19. However, Corian is from Japan, and NES Tetris was never actually released in Japan. So, his background was from playing various other versions of Tetris, including the Game Boy edition. In Game Boy Tetris, when you hold down the D-pad, the piece hesitates momentarily and then moves roughly 7 times per second. This process is too slow when playing at higher levels, so Game Boy Tetris players have to repeatedly repress the D-pad to move their pieces quickly enough. And since Corian was used to playing this and various arcade games, it was only natural to mash the D-pad in NES Tetris as well. But this actually gave Corian an advantage. He was able to accurately mash faster than DAS normally moved the pieces. He could move blocks just a little bit quicker than normal, and it meant that once he reached the kill screen on level 29, he actually stood a chance to clear a few lines. He couldn't play for long, but it wasn't necessarily an instant game over. In June 2017, he managed to clear 10 lines on level 29 and reach level 30. Only a couple other players had ever done that before, and not surprisingly, they had to use a form of hyper-tapping to pull it off. Ultimately though, this just let Corian get a few more points before topping out. If he wanted to beat the score world record, he needed to focus on getting more Tetrises before the kill screen, He spent months improving his skills, and by August 2017, he became the third player to pass 1.2 million. But as Jonas kept improving the record, Corian found himself falling behind. And by June 2018, the score to beat was 1.245 million. But Corian didn't want to give up. Even though he was a bit behind Jonas, the potential with hypertapping was just too strong. That summer, Corian began a push for the world record. And on June 24th, he had a strong game going. Landing Tetris after Tetris, Corian's score climbed past 600,000. Then, the game transitioned to level 19. This is where hypertapping would really come into play. Right away, he managed to get a long bar over in a spot that would have been risky with Das. And he kept on going, precisely navigating pieces while frantically mashing on the D-pad. He ended up maxing out the score during level 25, just about tied with Jonas's world record. The Tetrises continued, and eventually, Corian found himself at 1.22 million, with only one line until the kill screen. He just needed one more Tetris. Corian was praying that it would come in time.
One, freeze! Freeze, come on! Yes! Woo! Yes! 1.25. Woo!
This was the first ever game past 1.25 million. And finally, 7-time world champion Jonas had been dethroned. This game helped prove the use of hypertapping. While Corian wasn't guaranteed to have topped out with Das, there were definitely situations where hypertapping helped. The problem is, Corian was one of few players who could reliably hypertap. You not only had to mash quickly, but also do it in a controlled manner to always move your piece the exact right amount. Corian focused on other categories for the next few months, but in early 2019, he came back, looking to take the record closer to 1.3 million. And on March 5th, he'd get a good chance. His start was very smooth, and the only sketchy moment came at 800,000, when he misdropped and then narrowly brought a long bar over to the right in time. That's where hypertapping can help you. He ended up maxing out the score in late level 25. With 30 lines until the kill screen, Corian had just enough room to get 8 more Tetrises and finish off one more improvement to the world record.
Yes! Yes! Updated my world big record! Yes!
This was a really great game, yet still remained 27,000 points short of 1.3 million. That score still seemed like a pipe dream. The only way to do it would be to get an earlier max out and then match Corian's 8 Tetrises afterwards. And with Corian being one of the few hypertappers with the skill to do that, 1.3 million was just a bit out of reach. A few months after Corian's 1.27 game, one of the strangest events in Tetris history took place. One day in June 2019, a man named Tyler Peach popped up in the Discord server. Tyler said he was from Germany, and that back in the mid-90s, he scored 1.33 million in a game of NES Tetris. This was a bold claim. For one thing, it was 60,000 points ahead of the current highest known score. And for another, the uncapped code didn't exist in the 90s. So how did he know what his exact score was? Tyler tried to convince people he was legit, but he came across as some random dude just making outrageous claims. So, to show his skills, Tyler said he would attempt to qualify for the July monthly tournament. And then... Tyler proceeded to post the highest qualifying score ever for a tournament. Only a handful of players had ever achieved the 1.2, and Tyler just did it on command to show his skills. He immediately began doing live streaming attempts to break the score world record, and just days later, he achieved a score of 1.298 million, smashing the world record by 25,000 points. He maxed out in level 24, one level sooner than Corion did, and proceeded to match his 8 Tetrises afterwards. And while Tyler didn't use a webcam, it seemed that he too was hyper-tapping. He was able to get his pieces to fly across the board. Who on earth was this guy? Were his scores faked somehow? Nobody knew for sure, and the top players had a variety of opinions. But there was nothing in Tyler's gameplay that screamed it was fake. The circumstances were just so weird. A legend from the 90s, who nobody had heard of before, coming back and crushing the competition. The story sounded too insane to be real. Well, months down the road, the truth came out. Tyler's scores were 100% legitimate, but he wasn't a real person. Tyler was actually the alt account of one of the best Tetris players in the world. He was the teenage prodigy, Joseph Saley. Joseph came onto the Tetris scene in 2017 and spent hours watching the game's two best players, Jonas and Corion. He learned a lot from them, and Joseph's skills rapidly improved. By March 2018, he achieved his first max out. By September, his score was up to 1.15 million. In less than a year, he had become a world-class player. However, there were still a handful of players who had a better score PB. But a few months later came the 2018 Classic Tetris World Championship. Joseph entered the tournament and played beautifully, defeating opponent after opponent and making it all the way to the finals. And what a surprise, the other finalist was Jonas Neubauer, the 7-time world champion. Jonas was heavily favored to defeat Joseph and take home his 8th title. But in a shocking twist, Joseph swept Jonas 3-0.
There it is, Tetris for Joseph, and we have a new Tetris World Champion.
Joseph Saley was now a world champion. But despite that, he didn't have the score world record. That still belonged to Corion. So, in early 2019, he made an effort to take it, first passing 1.2 million, then 1.25 million. But he still remained a bit short of the record. And that's where he decided to have some fun. Joseph started streaming attempts to an alt account and built up the Tyler Peach persona. And even though he didn't do many attempts there, one of them ended up breaking the world record. So, he decided to roll with it, before eventually revealing that he was behind it all. So now, Joseph had them both, the championship title and the score record. But even beyond that, Joseph had one specific skill that no other Tetris player had. He could actually play on the kill screen. Joseph was a hyper-tapper, and a very good one at that. He moved pieces quicker than anyone else. The kill screen kicks in on level 29, and in September 2018, Joseph became the first person to make it to level 31 on video. A month later, he became the first to make it to level 32. It was amazing. Kill screens are not meant to be playable, but Joseph was doing it. He couldn't go for long, but he was legitimately clearing lines and even full levels. He was even outsmarting the developers. Upon reaching level 30, the game's level counter appears bugged. Tetris's programmers did not expect anyone to make it here. Joseph was doing what was thought to be impossible. But as impressive as this was, it wasn't enough to get the score record. Joseph would still have to maximize his Tetrises earlier to really rack up the score. And not only that, but he wasn't the only one gunning for the world record. Harry Hong and Corion, two previous record holders in the category, were interested in trying as well. And so, it became a three-way race between Harry, Corion, and Joseph for the first 1.3 million score in NES Tetris. Harry was the first to strike. In August 2019, he got a new high score of 1.275 million. This was short of the 1.298 world record, but those who thought Tyler P was cheating considered this score the official world record. Still, it didn't reach 1.3 million. Harry would have needed one more Tetris before the kill screen to push him over the top. Instead, maybe Corion could get the 1.3. He was the more recent record holder, and his personal best remained at 1.273 million. Perhaps his hyper-tapping skills would be enough to get him there. In November, Corion had a great game going. He got a max out in level 25, then landed 7 Tetrises, pushing his score past 1.2 million. After getting another Tetris, Corion was in position to crush his PB and maybe get 1.3 million if he could just get one final Tetris. Corion got a massive long bar drought and couldn't get the last Tetris he needed. But of the 3 players, the one with the best chance at 1.3 million was Joseph. He'd already gotten 1.298 million on the Tyler account. He only needed a tiny improvement to get him there. Well, that December, Joseph found himself in nearly the exact same position as Corion. A max out in level 25 and needing one more Tetris for 1.3 million. This could be it. But the long bar had to come in time.
Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Joseph already had 1.3 million, but then he landed a Tetris on the kill screen. This move was only possible with good hyper tapping, not DAS. This gave him another 36,000 points and pushed him past 1.35 million. It was the first time anyone had ever gotten substantial points on the kill screen in a record, and it raised all sorts of questions. Was this move realistic to replicate? How many kill screen points could you get? And since he was past 1.35 million, could Joseph get the score record to 1.4 million? This score would have nearly sounded impossible just weeks earlier, but now there was a blueprint. We'd already seen Joseph get 1.3 million points going into the kill screen. If he could land a few Tetrises and get 100,000 points on the kill screen, that would be enough for 1.4 million. Joseph was the only player who could realistically do this, and a few months later when the pandemic hit, he decided to fully commit and make a push for the 1.4. This was going to be an intense grind. Joseph had to maximize points everywhere, both before and during the kill screen. For one thing, he decided to start on level 19 rather than 18. That meant the pieces fell faster, but it also allowed him to rack up more points, potentially 30 to 40,000 more than starting on level 18. And Joseph needed every point he could get. He couldn't afford to burn lines. He had to nearly exclusively go for Tetrises to maximize points. Yet, as tough as all this was, it was actually the easy part of the grind. The hard part was then scoring 100,000 more points on the kill screen. Joseph could score 1.3 million by level 29, but getting the last 100,000 at this speed was brutal. As fast of a hyper tapper as he was, the kill screen was still the kill screen. You're not intended to play at this level. And Joseph had run after run die after making it this far. Clearly, 1.4 million would require the stars to align. Well, that June, Joseph would get a chance. He got a max out in level 25 and arrived at the kill screen just shy of 1.3 million points. He'd been here before. Now, he had to make it to 1.4.
Oops. Hey, this world record though. Nice.
A new record, but Joseph seemed to barely care. It was still 25,000 short of 1.4 million. This game really illustrates the dilemma when playing on the kill screen. Do you try and keep your stack low to survive as long as possible? Or try to rack up points quickly by going for Tetrises. Eventually, Joseph found a solution. Why not just get to the kill screen with a crazy score so you don't need that many points?
Dude. You got it, you got it.
Oh my god, dude.
Shut up, Lord.
No. It's not good. Oh my god! Wrong record though. Dude.
This pace was insane. Even scoring just one Tetris on the kill screen would have been enough for 1.4. But Joseph couldn't survive long enough to get a Tetris. He topped out just 10,000 points short. Still though, clearly he was closing in on 1.4 million. It seemed like it could be just days away. Well, on June 14th, 2020, Joseph started a game on level 18 rather than 19 and set a score of 1.384 million. This was the highest ever score from a level 18 start, a notable achievement. So, Joseph stopped recording on OBS and uploaded the video to YouTube. But then, he forgot to hit record again and continued playing for the record. Joseph was oblivious to the fact that his gameplay wasn't being saved, and hours later, he allegedly achieved a score of 1.439 million. Obviously, this game can't be viewed today. He was streaming it to a Discord call though, and one of his friends was recording the audio of said call, where you can hear people freaking out at what Joseph was doing.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 1.4! Oh my god!
But there's no video to go along with this. According to testimony from those who watched it live, this was a crazy game in the kill screen. It allowed him to blow past the 1.4 million barrier, but only a select few were able to see it. And even though there's no recording, Joseph knew what he had done and had accomplished his goal. To this day, he's still never gotten a 1.4 on video. The following few months in 2020 were a strange time in Tetris history. Everyone knew the record was 1.4 million, but it technically wasn't official. It would still be a big deal the first time someone achieved 1.4 on video. That July, a player named Scotto Bozo tried using RNG manipulation to crush the world record. He was able to use a task to predict which pieces would come and plan ahead accordingly. However, his score of 1.5 million was quickly deemed to be a different category. So, the focus was back on trying to break 1.4. And while there were many new players getting into the game, one stood above the rest. His name was Dog Playing Tetris. In June 2020, he became the second person ever to achieve a score of 1.3 million. He was trying to get 1.4 million alongside Joseph, and while Joseph stopped playing after his unrecorded 1.4, Dog continued trying. He was perceived as the most likely person to pull it off. Dog was a hyper tapper like Joseph, so he had the ability to play for a while on the kill screen, and by that fall, his score was up past 1.35 million. He was closing in, and his next PB could be the one. In October, he managed to get a max out early in level 24. This was definitely on pace for 1.4 million, but the Tetrises kept coming, and by the time he hit the kill screen, his score was already at 1.367 million. He only needed 33,000 points on the kill screen. Dog Playing Tetris had to hold it together. He missed it by 14,000. This was still a new high score, but not enough to break 1.4. Even months later, the world had yet to see a score over 1.4 million on video. The combination of getting to level 29 on a good pace and then getting enough points on the kill screen was just too much to ask. It almost mirrored the max out claims from decades prior. Even though a 1.4 million score had very likely happened, there was still no video of one for the world to see. It remained a nearly impossible score that existed only as a legend. Now, you might think this is all a build-up to someone finally breaking through, but that's not what happened. No, something much bigger was brewing in the background. While much of the community was focused on trying for 1.4 million, little did any of them know that Tetris was about to go through a revolution. Everything was about to change. For years, there had been two ways to play NES Tetris: DAS and hypertapping. DAS was certainly easier, but hypertapping had higher potential. That's how players were able to get points on the kill screen. Well, by 2020, the game's demographic at the top level had shifted younger, and virtually all of these new top players were hypertappers. In fact, during that year's Classic Tetris World Championship, all of the players in the top 8 were hypertappers. It had taken over at the top level. But as dominant as this technique was, it was quite difficult. Not many people could mash that fast while still retaining good control. It limited the number of record contenders, and those who could hypertap sometimes developed arm and hand issues. Hypertapping was powerful, but it was still far from an ideal technique. So in 2020, the game's new generation began looking for alternative techniques to mash the D-pad. The leading theory was to try using multiple fingers instead of just one. Gaming legend Flyheck had a method for using 8 fingers on an arcade button, letting him mash up to 30 times per second. He also had a modified method for the smaller buttons of an NES controller. However, Tetris players had to mash the D-pad, and they struggled to adapt either of these methods. The D-pad seemed to simply be too small to use multiple fingers on. They needed a bigger button. That's where a player named Cheese found something brilliant. He watched Flyheck's videos and a mashing video from Silverboxer, then combined them into his own technique. If the NES D-pad was too small of a button, why not use the entire back of the controller as a button? By resting a finger on the D-pad, you can roll your fingers along the back to push the controller into it repeatedly. This allows you to rapidly press the D-pad up to 4 times, or 5 times with a thumb at the end. That's just enough to move any piece to the far left or right, and you can reach speeds upwards of 20 presses per second, twice as fast as hypertapping. It's also much easier on the hand and arm, and allowed for much more precision. As soon as Cheese found this technique, he knew it had the chance to break NES Tetris. He had just discovered Tetris's third playstyle, rolling. While rolling clearly had the most potential of all 3 techniques, it was also quite tricky to learn. Even though Cheese had discovered rolling, he struggled to use it for the first few months, but he still had a head start over other players. And eventually, he started to get good with it. By early 2021, he was using it whenever he reached the kill screen, and it quickly became clear that he was able to do things that nobody else could. Cheese wasn't just playing on the kill screen, he was thriving. The best hypertappers could last a few levels on the kill screen, but with rolling, Cheese found himself making it all the way to level 40. And remember, the kill screen kicks in way back at level 29. Simply put, the kill screen had lost its meaning. It no longer marked the automatic end of your game, at least if you were able to roll like Cheese could. By mid-2021, Cheese had the potential to take the score record, and thanks to rolling, his strategy was much different than those who came before him. His emphasis was less on maximizing points before the kill screen, but rather going as deep as possible on the kill screen while landing Tetrises. This meant he wouldn't need such a crazy score going into level 29. If he could then last long enough on the kill screen, he could beat the score record anyway. That June, Cheese played games to qualify for the July monthly tournament. On June 30th, he got a game that reached 1 million points by level 26. This was roughly 200k behind the world record, but Cheese knew he could make up those points on the kill screen. He reached level 29 and immediately misdropped a J-piece. This could be a death sentence for a hyper tapper, but for a roller, it was an easy recovery. And from there, the gameplay just got crazier. $1.461 million. Cheese had just smashed the world record. He had just cleared 80 lines on the kill screen and gotten 5 Tetrises in the process. These were worth about 40,000 points each, and were only realistic with rolling. For any top player who was still hyper-tapping, this game eliminated all doubt. Rolling was the future of NES Tetris. So, throughout 2021, the game's best players all improved that rolling. Previously, 1.4 million was about the limit for the score record, but now, there was no telling how high it could go. Cheese had made it to level 37, but if someone could last even longer on the kill screen, or get more points before the kill screen, then they could beat the world record. The big question was, who would be the next person to do it? Well, Dog Playing Tetris was the winner of the most recent World Championships, while players Pixelandy and Huffaluffagus came in 2nd and 3rd place. Meanwhile, Cheese was still an active player, and he was the best at rolling. All 4 of these players were top contenders, and they each had a good chance at raising the score record. However, in a surprise to most of the community, a player named Hydrant Dude moved into 2nd place right behind Cheese. Hydrant Dude was more known for his contributions other than his gameplay. He'd made numerous ROM hacks of Tetris, and later published videos explaining the game's code and inner workings. Beyond that, he was also a good player, but not usually considered one of the absolute best in the world. But that changed when he posted a score of 1.445 million, because Hydrant Dude had developed one particularly important skill. He was really good at rolling. And that meant he could last a long time on the kill screen. Now just 16,000 points behind the record, Hydrant Dude pushed onward. And in September, he had a game that entered the kill screen at just over 1.1 million points. This pace was nothing too special, and he'd need more than 300,000 more points to break the record. But Hydrant Dude decided to take a different approach now. Instead of going for Tetrises, he was going to try to last as long as possible. He would have to survive for probably 15 or so levels if he wanted to accumulate 300,000 points. But like I said, Hydrant Dude was really good at rolling.
Well, there you go. There's a 19 PP. Is that world record? Did I actually just...
2 years ago, Hydrant Dude believed 1.4 million would never happen. Now, he had just broken the world record with 1.464 million points, and he had survived all the way to level 44. At this point, it was seeming increasingly likely that 1.5 million was on the horizon. Although Hydrant Dude had survived so long on the kill screen, his pace entering it wasn't anything special. If he could score a few more points beforehand, 1.5 million could be a reality. Well, Hydrant Dude kept playing, and just a few days later, he got the pace he was looking for, 1.35 million entering the kill screen. This was nearly 250,000 ahead of the world record. After landing 3 Tetrises on the kill screen, and making it to level 41, Hydrant Dude finally topped out. But his score wasn't 1.5 million. It was 1.6 million. He had skipped straight over an F score and rolled the hexadecimal digit back to 0. This was the first ever rollover in NES Tetris history, and it was also a 160,000 point increase over the world record. Hydrant Dude had proven that he was no fluke. His Tetris skills were legit. But he also had some heavy competition. As more time passed, the top players got better and better at rolling, and by late 2021, Huffaluffagus was making a run at the record. Huff was already a world-class hyper tapper, finishing second place in the 2020 World Championships. But once rolling became dominant, he made the switch in technique, and was able to nearly reach 1.4 million. Huff was notably a very conservative player on the kill screen. He played even safer than Hydrant Dude, rarely going for Tetrises and just trying to survive. In November 2021, Huff had a game that reached the kill screen at 1.15 million. This was nearly 200,000 behind the record and didn't seem to have much of a chance. But then he put his survival mode into full effect, and the level counter climbed higher and higher. Level 35, then 40, and then 45. Huff had only landed 2 Tetrises, but he was somehow closing in on the record. A couple minutes later, Huff reached level 50. This was the highest level anyone had ever reached in NES Tetris. Finally, on level 52, Huff topped out. His score, 1.676 million, a new world record for score, level, and points on the kill screen. His survival playstyle had worked to perfection, and it was unbelievable to watch. He lasted through 23 levels on the kill screen. Rolling had forever changed NES Tetris. Gone were the days of needing to squeeze out every point before the kill screen ended your game. Now, players could just survive longer to make up those points. How high could this score go? By late 2021, the Tetris community was thriving. This was the most active it had ever been, and there was lots of competition for the score record. Rolling had given players who couldn't hypertap a second chance. They too now had a chance to snag the world record. And even though the top score was 1.67 million, it was climbing so fast that it seemed like a 2 million point game wasn't far away. However, over the next few months, it became very hard to track what the game's true world record was, all because of a practice known as vaulting. See, Cheese had a habit of playing games, sometimes even getting a world record score, and then only telling certain friends about it. Sometimes he did eventually upload his scores, and other times he didn't. Cheese gave various reasons for doing this: to better space out YouTube uploads, to make memes with his friends, and sometimes just because he could. So, we don't have a perfectly accurate record timeline, but we do know bits and pieces of it. In late 2021, Cheese allegedly achieved a new record of 1.7 million and didn't upload the video. However, it's unclear if this was before or after Huff's 1.676 million game, and we don't know what Cheese's exact score was. That being said, Cheese didn't vault all of his scores. He was an amazing player, and sometimes he had to play live, like when he had to qualify for a tournament. Since this was a qualifier, Cheese was just going for a decent score, not anything crazy. Well, 9 minutes later, he entered the kill screen at just 1.075 million. A good qualifying score, sure, but this was the lowest score at this point compared to any world record in the last 10 years. So, if he wanted a record here, this game would have to go deep. Cheese needed to pull off a miracle on the kill screen. For the next 13 levels, it wasn't looking like a miracle, but Cheese was surviving. He wasn't landing any Tetrises, so he didn't get many points, but he also wasn't topping out. Then, suddenly, he misdropped in level 43, and things got ugly fast. His stack piled high, and it looked like this was the end. Cheese's score was at 1.3 million, a fantastic qualifying score. He hadn't hit any Tetrises on the kill screen, and he was way short of the world record. Nobody would blame Cheese for just topping out here and being satisfied. But instead, he did this.
$1.8. 1.9. Let's go! Oh my god, 2 million! This is insanity, honestly. I never expected to get this high of a score. GG. That's a good game. Best game I'll ever play.
Cheese went from 0 Tetrises and 1.3 million points to 11 Tetrises and 2.3 million points. This was the biggest world record increase in the game's history, and also the first time anyone had ever reached level 60. Just a legendary game. The community was shaken. This score was so far ahead of anyone else. It was hard to imagine playing for so long while also landing Tetris after Tetris. The inventor of rolling had just mastered his craft. And over the next several months, Cheese's 2 million score stood alone. While others tried and did improve their scores, none were able to crack 2 million. The world record remained a major outlier. Yet, despite this, Cheese was able to improve it once again. In January 2022, he set a new high score of 2.7 million. But unfortunately, this was another vaulted score. Video of the game has never been made public, and what little info we do have comes from the description of Cheese's 2.3 million game. Then, a few months later, Cheese got a score of 2.34 million points on video while qualifying for the April tournament. This eked out his highest recorded game, but was well short of his 2.7 million vaulted score. But no matter which of these 3 games you look at, Cheese was the premier player of NES Tetris. Nobody else could roll as long and as consistently as he could, and that's why he was the only player getting scores like this. But still, while they lagged behind Cheese, other players were improving their rolling skills. And with tournaments happening every month, there was active competition for the score record. One such competitor was Eric ICX. Eric was a good player, and he'd set some community milestones over the years. As a hyper tapper, he was the first person to reach levels 37 and 38. And while he was a good roller too, he lagged behind most other top players. His high score was just short of 1.5 million, and in 13th place overall. Well, on April 1st, 2022, Eric got a great game going. He entered the kill screen at 1.282 million points, a fantastic pace. Minutes later, he passed 1.5 million and broke his personal best. And then, Eric went on what can only be described as a miracle run. He landed a Tetris on level 46, then another on level 58. In level 64, he'd been playing for so long that his camera shut off, and moments later, he broke Cheese's recorded world record of 2.34 million. This was unreal. Eric was great, but he was not expected to be a world record contender. He hadn't even gotten 1.5 million before. Now, his score was passing 2.4 million, with no signs of stopping anytime soon. By this point, another concept had come into play: scaling. As mentioned earlier, when you get a Tetris, the amount of points it's worth is determined by this formula. Basically, the higher the level, the more points you get. When Eric first entered the kill screen on level 29, his Tetrises were worth 36,000 points. But now entering level 70, any Tetris would be worth 84,000 points. And as the level climbed higher, these Tetrises became even more valuable. That's what scaling is. It's essentially the opposite of diminishing returns. The longer you play, the quicker your score rises. And that's exactly what happened to Eric. By the time he hit level 73, He had passed Cheese's vaulted score of 2.73 million. This game was now the undisputed world record, and it was still going. Eric passed level 80, and then level 90. In level 92, he managed to hit a Tetris worth over 112,000 points. Finally, in level 95, Eric topped out. His final score was 3.772 million. Eric had just broken the world record by over 1,000,000 points. He had more than doubled his own personal best, and he had achieved the game's first ever double rollover. The hexadecimal digit rolls over for a second time at 3.2 million. When he posted his score to Discord, many dismissed it as an April Fool's joke, but they quickly realized this was legit. The world record had been shattered, and Eric was the new champion. So, what did this mean for the Tetris community? Was the world record now unbeatable? Well look, getting a game to level 95 like Eric did would be close to impossible. This game was such an outlier that even Tetris's best players couldn't make it near that deep. But Eric's score was a different story. Scaling made it so that Tetrises were worth 100 grand by the end of the game. So if someone could reach level 70 or 80 again, and land a few more Tetrises than Eric, their score could shoot up past 3.7 million without having to make it as deep as level 95. It wasn't likely, but there was a path to beating his world record. And over the next few months, some of the game's top players tried. They worked on surviving on the kill screen for as long as possible. Even if they didn't need to make it to level 95, they still had to last a long time. But ultimately, nobody could do it, and Eric's legendary 3.7 million score stayed on top. But of course, the NES Tetris community is much bigger than this one world record. Tournaments have always been a big part of Tetris, and each month there was a Masters tournament featuring most of the game's top players. The majority of these tournaments aren't important for this video, but there's one match in the August 2022 edition that we need to take a look at. It was a battle between two titans, Huff, the former world record holder, and Eric, the current record holder, and they were going to compete head-to-head in a best of 5. Eric's 3.7 million score still stood as the world record, but Huff was the only player who would come close to him. His personal best of 3 million points was in second place. These were quite possibly the two best Tetris players in the world, trying to score as high as they could against each other. Game 1 began, and it was clear both of these guys came to play. They both made it to the kill screen, before Huff finally topped out in level 41. Game 1 went to Eric. Game 2 began, and it looked like a repeat of Game 1. Both players were locked in and made it to the kill screen. But this time, Huff had a slight lead over Eric, 1.1 million to 950k. They both survived to level 40, with Huff retaining his point lead. A few minutes later, both players arrived at level 50, and at this point, the game was entering rare territory. In the entire history of Tetris monthly tournaments, only 4 games had ever survived to level 50. The fact that this one had both players still alive was astounding. But Huff and Eric weren't done yet. A few levels later, they both rolled over the score. Huff still had a 100,000 point lead, but Eric wasn't backing down. As they both hit level 60, the game entered legendary status. This had become much more important than just a tournament match. Eric and Huff were so locked in that there was no telling how high they'd go. They kept cruising through the 60s. But suddenly, on level 66, Huff needed to get a long bar all the way to the left. He started his roll too late, and it was all over. Huff topped out after an incredible performance all the way to level 66. Eric now needed just 100,000 more points to win the game, but he was already in rare territory. This chart shows all games that had made it to the kill screen in the last year of monthly tournaments. Making it past level 40 was very rare, while making it past level 50 was almost unheard of. The best tournament game ever made it to level 67. Huff had made it to level 66, just one level short. And yet, Huff ended up losing this game to Eric. Here's why. This is how far Eric ended up making it. According to Eric, once he broke the score record in level 105, his nerves went away. At that point, he was playing with the house's money, and that's what ultimately allowed him to play another 40 levels without topping out. Meanwhile, all Huff could do was watch. He simply looked on in astonishment as Eric completely destroyed the game in front of him. And at the end, he applauded Eric, said cheers, and sat back in his chair. People had known NES Tetris would eventually get to this point, but Eric had rapidly accelerated that timeline. The goal was simple: last as long as possible on the kill screen. And while the best players have been able to survive for 10, even 15 minutes before, Eric had just survived for 28 minutes, double anyone else's best performance. In case there was any doubt, this game had made it crystal clear. The days of needing to maximize your score early with Tetrises were now over. Now, Tetris was a game of survival and endurance, and nobody else could keep up with Eric. Eric had made it to level 146. However, the game's developers never intended anyone to make it past level 29, since the kill screen speed kicks in. And from level 30 onwards, they never checked that all their code still operated correctly. Now, most things still work fine, but gradually, as you get deeper and deeper beyond level 29, Tetris begins to break more and more. The first sign of this is the level counter appearing bugged starting on level 30. The game plays exactly the same, except with this one graphical glitch. But upon reaching level 138, the game starts to deteriorate a bit more. Tetris normally has 10 color palettes, one for each of the levels 0 through 9 that then loop every 10 levels. This system works great for dozens of levels, even well beyond level 29. But by level 138, the game suffers from an integer overflow bug and believes you're on a negative level. So, it pulls a color palette from an incorrect place, and the result is these bizarre looking colors. Starting from level 138 and looping every 54 levels here on out, each level has a glitched color palette. Some are stranger looking than others, but for the most part it doesn't impact the gameplay. It's just an aesthetic glitch, much like the bugged level counter. Except, some color palettes are so dark that you can barely see them on a normal TV. The first one of these is on level 146, a mixture of dark blue, dark green, and black. Programmer Greg Cannon went through all the glitched colors and assigned nicknames to them. Level 146 got the nickname Dusk. And sure enough, Dusk was the level that took Eric out. He couldn't see the pieces anymore. He probably could have gone a lot longer had it not been for this level, but it marked the end of his 6.4 million point game. If someone wanted to beat Eric's score, they'd most likely not only need to make it back to the glitched colors, but also find a way to make it past Dusk. And right now, nobody was close to doing either of those things. In all honesty, the rest of the community was just trying to play catch up with Eric. But as the months passed in 2022, players tried to close the enormous gap in scores. In September 2022, Alex Fatch became the second player to break 4 million points. And a few months later, Dog playing Tetris passed 5 million points. Yet both players remained well short of Eric's score, and neither of them reached the glitched colors. After these scores, there was nearly no activity at the top level for close to a year. New players managed to reach 3 and 4 million points, but the very top remained unchanged. Eric's 6.4 million score towered above the rest, too daunting to try and even approach. The community needed some form of motivation, and right around then, in November 2023, they got that motivation in the form of a tournament, No Cap November. See, tournament games used to be no more than 10 minutes each. You'd rack up as many points as you could, then hit the kill screen on level 29 and top out. But then rolling came along, allowing players to last much longer on the kill screen. And tournament games turned into marathons of endurance, rather than going for points. So, organizers began forcing players to stop at level 39, restoring the original purpose of the kill screen. But just for fun, in November 2023, the community decided to do one tournament under the old rules. Players would be allowed to play indefinitely at the level 29 speed, with no cap at level 39. So, to prepare for the tournament, players began practicing level 29 more than ever before. They tried to build up stamina to outlast everyone else. And it turns out, this practice is exactly what the community needed, because in the build-up to the No Cap tournament, for the first time in over a year, new players reached the glitched colors. A player named Gerald Freeman reportedly got a score of 6.321 million points. In true Tetris fashion, it was unrecorded, but also short of the world record. Instead, the score we're going to look at is one performed by Pixel Andy on November 17th, 2023. Andy had been a top-tier player for years now, constantly in the top 10, but never holding the record. But during tournament practice, he'd gotten even better, and now he was able to take a run at the top spot. Andy hit the kill screen, and then began clearing level after level. 40, then 60, then 80, and then 100. Pixel Andy was starting to approach the glitched colors. The world record was getting closer, but he'd likely still have to beat Dusk. Passing level 120, Andy was still rolling. But then, just 8 levels away from glitched colors, he misdropped. Thankfully, his stack was still low, and it was a quick recovery. But it was a sudden reminder of how quickly things can get out of hand. On level 138, Andy entered the glitched colors. 8 levels to go before reaching Dusk. He played through the bizarre-looking colors, and then was moments away from level 146. It was time for Dusk. And yet, when he got there, I don't think he was ready for it.
E00 lines, what is this? Wait. I actually can't see, oh no. Wait, I genuinely can't see, what are these? Who made these colors, bro? Why would you choose? Okay, there we go.
He did it, and was immediately treated with a much brighter level 147. This was it. Pixel Andy was locked in. He'd survived Dusk's color palette, and now there was no telling how long he could play for. Until he made it to the very next level.
What? What is going on? Wait, the colors. I can't see it. No, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it on my screen. It just went dark.
Yeah, Dusk isn't the only hard color palette. Just 2 levels later, on level 148, you encounter Charcoal. It features a mix of white, dark gray, and black, and it's even harder than Dusk. After playing 147 levels beautifully, Andy was not ready for Charcoal. He'd made it over 6.4 million points, but he topped out just 57,000 shy of Eric's world record. A heartbreaking finish. Now, this was a new record for the highest level reached, 2 levels higher than Eric, But the glitched colors were a problem. Dusk and Charcoal had taken out both players who'd made it this far. But to significantly raise the score record, you'd need to make it past both these levels. The community was at an impasse. Someone had to find a solution. Maybe that someone could be Fractal. Fractal broke onto the scene in 2019, achieving his first max out. And since then, all he'd done was improve. He'd taken his score to 5.7 million points. And that November, he won the 2023 Classic Tetris World Championship.
Champion! Fractal has done it!
Now, despite being 4th on the score leaderboard, Fractal was considered to be Tetris's best overall player, and he was also the most likely candidate to break Eric's record. Fractal had some history with the glitched colors. Back in 2022, he technically became the first player to ever reach them, but he did so on the PAL version of the game, which runs 17% slower. This made the kill screen speed easier and helped Fractal survive. When Eric reached the glitched colors on NTSC, he got the credit and attention, deservedly so, since doing it at a faster speed was much harder. Now in 2023, Fractal tried to prepare himself for Dusk and Charcoal. He practiced these levels extensively, making sure he wouldn't be caught off guard by their dark color palettes. But still, for Fractal, reaching the glitched colors kinda felt like been there, done that. He was the world champion and was probably the best player in the community. So, Fractal didn't just want the world record. Instead, he set his sights even higher. He wanted to reach NES Tetris's true kill screen, the game crash. As mentioned earlier, the deeper you play in Tetris, the more it breaks. Initially, these are purely aesthetic glitches, but eventually, the game deteriorates even more. On level 30, the level counter breaks. On level 138, the colors glitch. And on level 155, the game can become completely unplayable. NES Tetris is an old game. Its code works very well during normal gameplay, but these players were taking the game further than the original programmers ever dreamed. And as the level climbs higher, the game's code gets very inefficient with updating the score. Eventually, it takes so long to update the score that the game has to draw the graphics when it's not supposed to, and as a result, it tries to read RAM as code. Depending on what it reads, if a stop command is generated, then the game will simply crash on the spot. Now, this crash doesn't just automatically happen at a certain level. Various conditions have to be met, taking into account what level you're on, what piece you have, how many lines you clear, and more. Hydrant Dude created a spreadsheet showing all the spots where the game can crash on an unmodified Tetris cartridge. And it turns out the first place the game crash can occur is by clearing a single line on the transition into level 155. This crashes the game every time. However, by this point, no top player was using an original Tetris card. Instead, they were all playing on Tetris Gym, a modified ROM that completely changed the scoring mechanism. And as a result, the game crash doesn't occur on Tetris Gym. So if you wanted to go for a game crash, you had to use an original cartridge with no uncap code. That meant your score would have to be manually calculated afterwards, a major pain. But Fractal knew that it would be worth it. For years, level 29 had been called Tetris's kill screen, but it wasn't a kill screen anymore. Players could survive on that speed for a long time. But this game crash was the true kill screen of Tetris. There was no way to play onward once the game crashed. For 34 years, every game of NES Tetris ever played had ended in the player topping out. Now, Fractal had the chance to change that. He could be the first person to beat Tetris. And he wasn't that far away. The world record had already made it to level 148. If Fractal could just make it 7 more levels, then land a single into level 155, he would crash the game. It was within his reach, but standing in his way was Charcoal, the level that nobody had beaten before. If Fractal couldn't find a way to beat it, then he'd have no hope of crashing the game. Over the next few weeks, Fractal practiced extensively. He came up with strategies of staying alert on the dim levels. He built his consistency with rolling, and eventually, he felt he had a good chance to make it past Charcoal. Finally, it was time. Fractal's years of playing Tetris had all led up to this. He was ready to start streaming attempts to crash the game. Fractal went live and started playing. But just an hour into his first night of attempts, someone else shocked the world. This is Blue Scooty, and he had just made it past Charcoal in a live game. Blue Scooty was an elite player, but not considered to be quite on Fractal's level. Just weeks ago, he'd finished 3rd place in the Tetris World Championship that Fractal won. But with his personal best at 5.2 million, the world record was technically within reach. And now, he'd just become the first ever player to make it past Charcoal. Scooty was able to hold it together for a few more levels, but ended up topping out in level 153. His final score, 6.6 million, a new world record. All of a sudden, Fractal had serious competition in getting the first game crash. Scooty was just 2 levels short. Now, he was playing on Tetris Gym, so even if he'd made it to 155, the game wouldn't have crashed. But now, Scooty realized how close he was to making history, and he too switched to playing on the original cartridge. It was now a 2-way race for the first game crash. The world champion Fractal against the newcomer Blue Scooty. The pressure was on for Fractal, and he was more determined than ever. After seeing Scooty's new record, he continued with his attempts, and within hours, he had another chance. He made it to level 130, just 25 levels away from the game crash. But on level 133, it started to get dicey. He misdropped a couple pieces, and his stack piled high. Fractal decided to go for a risky maneuver to save his game. He dropped the T-piece here, and at the last moment, rotated to fit in this gap. It was a precise move, but it was his best chance to keep the game alive.
I went for the season!
And just like that, it was over. 22 levels from the crash. All he could do was keep trying. The very next day, he got another one going. He played beautifully for half an hour, and eventually made it right back to level 130. But just like yesterday, it started to unravel. A long bar drought combined with misdrops caused his stack to rise. Fractal hadn't come all this way just to top out in level 130 again. He had to find a way to dig out of this.
I regret nothing.
Just incredible work. The game was alive. 20 levels till the game crash.
Are you ready? I might not leave.
Oh, okay.
Came over on level 137, just 18 levels short of the crash. Any of these games could have been the one. Fractal couldn't stop now. He kept his stream going, and within hours, he found himself on another promising game. He once again passed level 100, then made it to level 130, where all his previous games had fallen apart. But this time, things were different. He kept his stack low and ended up reaching the glitched colors. 17 levels to go until the game crashed. Fractal powered through the different color palettes, and he knew what was coming next: dusk and charcoal. He'd mentally prepared himself for them and felt there was a good chance he'd make it through. Moments later, Fractal entered level 146. It was time for dusk.
Oh my god. No, I got completely blindsided. Man.
Even though he knew what was coming, Fractal was still caught off guard. He instantly misdropped and couldn't recover. This game was enough to beat Blue Scooty back for the score world record, but it remained just 9 levels short of the crash. Finally, Fractal had to stop for the day. That was 3 close calls in just 24 hours. No one could say he wasn't trying, but today, it wasn't happening. He stopped his stream, went to sleep, and the next day he started up attempts again. But just a short while into this stream, his chat let him know that Blue Scooty was on an amazing run.
Wait, what is Scooty at right now? Oh my god.
He had made it all the way to the glitched colors, level 138, 17 levels from the crash. He was quickly approaching dusk and charcoal, but Scooty had had success beating those levels before. Now, with the pressure of a game crash on the line, he'd have to do it again. Blue Scooty made it to level 146, stayed calm, and began playing dusk. Beautiful. 1 down, 1 to go. Charcoal was next, the level that nobody else had beaten before. Scooty knew that if he could beat Charcoal right now, he had a really good chance of getting the crash. This was happening. Blue Scooty was now on level 149, 6 levels from the crash. Fractal couldn't believe what he was watching, and he was cheering him on.
Come on, kill it, kill it, kill it.
Blue Scooty had adrenaline coursing through him, but he knew what he had to do: hold it together for just a few more levels. He kept playing, rolling the pieces into place with no margin for error. The level climbed higher, and finally, he arrived at level 154. Just one more step for the game crash. Transition into level 155 on a single line clear. The strategy here was to keep the stack as low as possible to make single line clears easy. For 4 lines, all went according to plan. But then, he misdropped an S-piece. His stack started to pile up, but Scooty stayed calm in the face of danger. He continued getting single line clears, until he was just 1 line away from the transition. He now needed 1 more single line clear. But then the game gave him a long bar, and Scooty, perhaps out of habit, took the bait. Scooty had made it to the glitched colors. He'd beaten dusk and charcoal. He'd held it together the entire way, and at the last possible moment, he'd still missed the crash. He was flustered, but he knew it might not be over. There were still other places the game could crash. Scooty didn't know exactly where, but he hoped that if he kept going, maybe the game would crash at some point.
Please crash.
Scooty played through the next couple levels. He did beautifully given the weight of what had just happened, but the game didn't crash. But in level 157, it was too much. He started misdropping, and it was clear that he wasn't going to be able to recover this. The game would be over in a matter of seconds. Out of desperation, Scooty threw a J piece to the left, hoping that a line clear would somehow crash the game.
Oh my god! Let's go!
Blue Scooty had defeated Tetris. This is the game's true kill screen. It's where Tetris gives up and says you win. Had Scooty missed this one line clear, it's unlikely he would have been able to get another one before topping out. And he also had a bit of luck on his side. According to Hydrant Dude's spreadsheet, this line clear only had a 73% chance of crashing the game. But it all lined up, it all worked out, and Blue Scooty crashed the game. But even crazier than the achievement itself was what happened over the next few days. A Game Scout published a video talking about Scooty's accomplishment, and it went viral. 10 million views in a matter of days. Soon, media outlets were picking up on the story. Articles were written. News segments were broadcast. Blue Scooty was interviewed on morning news shows. And then he got to meet the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov. It was a media phenomenon, one of the biggest stories of the week. And in the background of it all was Fractal. This was supposed to be his achievement. He'd spent years looking into the crash, helping discover what conditions were needed and what caused it. And after years of buildup, somebody else had swooped in and beaten him to it. Now, credit to Scooty. He'd done an amazing job closing out his games. But Fractal had come so close to getting it first. Now, he could only watch as Scooty's accomplishment made headlines around the world. Fractal had to face the facts. He could no longer be the first person to get the game crash, and he wasn't going to get the wave of attention that Scooty got, but he could still finish what he started. So, Fractal continued trying to get his own game crash. It took a couple weeks, but on January 3rd, 2024, he cleared a single line on the transition into level 155.
7, 8, 9.
This wasn't the first game crash, but it was the world record for the earliest game crash, level 155 versus Scooty's level 157. And while there weren't news stories or Good Morning America interviews for Fractal, the Tetris community knew what he had accomplished. And now, hopefully all of you do too. Thanks to the game crash, the Tetris community had a spotlight on it. New players were getting into the scene, and veterans were playing more than ever before. But now that the game crash was out of the way, people turned their attention back to the score record. It had become a bit lost in all of this, but the highest score of all of these games was Blue Scooty's first game crash, 6.85 million points. And it was beatable. Scooty was playing as safely as he could to make it to the crash, so he only got 3 Tetrises after hitting level 29, leaving lots of points on the table. If someone had the guts to go for a Tetris after reaching the glitched colors, it would be worth over 166,000 points. Land a few of those, and you could crush the score record. Several players ended up going for the record here, but the player who ultimately broke it was Pixel Andy. On January 11th, he started a game that made it to level 29, and for a while, he wasn't going for any Tetrises. But then, they started to pour in.
Good choice. Nice. Nice. Yes, dude. Yes, man.
By level 130, Andy had already broken the score record before even reaching the glitched colors. But he didn't stop there. He continued landing them, scoring over 170,000 points each time. This hyper-aggressive playstyle was working. His game could end at any moment, but in the meantime, he was racking up the points. Finally, in level 148, Andy topped out. His final score was 8.9 million points, more than a 2 million point improvement to the world record. That's the power of landing Tetrises late. Scaling comes into play, and your score adds up fast. Now, the community had a dilemma. Andy's score record landed so many late Tetrises that beating it by scoring more points wasn't too likely. Instead, players would have to beat his record by playing further than he did. And with the game crash just a few levels away, there didn't seem to be much room there. So, they had two options for how to proceed. Option number 1, crash dodging. Starting on level 155, many levels have some trigger that can cause a game crash. Initially, it's how many lines you clear, and in later levels, it's what pieces you drop. However, these conditions had all been mapped out, so in theory, someone could memorize what to avoid on each level, then dodge crashes to keep playing indefinitely. However, the combination of playing at this speed in the first place, with memorizing conditions on every level, and then executing it at the same time, it would be a lot, even for these amazing players. But there was also an easier option. Players could simply go back to playing on Tetris Gym, which patched the crash, and not have to worry about crash dodging at all. Now, some might argue that this isn't exactly fair, because if you played Tetris on the original cartridge, the crashes would all be present. Why are you allowed to just patch them out like this? There's a wide range of opinions on this topic, and you can come to your own conclusion about what's fair. But there's no denying that removing crashes does simplify things quite a bit. And ultimately, players had been using the Gym ROM for years. The race for the game crash was a fun one-off challenge, but now, most agreed it was back to playing on Tetris Gym. And with the crash patched and players breaking new boundaries, these guys had a new race in front of them. The race for 10 million points. The Classic Tetris YouTube channel began hosting weekly Race to 10 Million events, where Blue Scooty, Fractal, Pixel Andy, and a few others all played to break the score record. On top of that, there was a community-funded bounty of $2,600 for the first 10 million point game. There was a lot of anticipation, and with so many top players trying, expectations were just as high. However, weeks passed, and not only was there no 10 million point game, but nobody even improved their high score. Playing long enough to score 10 million points required immense concentration, and when factoring in the pressure to be the first to cross a barrier and the cash bounty at stake, each good game was like a mental battle. Fractal, Blue Scooty, Pixel Andy, Dog, Gerald Freeman, these guys were all good enough to reach 10 million, yet week after week they came up empty. But then, on the night of March 11th, 2024, someone started messaging players in the Classic Tetris Monthly Discord server. These were from another top player, Alex Thatch, and this is what he sent. This was a new world record and just short of the 10 million point barrier, but it was also unrecorded. Now, Alex was definitely a good player, holding a few various records over the years. He used to be one of the fastest hyper tappers, and was good at rolling too, but had never officially held the score record before. He was claiming to have crushed his recorded PB, offline and without video proof. Alex said he was practicing late at night while listening to Moist Critical, and out of nowhere, he got this crazy game. The general consensus was that the score was likely legit, but without a video, it couldn't be considered official. So, the very next day, Alex Thatch began streaming attempts to prove himself. Now, expecting to match or beat yesterday's score was unreasonable, but if he could put up some decent scores on command, that would help substantiate his 9.9 million claim. Alex sat down and started playing some Tetris, but little did he or anybody watching know that this was going to be the greatest game of Tetris ever performed. It started off like any other. He reached level 29 and decided to play conservatively in hopes of getting a deep game.
Slow and steady, like, wins the race, you know?
He kept climbing through levels, and for the most part, his stack stayed very low. And eventually, he passed level 100.
Yes! Level 100.
Sheesh, the 3 digits.
The game was starting to get serious, but Alex stayed very calm. On level 138, he entered the glitched colors, and he was cruising. As he reached the dark palettes, he echoed the words Fractal used to lock himself in.
Eyes wide open. Eyes wide open. Eyes wide open!
It worked. Alex played through the 150s, and at this moment, if he was playing on an original cartridge, the game would have likely crashed. But since he was on Tetris Gym, he was able to keep going. And all the while, Alex just kept talking.
Yes! Redemption! This is redemption! Oh my god! And we're gonna keep fighting for this 10 mil. We need to win that bounty. You got nothing on me. I'm gonna keep going. I'm going for the 10 million. And I'm gonna get it.
This was actually a brilliant strategy. The main thing stopping players on these games was themselves. Nerves caught up to them, and they just couldn't hold it together. So to counter that, Alex distracted himself. He hyped himself up, and as a result, his nerves melted away.
Give it! Bring it on! Come on!
On level 185, Alex crossed 10 million points. This was now the official world record, and he'd earned the $2,600 bounty. And then he crossed level 190, and then level 200. All the while, he wouldn't be quiet.
Bro, these coders got nothing on me. I like Lily.
On level 216, Alex landed a Tetris. It was worth over 260,000 points. How is this game happening? Could it go on forever? Does Tetris have an end? Well, it sort of does. You can play all the way to level 255, and then the level counter rolls over to 0, and the game essentially restarts. This is known as the rebirth. For years, it was known to exist, but wasn't considered at all viable. But Alex might have a shot at it right now. However, there was still one thing standing between Alex and the rebirth. Level 235. In NES Tetris, levels last 10 lines. However, due to a bug, level 235 is a bit different. It lasts for 810 lines. It's an absolute marathon to make it through, especially with the dark green color palette it has on Tetris Gym. So when Alex entered level 235 moments later, he knew he had a tough task ahead of him.
Oh wait, what? Wait, this is the 800 lines level. Oh my god.
He'd cleared 10 lines so far, only 800 more to go. For the first time all game, Alex stopped talking. He struggled to see the pieces and needed to use all his focus. For 70 more lines, all went well. But eventually, he began to misdrop.
Oh, that might be it. Oh my god! What has... Oh my god! This is redemption! Day 1 of 10 million? Look what we got.
This just completely blew every other game ever played out of the water. To put it in perspective, prior to this game, few people had ever cleared more than 1,400 lines in a game. Alex had just cleared 2,374 lines, and his game lasted a full hour. He had figured out the secret formula to surviving in Tetris. Just distract yourself and don't care. A few weeks later, Alex raised the score slightly to 16.7 million, and to this day, nobody else has beaten his score. But there's no doubt that the rebirth is coming. Alex, Blue Scooty, Pixel Andy, and others have all been trying to make it there. They're certainly all capable of doing it. And sure, it's gonna be a slog to make it through the 810 lines of level 235. But if there's one thing we can be sure of, Tetris players are constantly redefining what's possible. And before long, one of these guys will achieve the rebirth. The only question is, who's gonna do it first? Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video,
I don't like talking about game mechanics because it is a very reductive term in the way that it is used. All right. And so if you want to be good about designing a game and making the right decisions about how your game should work and how it should be tuned and all this stuff, then you want that decision to be well informed, right? You want it to be calibrated based on all the nuances that are in play, right? And those nuances have to do with everything in the game, right? Because when a player plays the game, you know, they're evoking game rules, right? They have an understanding of those game rules that may or may not be complete to varying degrees. They're looking at the art, they're listening to the audio. They're undergoing some understood by them process of evaluating the game and whether it's something they want to play and how much they want to play it. Like there's all these things happening, right? And so when you try to make a good choice about how your game should be, you want to be evaluating all those things, right? Firstly, and that's not just mechanics, right? Okay, but secondly, even if you are just talking about gameplay rules, all right? When people start saying game mechanics, they start thinking like, oh, when you push the button, it opens the gate, and when you release the button, it closes the gate. And that's a mechanic, right? And that's true, but it's very reductive. Right? You've reduced it to a description of what it is. I mean, not even, I was about to say a description of what it is in the rule set of the game, but it's not. If you actually look at the code implementing this thing in the game, it's going to be a lot more complicated than that. So you've reduced it beyond that. You've reduced it beyond, well beyond how many implementation details there are, into something that's like a steep caricature of the actual reality. And this will lead you to make bad decisions because you're disregarding the complexity of the thing, right? Now, the third thing that I want to say about that is, you know, when people think of imagine you have a space with all these axes, right? But it's n-dimensional. It's not, you could visualize three-dimensional space if you want, but it's really n-dimensional, right? And each dimension is a game mechanic. Like one dimension is like buttons and gates, and one dimension is fighting monsters, and one dimension is teleporting or something, right? The interesting, so in this view, it's a continuous space, right? Now, if you take the stereotypical Valve, you know, spreadsheet of diagonal interactions that we talked about in Braid Anniversary Edition and maybe other speeches, but if you take that and extrapolate that into this view, then it's like filling out all the space, right? So different interactions in your game, if they involve teleporting, they go up or down. It's a point up or down, right? If they involve fighting monsters, it's this way. And if they involve gates and buttons, it's this way. And that gives you a point somewhere, right? And if your game is good, this space is filled with points, right? So you want to be thinking about the space, the contents of that space, of all the things that can happen in your game. When somebody says game mechanic, they're thinking about an axis or maybe even a point at the end of the axis. and they're not thinking about the space, right? What's important is this thing that fills the volume. And so when you become very reductive about this, you're just not thinking about what's good about your game. You're not thinking about what the mechanic really does, right? So we sort of need a term for this. We need a term for the space-filling emergent interactions that are the result of mechanics combining, right? If we had a good word for that, like cinnamon, like whipped cinnamon honey, if we had a good term for that, then we would be able to talk about things a little bit better, right? Does that make any sense? It's just people who talk about mechanics very heavily tend to make stereotypical games that aren't that interesting usually, is my observation.
From Blueprints, I think the guy who made that spent something like 7 to 8 years on that. If you think about that, that's like 10% of your life, dude. Like, it's like
I know.
You can only make like 10 games like this in your life.
I want to ask you about a game idea I have, because what I want to do for future games, and this is something Gavin told me, Gavin, the creative Choo Choo Charles.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He said, all I'll say, because I was talking about the next project, he said, just before you start anything, be absolutely sure that it's actually commercially viable on a big project. I want to know, and Gavin, if you're listening right now, I probably, simplified what you said, but I wonder what you think about that, Jonas.
Yeah, that's an easy agree.
Is it? Because is it even possible to figure out if something's commercially viable?
You can't ever do it perfectly because you don't have a crystal ball that's gonna tell you the outcome of your actions beforehand. Mm-hmm. But you can at the very least go through rigorous and extended efforts to validate your ideas before you invest like a significant portion of your life into them. Right. I always find it crazy, like a game project for like the screenshot I showed you from Blueprints. I think the guy who made that spent something like 7 to 8 years on that. If you think about that,
the ROI is not there. Because
not sure in this case. The game turned out very, very great.
Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. Okay, so it's been out since when? April?
Yes, it's relatively recent, but I would even argue even if this one doesn't turn out to be commercially viable, it was a worthwhile time investment because it's just a fantastic game and the world is better off with it. But what I guess my main point was that there's like 10% of your life, dude. Like, it's like
I know.
Like, you can only make like 10 games like this in your lifetime. Yeah. This is like such a wild thought. And even for something like Thronefall, where we spent 4 years or something, like I can only make 10 more games like this, maybe.
Yeah. Well, at the solo dev or like the tiny team scale, absolutely. Okay, I'm looking up Blueprints right now. I think I was completely wrong. So if the developer's listening to me right now, okay. So the game, it's Raw Fury, by the way. So they're probably going to promote the heck out of it. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, ROI is there. ROI is there. Yeah. April 10th, 2025. So that was less than a month ago, and it's already got 5,500 very positive reviews.
Yeah, it's going very well and deservedly so. Yeah.
Well, it looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous.
Especially considering this is a puzzle game. Puzzle games always have a more difficult time than other genres. So
1,000%. 1,000%.
And then a lot of these games are like Metacritic 65 and don't even make any money when the reason you shipped them out the door was ostensibly to make money. When they went to speak at GDC, that company doesn't exist anymore. All right? So back when we used to go to GDC, one thing you will learn from the wise people at GDC Lecturing Incorporated is that you have to scope your game, all right? What you will learn from these people is that whatever brilliant, amazing ideas you have for a game at the outset, they will tell you over and over that you can't do all those things, and that 2/3 of the way through development, you'll find that you have to dump half your game on the floor and then stitch the rest of it together and rescue that and somehow ship that, right? And then a lot of these games are like Metacritic 65 and don't even make any money when the reason you shipped them out the door was ostensibly to make money. And then a lot of these people, the company name on their badge, when they went to speak at GDC, that company doesn't exist anymore, all right?
Okay.
So like, I'm just saying, question the advice a little bit, right? And so since I started my new way of game design, right, which fortunately we're still able to do because people bought The Witness, right, I have never scoped a game, where I'm making air quotes with my finger. Scoping a game means to cut it down from what you wanted to make to what you actually can make. Both Braid and The Witness went the other way. They both got bigger. Braid certainly, maybe not in terms of number of levels. Like I didn't know how big it was going to be in terms of levels, but in terms of like feature set and how much time we spent making it look nice and all that, we did way more, right? And then with The Witness, it's just a massively bigger game. Like we thought it would be at most, I figured it might be a 20-hour game because Braid was like a 5-hour game, and making a game 4 times as big would be huge. But it's like, if you play everything in The Witness, it's easily a 100-hour game unless you're like really fast at puzzles. It's just huge. So the way I like to see it is, look, if you're going to put a lot of effort into something anyway, like it's not easy to make games, right? Even now with Unity Game Engine, where you press the Make Game button, if you do that, you just have the same thing everybody else has when they press the Make Game button, which isn't very good, right? So it's hard to get to a point where you're even able to release something that's notable in any way, right? It takes you a decent amount of time and effort to get there. So why would you then waste the opportunity that you spent getting there by just like firing it off a little too early and having it not be that good, right? Because then it'll take you, I don't know, did it take you 2 years to get to that point? It's going to take you another 2 years before you can get to that point again and have another attempt at maybe being able to make something good. And so if your response every time is, I got to scope this because it's been 2 years or whatever, then, I mean, the strategy you are undergoing has an obvious result, right? And we just see that over people's careers in the games industry. Like, nobody stops to question that. That said, I am notorious for taking a long time doing game projects, and you don't have to take as long as we do, especially if you don't insist on building your own engine all the time and all these things. Although it does help with quality if you build your own engine. So like these are all decisions that you can make. I don't know. I feel like I've answered that question to a reasonable degree at this point.
So next question is sort of a, oh, sorry.
Do you have anything to say about that? About the whole scoping thing? And because I know you're working on your own thing that you've been working on for a long time, and I don't think you feel like scoping it, right?
So I guess what I would say is that I have mixed feelings about this. Here are my feelings about it. So I think scoping your life/company is incredibly important, and scoping your game is completely unimportant, is I guess the way I would say it. Because when I try to assess like what makes things I'm working on late, it's almost always that like I had too many other things to do. Does that make sense?
Are you saying that work-life balance causes you to not get work done? Or
No, more like work balance,
work
right?
balance.
So like,
Yeah.
you know, it's really hard to do like Handmade Hero, for example, and also work on a hard technical problem, because oftentimes like you need to be able to go for like a month of time where your brain is literally focused just on this one thing, right?
I agree, and I actually don't get to do that at all these days because I'm
and
doing a
it's-
compiler and
Exactly.
engine and a game, and it does affect the quality of work, like no question.
Yes, and I think the problem is that, so okay, so one thing I will say, like from what you just talked about, is I would say, but you do kind of scope your game a little bit, right, John? Because you didn't pick the hardest possible technical game to do along with your compiler, right? And that was a smart decision because you could have picked a more technically ambitious game, right? You easily could have if you'd wanted to. We could easily come up with games that would have been worse than this one. Now, granted, as you normally do, you always go like, let me push what I can do in this game to the limit.
Yeah.
But you didn't go, let me also make the massively multiplayer online first person infinite view distance, you know, 1,000 people per server game, right? Which you could have done if you weren't trying to say, let me pick the easiest to scope of my ideas to go with my compiler.
Yes. Well,
so that was a smart decision, right?
I would like to use a different verb for that because I think of those as relatively orthogonal things.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you absolutely should be smart at the outset about what you're deciding to build.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the canonical newbie mistake is like, kid gets out of school and wants to get in video games and wants to make the super MMO sports spaceship game or what, you know, just like put everything in there. And it's like, well, actually, it's very difficult to do what you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is universal, right? It's very hard to make games, and you need to respect that going in. Even going back to Braid, though, when I did Braid, it was like, look, I have this history of not finishing projects. How do I help ensure that I finish this one? I'm going to do a 2D game because I don't want to deal with 3D, right?
Yep.
That was like a foundational decision, and it paid off, right? Like that's just what that was. So that is true. That is different, however, than like giving up on your dreams in the middle of development.
Yep.
Sort of. I mean, you could have a hybrid of those things where it's like, I guess I'm learning now what is practically able to be accomplished. And when I made this decision early on, I didn't really know. But the people who lecture for GDC Lecturing Incorporated LLC don't really have that excuse because they've made like 4 games before or whatever. They should know. And they still say, well, you have to scope your game every time. And I'm like, no, just make a better decision about what you're going to build, or work in a situation where you're not as budget constrained, right? Which also has implications on what you can build, right? Like I cannot build Assassin's Creed Ragnarok or whatever because like I just don't have that kind of money, right?
Yeah.
I could build an indie version of an Assassin's Creed game with that kind of gameplay. But like, I just can't build those huge maps full of, you know, historically accurate things.
Yeah.
But because I don't try to do that, we have money to pay people to stay employed for extra years beyond, you know, what we originally would have scheduled or whatever, which is why we don't have to like scope the game in the GDC lecture sense. All right.
Yeah. If I thought it was helping people out to do it, I would do it. But I actually believe the opposite, which is I believe that it hurts people. This country where we don't have anything, and I was poor and I couldn't feed my family. Like, I'm not even making this up. It's insane the things people have written me.
First of all, back in the day, I think 2015 or 2016, you've hosted a handmade con, right?
Yes.
This was an incredible conference, and I keep coming back to the videos with Mike Acton, for example, with Jonathan Blow. You were discussing lots of stuff. Was this, First of all, how this conference came about? And second of all, is this something that might come back in the future?
So the first answer is easy. The second answer is maybe harder. So we'll start the first answer, which is how did it come about? How it came about is we got screwed by Twitch. So that's the completely data-free answer, and now I will elaborate on what happened. I was initially when we so when Handmade Hero the show on Twitch came out, it was just a random thing. Like it was like, I don't know, we'll just do some programming on this thing, right? Like there wasn't anything like that on Twitch at the time. There wasn't shows where you watch someone program. That's not a thing. So no one, especially me, had any idea that anyone would watch the show. I figured it would maybe be, my thinking was like, if it ever got somewhere, so if you ever could like actually see the game running, maybe then people would watch it. Obviously, I mean, in my head, I'm like, obviously no one's going to watch you start typing like create window into the thing. Like that's stupid. But actually there were 800 people day one, which is huge on Twitch at that time. Like the big streamers had only a couple thousand at that time, right? And maybe the biggest of the big had 10K or something, right? So it's like, what, 800? That's insane. So it's a total shock that people were going to watch someone program before there wasn't a character on the screen or anything, right? So that was a total shock. It was a shock to Twitch as well. They put it on the front page. They're like, this is awesome. Maybe this will be a big thing for us. It never really was. Not us personally, but I just mean coding in general. You look on there, and the biggest coding streams still only have a couple thousand. And now Twitch is on to like the people who make them the money are all way over 10,000, right? So I think watching people code didn't really pan out. It pans out for some of the creators though, because if you have enough subscribers, that's still a living. So some of the people who only have a couple thousand viewers or whatever, that's not the end of the world. You can make a living off of that. Probably. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I think you probably could when you factor in all the other things like putting up YouTube videos and maybe endorsing things or selling courses. Let's say I could go back on Twitch and promote the course. That would be good, right? So there's ways you could make a living out of it is the point. So Twitch was very excited and contacted me directly, and they were like, do you want to be a partner and all this other stuff? So that was very good, because at that time you couldn't just be a Twitch partner. They had to ask you, it was direct negotiations and a contract, that sort of stuff. And they sort of suggested to me one of their episodes that like that they would broadcast a conference if we did one. So I was like, okay, maybe I should do that because that would be really cool. Like it would be pretty nice to have a tech conference on Twitch. So I started doing some planning work for it. And then I have a conference call with Twitch where I'm like, okay, we want to do this. Can you come film it? And they're like, no, we're not really interested in that.
Okay.
So I'm like, could you have told me that before I started doing some work of like figuring out how to do this? So at that point I was like, well, maybe I'll just do it anyway. And I'll just, maybe some volunteers will be willing to film it, which turned out they were. And we'll just try to put it up that way. And that was the first Handmade Con. And it went pretty well. We had a full auditorium for it, and people seemed to like it. We did 1 and 2. 2 was bigger, had more attendance and more seating and all that stuff, and it was 2 days as well. The first one was just 1 day. So it went pretty well, but it was never my intention. Like, it was basically just getting screwed by Twitch. And I don't want to say that too harshly. Like, it wasn't like there was malice. Like, it wasn't like they were, like, intentionally trying to screw us. They were trying to help us originally, right? But it was just like, how corporations are, somebody says something, nobody else agreed with that. So by the time it actually goes to somebody who's like, wait, what do you mean we have to pay $5,000 to send to someone to record this thing? We don't want to do that. Then it's like, no, right? So that's what happened.
Okay.
And that's why they occurred. Will it come back in the future? No, probably not. I think one of the things about conferences is that if you look at, like, they don't really make any sense in a modern world. More people will watch this conversation that you and I are doing than would ever be able to even fit in a room. Even if we rented out like the Paramount, which is like the biggest theater we have here, it's only 2,500 people, and I bet you anything this video gets 3,000 or more views. Like when I tweet about it, that's how many people show up at least to watch one of these things typically, right? When I just look at what those numbers are. So there's just not a lot of point to the conference, because really all it does, to me anyway, is make it so that it's like a hard cost for people to bear. And if they don't bear that cost, they miss out on like some in-person networking or getting to experience something. So in my mind, it's like, if people want to meet up, I don't blame them. I also don't blame them for taking corpo money to go to something like the BDC, because it's basically like getting your corporation to pay for a way for you to network and find a different job. So if you can sell that to your corp, great, go for it. So I don't blame the attendees, but in terms of like, is this the future of education? A conference is just a bad thing. It's just another way that poor people don't get to experience something, right? And so to me, like, I see it as like, would I go through the trouble of actually doing this again myself? No, because I don't think conferences have a future as anything other than like a grift, really. Like they're just a way for they're just a way for things to happen that I don't think are necessarily beneficial. And that's not to denigrate anybody's particular conference, because a particular conference might be held with the best intentions and done in a very ethical way and all those things. But it's just to say, like, when I conceive of the future, I don't really want this idea that there's a $1,500 plane ticket plus hotel bill attached to the average person in Lebanon's ability to attend this educational experience. I want to hear that it costs $9 a month and they get the same thing, right? And so the things that happen, I would rather focus on how do we move the things that you're getting from a conference that you're not getting from the online version? How do we replicate those in the online world? And let's go with that. Because that, to me, it's more fair, it provides more opportunity. And these aren't hypothetical things to me, because one of the things that happened with Handmade Hero that I almost never talk about, but that's something only I have witnessed, right? I originally had my email address was on the website for the first 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I got inundated with mail. There was so much mail that I took it off, right?
Yeah.
Even with it off, I still get people regularly emailing me, telling me how the series like changed their life. And the emails are nuts. They're like, I'm from this country where we don't have anything, and I was poor and I couldn't feed my family. Like, I'm not even making this up. It's insane the things people have written me, because I am not doing anything for the world, right? I'm just putting out this stream of programming. And they're like, I watched your series and I learned how to code and I passed this Microsoft test and I got hired, and now I emigrated to the US and I have a high-paying job. And they're like, you changed my life. Thank you so much. I try not to post stuff about that very often because I think it's a bit too braggy. But when you've read enough of those things, you start to realize that's like, no, actually, most of these things that you people do, like a Microsoft conference is just straight up screwing the third world, right? Like, having all of these things where if the more money you have, the more likely you are to access it, or if you're already in a job, you can access it, the less fair things get. And I've always been somebody who is more, I've never been one of these people who thinks that the whole system should be about leveling the playing field or anything like that. But I've always felt that everyone should have at least fair access to the things they might need to learn stuff. And conferences just, I don't see how they work. Even in an ideal world where somehow you paid the airfare for people from impoverished countries to go there, how many people could fit in the auditorium? How many people could fit in the hotel? There's a limit. We can't serve 100,000 people with a conference, really. Not this kind, right? Even the biggest conferences in the world are 150,000 attendance, and that's over 4 days, so it's really less than that, right? So it's like, we need models that everyone who wants to learn can learn. And you already have enough problems with that as it is, because they need access to like a computer at the minimum, and those are expensive. So we already have barriers to overcome there to give people who are capable the ability to learn. And I don't know. So overall, it's like there's a lot of grief involved in putting up a conference. I won't even go into all of the things that are bad about running a conference, but it's bad. Trust me, it's awful. You don't want to do it. If I thought it was helping people out to do it, I would do it. But I actually believe the opposite, which is I believe that it hurts people because it further restricts access to important things like networking and education. And conferences try to ameliorate that by giving away 200 tickets or having 200 scholarships. That's not enough. It's not enough to pick, right? Like, if I can get political for a second, affirmative action is not a solution. All you did was take a small subset of the people who need access and give it to them. The rest are all screwed. Not to mention the 200 people who didn't get that, who were people who would have paid who can't go. So you screwed one set of people who were people who had means and can't go, the same as college admissions. You screwed one set of people, and you only opened up access to a very small number of people, even as a result. That's not good enough. The future is about providing access to everyone who wants to learn, however many people that is. And it's not enough for it to be 200 people. It's not enough for it to be 2,000 people. It's not enough for it to be 20,000 people. If there are 200,000 people who want to learn, we need to have a way to give it to all of them. And so that's my feeling about conferences. It's not so much now that I would denigrate them because they're not doing that. It's more that, am I willing to go through the grief of putting one on? I would have to believe that I was doing something good to do it, and I believe it's the opposite. I believe I'm doing something bad. Does that help?
Okay. I was not expecting that.
Okay.
I was not expecting.
Okay, let's talk about this one because this is interesting. So fat components basically means, and I do the same, even though I don't have a component system, I do the same thing with my entity hierarchy, right? So there's like a base entity, and then there's one level of derived entities, and that's it. It's a tree with one root, and then all the nodes are flat. So it's very simple. Right? There's no derived type of a derived type at all. It's very simple. It's easy to deal with for serialization and all this stuff. Now, what that leads you to is there's more stuff in the base entity. In fact, I could probably, let's go. So here's our base entity. It's got a lot of stuff in it. And it's got some stuff that not everybody uses right now. Like a lot of stuff, actually. like let's look at this. Charmed by, so this is a game where a character could charm another character. This actually could be factored out, but I just haven't bothered. Only monsters, there's one entity that's a monster type and there's one entity that's a player type. Only monsters and players can be charmed, right? So the thing is, this is on the base entity, which means literally every entity, including non-interactive background meshes, has this member on it, okay? Isn't that terrible? Well, in what way? So the most obvious way is we take memory, right? But like, what's the most number of entities that we're ever going to have? Maybe in the overworld, we'll have 200,000 entities, right? Okay, so this takes 4 bytes. I think it's 4 bytes. Let's say it's 8 bytes, whatever. In our biggest level that we're ever going to load, 200,000 entities times 8 bytes is 1.6 megabytes, which is a trivial amount of memory on a modern computer, right? So like, who cares? Maybe, like I said, maybe we could factor this off in the end onto both the character class and the monster class, and then have a little accessor. Maybe we'll do that today. Like, that would be a pretty easy thing. But it was incredibly valuable, even if we do decide to do that, which we probably may not. I don't know. I went for years just throwing this in the base entity, and it was fine, right? And then the other question is like, oh, doesn't it make your code more complicated? And I think the answer to that is it depends on how it's structured. Because if you have this object-oriented idea, which Rust still carries over, even though they kind of claim they're not really object-oriented like C++, I think, well, it depends who you talk to. I think it depends whether the individual Rust programmer likes object orientation, whether they will claim it is or isn't object-oriented. But if you think the goal of an object is to have methods, then if you put this on the base, it's messy because you have conflicting methods trying to do different things and you have to sort that out somehow, right? And so then you're kind of forced to put them in the base class and to dispatch and all that. Whereas like, if you don't have methods, if you just have functions that operate on entity, then there's not really a problem. It's like there's one if statement in that function to say, is it a monster or is it a player, right? Like, that's actually very simple and understandable. And so there's a way in which decisions compound, and if you're very used to it, if you're very used to living in a world where you think there have to be objects that have methods, then you might not even see that possibility, that like you could actually just throw this on here and it's fine, right? By the way, animation player, animation graph, also not on any of these inanimate objects, right? All these are. And so there's actually, that's the other thing you want to think about is how hard should I work to factor off this amount of data? It's like, well, what percentage is it of the total? So let's say this rounds up to 8. We have 24 bytes out of, I don't even know, dude. Like, there's so many bytes here right now. This is probably going to go away, so we won't count that. But like all this, even if we factor it out, it's like a relatively small, and this doesn't even include undoable entity data, by the way. Let's look at that. All this is also on the base entity, right? So we have pretty fat butt base entity is what I'm saying, and it totally doesn't matter. It's like, it's so far down the list of anything that I care about on this game that this, if I happen to get OCD and factor 1 or 2 things off here, it'll mostly be for future maintainability for future versions of the game or future games or something. It won't be, it won't be because I'm worried about the memory savings. And so if you go through all this pain, so that's one of the arguments for ECS, like you shouldn't store redundant data for things, and you end up doing so much complexity to avoid this, it's not worth it. Your life is short, all right? It's going to get taken over by robots in 5 years. Did you see that crazy video of the $1,600 wheeled Chinese robot that just rolls down hills and all that? All you got to do is put a shotgun on that dude. All right? Dude, a millionaire can afford 1,000 of those. A billionaire can afford 1 million of them. Now, today. So don't do ECS, is what I'm saying. Have you guys seen this video? They were showing it. If you don't know what I'm talking about. What was it called? Unitree. Okay, I think it was this one. All right, so all I have to say about that is do you want to make something really good or not? And if you want to make something really good, your number one priority has to be the experience of the player, right? The main reason for you making this thing has to be to make an interesting or fun or mind expanding or whatever kind of experience for the player. That has to be the number one item on the list of all the things you consider anytime you're making a decision, right? And then how does that play out into other parts of games? Like, if I'm trying to give you a good experience, why would I make you wait longer to start the game so that you watch an advertisement for my studio, which it's not even a real, it's like a logo is like brainwashing, right? Because I'm not telling you why my studio is good. I'm forcing you to get the impression in your brain of the name and the image. And that's actually the opposite. That's a parasitic relationship where you're using the player's brain like as a resource that you're trying to extract something from. And I try not to do that to the greatest extent possible, which is why we don't have this kind of branding, right? And it's another reason. But we don't really have it anywhere. So like if you run the witness, you can hit escape to pop the menu up. We don't have a company logo there either. It's just the menu that lets you do the things, right?
Yeah.
If you look in the credits, well, okay, there's no credits screen in the witness. The credits is a thing that you only get to by working very hard to get to the end of the game. And in there, you maybe will hear the name of the company, right? So it's really buried. It's really buried.
So it ties into my next question, which was, how do you view your task as the game designer? Is there something more than like creating the best experience possible for the player?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very vague and general statement, right? And so when you start a new game, that new game is about something, like there's some core idea to it, hopefully. Maybe it's just a fun game mechanic. Like I'm going to make a tactics game where the combat's interesting and like maybe I like XCOM, but I want to make it different. Like that's a very game mechanical reason, but that's still good enough. So then you say like, okay, making a good experience is about making sure these mechanics really work and not getting in the way of them. Making sure, like if I'm doing a tactics game and you want to make good decisions, I want to make sure the scene is readable so I can see everything that matters. And unless I'm making some statement and the game is more about the confusion of war, and then that's a different rubric on which to make decisions, right? But whichever one of those things you pick to start with then becomes your basis for making decisions going forward. And so sometimes it's game mechanical like that. Sometimes it is not. Sometimes it's more philosophical. So like in The Witness, there is a core idea to the game that I won't spoiler, although you could very easily spoil yourself searching the game on the internet now. But there's a core idea behind the game that is sort of prior to mechanics a little bit. It determined the mechanics, but it's more fundamental than that. And that drove all the decision making in the game. It affected the puzzles. It affected the art style. Like The Witness has very bold colors with not a lot of high frequency detail. And the reason is because of this core philosophy that's behind the game. But that reason was not in play in Braid, and it's also not in play in the new game. And so all these games look different from each other because they're doing different things, right? And so as long as you know, as long as you have a very concrete goal, then for any decision you have to make, you can say, does this help me achieve that goal, or does it make it harder? Or is it orthogonal? Very few things are completely orthogonal, but you could be like, is it mostly orthogonal? And then once you have that, that helps you make your decisions. And it doesn't only help you make the decisions in an intelligent way, but it helps you make a set of decisions that globally are coherent with the point of the game. It's like a ferrous magnet, where the reason it has magnetism is because the little pieces of it are aligned, right? You want your game to be that way. You want the pieces to be aligned to create this magnetic field that's strong. You don't want them to all be misaligned and create nothing. And so that's one very important piece of how that is done, I think. Are getting slower anymore. I do think it's more a cultural failing on the part of software engineers. Like, so, the modern thing that's still getting faster is, GPUs / AI accelerator kind of things. And they're now selling on increased capability, right? As opposed to old things being slower, so you need a faster thing. So
interesting.
But I do think that wasn't, it's like if you go back 15 years or something, I think Intel definitely wanted software to keep getting slower, and then they would offer features that only run on our CPUs that you can use to make things faster.
Yeah. Do you think that that game developers have is there any benefit for game developers to do what you did, which is write your own engine?
It's a hard road to travel because it is a lot of work, right? So now, fortunately, I think once we have an engine now, engines have kind of stabilized enough that I don't think we would need to radically rewrite it again. So that cost, like if you were to make an engine of your own now, you at least get to have it for multiple projects now. Whereas in the past, that wasn't even true because, if you work on a game for a few years, then the right thing to do, because GPUs had changed so much and CPU speeds had changed, the right thing to do was just like different algorithms than you had started with, and you had to rewrite the whole thing. And now that's not necessary, but it is a lot of work. Like, not gonna lie, you shouldn't do it if you're not interested in it, right?
Is that why you did it? Just mainly because you were interested in it? You couldn't help yourself?
I mean, I like it. Well, historically, if you go going back even to The Witness, because these games take so long, right? The Witness started in 2009. I started prototyping it in 2008, but like I started hiring a team for it in 2009. And back then, if you looked at what was available in terms of like game engines that you could license, none of them really could do what we wanted to do. So we did pre-baked global illumination and very far view distance, right? With an LOD system to kind of, do our best to make things not look too bad as they get further away. And those are things that you would get probably stock in Unreal Engine now, right? Mm-hmm. But back then you couldn't get them, and so you kind of had to build it if you wanted it. And for the new engine, it's like, well, I'm making this new programming language, and so I want to validate that the programming language is good for games, and I want to see how the language helps us make the engine better, right? Mm-hmm. And so that was sort of a motivation to do that. But I've never been a person who would be happy. Like, all the things that are a bummer about off-the-shelf engines, it's just my personality that those things are more negative for me than they are for a lot of other people.
Sure.
Yeah.
So is it some deep sort of perfectionist about you, or is it practically necessary for you to
perfectionist is the wrong word, because you cannot survive as a perfectionist in the game industry. It's just too hard. Like, I probably did have perfectionist personality traits when I was a little kid, before I had ever done anything real, right? But once you start trying to do things that are real, you get perfectionism beaten out of you really fast. But maybe it just sort of sublimates into something more sophisticated, which is just a tactical, I'm going to do the best that I can. I'm going to try very hard to do the best that I can within my current circumstances, right?
Does that bug your team? Sorry to interrupt you, but does that bother people who you work with, like team members, that you want to do everything from scratch and you want to start from the ground up and you even want to write your own language? Does that bother people? Like the artist, for example, because he might have to work in those confines.
Sometimes.
Is I played a ton of games when I was little, like a ton. I mean, this was the era of like rampant piracy, where everyone copied like floppy disks and crap like that. And I bought games if I ever had any money. I bought the boxed versions of games as well, and my parents would buy them for me as well as like a gift or whatever. And I played, I mean, I don't want to know how many games, but it would have been probably easily in the hundreds as a child, across tons of systems, Commodore 64, Amiga, and PC over the years, as well as Atari 2600, ColecoVision, and that probably is it for home systems. And we never had a Nintendo Entertainment System, but I played it at like friends' house occasionally, right? So I played a lot more games when I was little than I do now. And there's a couple of different reasons for that. One is obviously maybe more busy. And also, I mean, well, there's a lot of reasons, but I do still play games fairly frequently. And I guess what I would say is my interest in gaming is still there, but I've noticed that I think there was like a downside to, so there was kind of like there's kind of like a thing where like people started using engines instead of making engines. And naively, you would think and I think I probably would even think, had I not experienced it myself, that that's probably just mostly good. Like, it's like, well, you know, if you think about it purely from a like separation of labor kind of a thing, there's going to be people who are really good at making engines, and the chances that you will have those people and also really great game designers is lower than being able to do both separately, right? If I'm a great game designer, but I don't know John Carmack, how am I going to make Wolfenstein or whatever, right? I'm not, because he's the only person who can make that at the time. Well, there's maybe a couple other people, right? But it's like mostly just him, and 2 other guys or whatever. So naively, I think like, okay, so we have Unity and Unreal and these things now. That's probably good. Unity's, I have issues with it in terms of the quality of the output of the engine, but that's more, I think it would have been nice if it had better technical underpinnings, right? But that's a different statement than the one I'm about to make about what happened with the enginification of things. It feels like the degree of creativity in games has dropped dramatically since the enginification. I don't know why that is. It may have nothing to do with the enginification. It may have more to do with just the lifetime of games. Could be the engines have nothing to do with that, and it's just the lifetime. But I'll give you an anecdote. I went back 2 years ago, 4 years ago. You know, and I don't even know when I went back. I went back to my parents' house. I visit them occasionally. They live back in Massachusetts. I went back, and the ColecoVision, just old home console, they still have it. And I took it out. I sort of tried to get a controller working. Of course, they're so old and broken. A lot of times, like, there's only one controller where all the directions still work. Things like this, right? Because the contacts are old and all this other stuff. And I just go through the cartridges. I just start playing the cartridges. Every single game I played was different. And most of them, we don't even have games like them today. Just completely different. I like playing, I'm like, Venture, Ladybug, Mousetrap, Pepper 2. There's like all this stuff. They're all different. Congo Bongo, like I'm just taking all the, and then Donkey Kong Jr. Like all the games, the mechanics are totally different. And nowadays, you buy games. If it's a AAA game, there's only one mechanic. It's you move the character with the left stick, and you push buttons on the right side to like do some attacks. And there's a giant menu system to do all like, where's the skill tree and learn the new like try and fight. It's the same game. You can't even open a AAA game without 5 minutes in being told to push some button to crouch in the tall grass to avoid being seen by enemies. Every single one, it doesn't matter which game, they're all the same, right? And so we ended up in this place where big games, like the ones that you would buy in a store, like the old ColecoVision games, they're all the same. You can buy indie games, and there are some creative games happening in that space. And I can name certain ones, like, you know, Return of the Obra Dinn is an example saying where somebody came up with a like totally new mechanic, kind of. You could point to things that existed before. I was like, no, this is completely different. And whether you like it or not, doesn't really matter.
You know,
it's new.
This game was written
right?
from scratch with the engine, so it kind of supports your theory.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It's Unity.
Really?
Right? I think so.
Okay. Then I'm mistaken. Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
It doesn't really need any engine stuff, right? Because it's just you walk around a 3D environment, so it's the kind of thing you can do in a walking simulator. And they came up with a good sort of thing to put on top of that, right? So there are times that people are making these really creative new ideas that are interesting to play, right? But most of the time when I boot up a game, it's just a game I already played with a new skin on top, right? And that's wearing on me a bit. So I find that a lot of times now I just like my attitude going into games is kind of bad. So I was like, well, I'm just going to play some tonight, and they're probably only going to be bad, and then they are, right? And by bad, I don't really mean like low quality, because that might be true. There might be high quality, like Horizon Forbidden West or whatever. Like the quality is incredibly high, but the game is just, there's no game. I've already done all these things. There's nothing I'm going to do in this game I haven't already done, right? And so it's like my brain is getting kind of tired of it. And I wish that I had more things. And part of that might be like better discovery. There's probably some indie games out there right now that we're doing some things that I would find fun and interesting. I just don't know about them because there's 10,000 games released a year or whatever. How do you find the good ones, right? But the other problem I think is that like, well, because you don't have to program the game from scratch, you're very likely to make something that's whatever you can do straightforwardly in one of these tools. Like whatever's the easiest thing to make in Unreal Engine, which is this set of games in some shape, then whatever's the easiest things to make in Unreal, that's what you're most likely to make because you all are starting at this point. So I don't think it was true that all the people who made the ColecoVision cartridges were better game designers. I bet they were worse game designers a lot of times than some of the people making these fairly derivative titles in Unity or something. But because they had to start from nothing, they weren't forced towards what is the easiest thing to make in this already existing tool set, which is walking around a 3D environment and pushing a button to do something, right, or whatever. And so I don't know. I don't know if the engines have to do with that or not. I think you obviously can make new experiences in these engines, but I just think maybe people aren't as inclined to do so. Another aspect of it that I'm sure doesn't help, that has nothing to do with engines, is the barrier to entry getting too high. Yes, you don't have to make an engine, but no, you can't get away with the kind of art that you were shipping in ColecoVision. I mean, that's below even the acceptable art, pixel art-wise, than that people do now. So a lot of your attention is focused towards sequencing animations and importing sprite sheets, all these things they didn't really have to do because there was very little that they could fit in memory in the first place. So that was not going to be much of it, right? So yes, they had to make the engine. Yes, that was a bunch of work that you don't have to do because you're using Unity, but also you're having to marshal all of this other stuff that they never had to think about at all, right?
Yeah.
So yada, 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 right?
John, thanks so much for joining us. Everyone else, thanks so much for checking us out and watching us. I'm Jack, being joined by Anna, and everyone can see we have Jonathan Blow with us tonight, the creator of Braid and The Witness. Thanks so much for coming out. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
All right. Well, I think we're just going to dive right into it with some fun questions. Okay. So I'm forever curious about the industry and the direction that it's headed in terms of perception by like the consumer and the end user. And one of the things I've been kind of thinking about is with indies, so many more indies. I think a lot of people are playing a lot more indies these days. Do you think that are we seeing like that perception of like the lines between like indie and AAA blur in terms of like the consumer and like where they place their confidence and like where they're spending their money? I feel like a lot more people are starting to turn to indies.
Well, yes and no, I think, right? So there's a lot of things to say here. Definitely indie games are a lot more prevalent. People take them seriously as real games now, right? Mm-hmm. It used to be if you played an indie game, if you even knew what that was, you were like, well, it's obviously going to be less good than whatever Electronic Arts thing came out that year, right? Now it's like, okay, it'll have a lower budget than that thing, but it might well be a much better game, right? And so that attitude has shifted. I do think people are pretty disappointed in AAA at this point. As a developer, I've been what you would call an independent developer since before that term existed, right? I've been in games since 1996. And, independent people were always complaining the whole time, ever since probably I heard these complaints in 1996 when I was new about how high budget games were very risk averse and boring, right? Like that's been a constant complaint forever. But that situation just keeps getting worse. Like we were complaining very loudly about this in like 2005, 20 years ago, right? But AAA games in 2005 were way more creative and risky than AAA games today.
Oh, yeah.
In part because the budgets are higher today, right? In part because I think also if you don't do something very much, you get worse at it and you forget how to do it, right? And so all these teams are trained on doing the sure, very marketable thing, right? And you just iterate on that and iterate on it and iterate on it, and the window keeps getting narrower and narrower of what people are willing to make. I think both of those are happening. And I think players are pretty disappointed at this point. I mean, I don't know for sure, right? Like, I'm not 18 right now. A lot of gamers are 18 or something. But I feel like most games that come out are not that exciting to most people. That's probably been true for a while. Also, there's way fewer AAA size games to get excited about to begin with. Just wait. Like, I try to explain this. Like a year or two ago, I was like tweeting, like, man, the industry is really slowing down. Like, there's hardly any big games. And of course, you always get contrarian replies like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, in March, this game's going to come out, and in June, this game's going to come out. And you could name like one big game per quarter that anybody cared about. And it was like, no, dude, that used to be like every couple of weeks, you know, there would be several big games that people were excited about. And so that has definitely changed. Now, on the indie side, there's way more games, but I think because there are so many games and because it's so hard for those games to connect with their audience, I think a lot of people just look at this giant sea of games and they're like, I don't really know what I should be looking forward to or what I should play, right? And so I think the indie sector would be more successful if that problem got solved somehow, right? And the thing is, there are places that have a little bit of this kind of solution. So like Steam, if you like click through 7 different links, there's like the interactive recommender or whatever that almost nobody uses because it's kind of hidden.
Yeah, I never do.
And like, that doesn't totally solve the problem, but it probably helps a little bit. But that's not, you know, it's not the default interface.
Yeah.
And Steam honestly is not, I don't think they're very heavily incentivized to solve this problem because, you know, you would only do that if you believed people would buy a lot more games, right? And they probably look at their numbers and they still see that like the biggest budget games still probably make the most money. And then occasionally there's an indie breakout hit that makes a bunch of money. We must also remember, though, that Minecraft made $2 billion while an indie game. So there's an occasional extreme outlier that changes all of these. But you can't, you know, you can't assume the outlier is the thing, right?
Yeah, I was always hoping that Steam. So when Steam initially came out with their Greenlight program, I thought that was kind of great because the community could sit and look at all these games ahead of time and then vote on them. And then that was sort of this level of curation that we have. But now anybody could release a game on Steam whenever they want. And just last year alone, I think the number was, last I looked at it, was over 18,000 games released on Steam in a single year.
That's a little bit of a deceptive number because I think
does that count
a large
like DLCs
percentage of
and
those
stuff?
are total trash that nobody would ever play. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So like if you filter it by, I saw this stat, I don't remember what the number it was, but if you filter it by how many games make $5,000, like a small enough number that you wouldn't be able to live on that, right? That number drops to like, again, I don't remember, but it's like one digit less. It's like 3,000 or 5,000 games.
Yeah.
Right. But that's still a really lot of games, right? That's 10 games a day, every day for a whole year, if they were evenly distributed, which they're not.
Because, you know, going through Steam, like you were saying, even with their automated recommendation system, I still never see, like, I mean, I mostly don't see when I'm assuming I don't see shovelware. I'm assuming those are going to be showcasing games that actually sell.
Probably.
But, yeah, that's another thing, too, is just like the overall saturation. You go to other places like Itch. That has become like strictly like the place you go for horror games, I guess now apparently.
Okay,
but they do have a lot of really, really good stuff. There's a couple gems in there too. I saw you tweeted one, and I was playing it the other day too. Dragon Sweeper.
Yeah,
was that
that's a good game.
Yeah, that was deceptively good too. It's very innocuous when you look at and then you start playing. 10 minutes later, you're making yourself coffee and, you know, button it, you know, getting down for
Good
it. But
design can go a long way, even with
Yeah.
a very like that game. Obviously, has a budget close to zero, right? But it's fun.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of developers forgot that part.
Yeah. So do we think that, especially with what you were saying, with not as many AAA games have been releasing, and that's certainly a thing. I remember when I was younger, you always flipped at the magazines, just so much stuff. Oh man. So I'm in my upper 40s, so I think we're similar in age. You might be just a tad older than me, I believe. But yeah, do we think that AAAs are starting to lose a little bit of ground to indies now? Because definitely there have been, I've noticed a lot more, especially people on social media, a lot more influencers playing more indies than AAA, than they used to at least. So do you think that perception shift has happened in terms of the consumer?
How I feel about it is there is this weird thing going on. Like, so obviously the AAA games have much bigger marketing budgets, right? Much bigger development budgets. And they're using that muscle to try and get people's attention, right? But lately, especially, there's almost 100% inflection to the downside. Like, they'll hype something up as being really great, and then everybody kind of knows they're going to be disappointed, and then it comes out and they're either mildly disappointed or extremely disappointed in the case of, depending on which game you pick, right? Whereas with indie games, it's usually like surprise inflection to the upside, right? So like you had a game, let's pick a game with a relatively low budget, like Animal Well was very successful, right? Within the past year. It came out last year, but we're early this year. And that had sort of the independent influencer equivalent of heavy marketing behind it, right? Like donkey videos get a lot of hits and all that. But I still think that game wouldn't have gone that far if it wasn't like really interesting in a way that most games weren't, right? And so I do think it's probably important to have that, I would say, then on games of both scales. It's just we're used to different things, right? Like nobody will talk about an indie game if it doesn't have that surprise to the upside. Whereas a AAA game will get some kind of discussion and like everybody complaining about it just because they have the money to pay for the saturation. But even though like the amount of time that people discuss some of these games with big budgets is like really short now if they don't hit.
Yeah, this one, and they kind of tend to close off really early if they don't hit right out of the gate. Apparently, like Concord was one of them, but that I think is just
or the one that I was really because Concord, generated a lot of controversy, right? And so that probably didn't lead people to buy the game, obviously, but there was a lot of discussion there. But there were games with less controversy, but that I didn't hear a peep about after, like the Star Wars game that came out, like. Man, that like prior to it coming out, people were like, snarkily saying, I bet this is going to be terrible or whatever. And then it came out and crickets. Like nobody cared about that game at all.
I saw a lot of memes being posted of like all the weird bugs, like especially with the AI, how the AI was just kind of awful in that game and like would just like not notice a player 2 feet in front of him.
Yeah, I saw one of those. Yeah.
But yeah, that's another thing too about the swing in perception.
Because I have a second thought about that, right?
Okay.
That's not even just a AAA game with a big budget and a lot of people working on it for a long time, right? That's also the Star Wars franchise, right? Which has like huge name share going back to when I was 6 years old or something, right? Like one of the most incredibly big, most easily marketable things in the universe, right? And it just fell flat. And of course, there have been other steps in degrading Star Wars. So it's not like that game takes all the blame, but still, man, like if you can't do something with that, you got problems.
Probably one of the most high-profile IPs in existence.
Star
Wars. And it's just
Concord, you can understand. It's like, okay, they launched a new thing. It wasn't something that anybody wanted. Well, here's another thing. Like one thing that people will say now, and I think this is true to some extent, and it doesn't even matter in what direction it's true, right? but I think a lot of these AAA studios are making games. Again, they're trying to be risk averse, right? So they've got some template of what they think the game should be. And it's not informed very much by feedback from the outside, or that's very slow. And so, they end up like, if you're trying to shoot a moving target and your bullets are really slow because they take 4 or 6 or 8 years to shoot, it's going to be really hard to hit that target, right? And so I think that's been happening. But so with Concord, it's like they made a new IP, and there's all sorts of reasons probably why it didn't hit, but you can at least understand why making a new IP wouldn't succeed. Like, that's been true for a long time. But like, we actually know what people like about Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
And we know what people didn't like, and even the movies and the series that didn't go well, we know what people liked and didn't like about those. There's like if you're going to make a Star Wars game, it's very clear what that should be, right? Especially because going back to the early history of Star Wars games even, right? Like Jedi Knight and whatever, not the remake, the original one. Like that was a very successful game that people loved. And it was sort of winging it. Like it used material from the books and stuff or whatever, but it was just like, they were just like, what do people like about Star Wars? Wouldn't it be cool to make a game? Like, things were so much more innocent back then. It was like, wouldn't it be cool if we had like Star Wars in a game? Like, yeah, you had that in the arcade cabinets or whatever, but what if you were like running around as like a Jedi? Isn't that what people love about Star Wars? And that was the motivation back then. And like, somehow that's been completely lost.
I think, I think back then developers used to be fans. They used to like the material that they were working with. And I think that totally changed over the years now, because I get this, maybe it's just me, I get this feeling that the AAA industry wants to be Hollywood so bad and act like Hollywood and just feel like, I don't know, I don't even know where that comes from. But when I was growing up, like take a look at old Blizzard games that they made, you know what I mean? Any of these old companies. And it's just like they were fans of what they were making when they were making it. I don't get that feeling now. When I play something new from a AAA developer, I don't get the feeling that they're fans of what they're doing. I get the feeling that they're just putting everything on a conveyor belt, and it's being focus tested by soccer dad who's impressed that his phone has the I Could Drink Beer app, from circa 2006. Like somebody's impressed by that and shiny things.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like they're as fans as much. That's where I see like a lot of indies pulling up and coming in, especially with a lot of tight experiences. Like Celeste, a great example of an awesome platformer. Just the experience there was really, really tight. We don't see that, I don't think, from AAA, at least not in the larger sense from most studios, most big studios. And I think that has slowly, because I think a lot of other consumers are picking up that these developers aren't exactly fans anymore like they used to be. And I think that has definitely caused a divide. Like, consumers could vibe on that. I could vibe on that. I play games all the time. I consider myself as a good consumer just the same. And I could vibe that too. I could feel when a developer, their heart's not into it. The game, it's just like lacks a soul. It's hard to describe, but for sure,
Well, I think, I think there's a lot of reasons for that. Part of that is the industry is so much bigger now. And when it was smaller, you basically had, like, the population didn't grow that fast. Like, the population of Earth didn't grow that fast, but the industry has scaled up a huge amount, right? Relatively speaking. And so you used to just have the people most excited about the ideas of making video games, and salaries were a lot smaller, so you wouldn't really get into it for the money. In fact, you had to love it because the money was pretty poor a lot of the time, most of the time. And it's just easier to have like friendships in the industry and motivate each other when it's smaller and you know more people. And then, in terms of a particular game, like if you're on a game and it takes 1 year to make or 18 months to make, you can develop this enthusiasm and it can last that long, right? You can fire yourself up. A lot of people even have trouble being motivated for that long, but in 18 months, you could get it at the beginning, you could lose it in the middle, and then you can get hyped that the game is coming toward the end and like really put in the effort. When a game takes 5 years, 6 years, I've been working on something for 9 years, God forbid.
Yeah, I've paid attention
It's
to some of your
much
streams,
harder. Yeah, it is much harder to maintain that enthusiasm. And yeah, and then with team size, again, you know, if you're making a game with 10 other people, you have a really big individual contribution to that game, which means multiple things. It means your decisions have a bigger determination on what the game becomes. And it also just means that your role is much more important, right? If you let the team down, the game's not going to get done as fast, or it'll be missing some stuff, and you know, players won't like it as much and stuff, right? So there's at least a couple dimensions there of why your role is so important. When there's 1,000 people working on a game, and you're like the guy who makes dinner plates for GTA 6 or whatever, it's like, what are you gonna, I mean, I guess you have a little bit of like, oh, I'm working on this big franchise name, and I could feel, you know, I can name drop that. Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not passion, right? Nobody's gonna be passionate about being the guy who makes dinner plates and then maybe cups if that other guy quits or whatever, or is slow.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it too, and for certain true, because that's something else when it comes to like AAA studios and big corpos, and I don't know how their brains work, like what their thinking is. Like if let's say they start out with like a 200 person studio, this quite a lot of people. But if they double that, you're not going to get another 200 people worth of output out of that.
You never are.
It's diminishing, and I don't know. It's just something that always confused me, because like I'm a nobody. I'm a small guy. You know, I'm additional programming by. I hop around from game to game to game to game to game in indies. So it's like, I don't know that part of the business end, but I see them as making a whole lot of mistakes, and I'm curious if in the future, especially with the way 2024 has been, like, do we expect the AAA industry to?
Do I do this? Fuck it, let's go. This is a mistake. You missed, you're bad. Fuck it. Get owned. Feels good to get jungle dipped, but on the good side. It's a rare occurrence for me, but it does happen. Even though it's complete cope 90% of the time, and everyone just blames the jungle for their own failures, it's nice.
Killing spree. Nicely done.
All right.
Boss?
Quick soporific grease for you.
Uh-oh.
Valiant Gargoyle.
Dude, this guy's easy.
Now we're talking. Take a sleep potion, bro. Hang on, I'm hitting him with everything in my pockets real quick first.
Let me know, and I will do encore.
Good smash.
kind of. I don't like these. I don't like the middle tier. Or the last tier. Actually, that's pretty clean. Check out. That is so clean. Oh my god. Team Spirit. It's gotta be fire. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't like these metallic looking ones. These are fun. Yeah, these are fun. Gotta do the Pickems. God. Awesome. Ooh, clean. Clean, clean, clean. I'll skip the base one. Scene 2. Enter the name of the scene. One second. 102. 102. Alright. A wild card made it back? That's awesome. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's go 16 by 9. And then go full screen window. Okay, so we can Alt Tab easier. Okay, we're back. We need to look at complexity gaming. Complexity gaming CS. HLTV. They're number 15. No, number 17 in the Valve ranking, 15 in the world ranking. Interesting. Why do they shoot up so high? I don't like this. They were on a downturn for like 3 months, and then they came back up. Okay, let's look at where are their matches? Yep. Oh, change the appear general. Oh yeah, I need to change my title through YouTube. that is changed. We're gonna look at their matches. Who were they losing to? Who were they winning against? Okay. 1-2 Gamer Legion. 2-0. When was this? This was this month. 2 weeks ago. 1-2 Mongols. 2-0 Pain. 1-2 Gamer Legion. Blue Jays getting info. Okay. Phase G2. That's not good. Beat Aurora. Wait, they beat FaZe? But then they got O2'd. Interesting. They beat Furia, they beat Falcons, they lost to G2. They beat Passion. When was this? Oh, this is on the 20th. I was looking at the wrong thing. This is where they placed? 9th, 12th, 1st and 2nd for the qualifier. That makes sense. In April. Beat Furia, they beat Falcons. Passion UA, 9 Pandas. They beat Wild Card. It's also worth noting that these are best of ones. Can't look at. I don't think they'll go 0-3, so put them here. Wild card. Well, I don't know. Yeah, let's put them in here. Wild card. They lost to Legacy. They beat Pain, Spirit, Vitality. That makes sense. 1-2 Heroics. Okay. Bet Boom 500. Energy. A lot of no-name teams, respectfully. Except for M80, which they lost to. Oof. They look a lot. Fisher College. They look a lot rustier than they did for the last major. Did MIBR make it? I might just put them. No, they didn't. Okay. MIBR. Not impressive. Last major. Wild card. 0-3 though. I have to look at the first matches to see who's playing, but I don't know. They didn't look too great. Let's look at Heroic. Matches. Okay. Lost to Aurora. They beat FaZe. Oh, you see him right here. Chinggis Warriors. Okay. We can look at their matches too. We can look at Wild Card as well. And then we can look at Complexity. Medisport. Okay. That's 6 teams. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like so many teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 teams. So 16. How should I do this? I think we look at wildcard and Medisport real quick. See who wins this. One two OG, 13-7 B8. They also qualified. We can open them up. Looking at them later. Bet Boom, Spirit Academy. They have an academy team. Interesting. TNO. Who have they beat? I don't know. They don't look really good. I think Wildcard wins that. Yeah. I think Wildcard moves on. Pierre. And then, what was their team? Medisport. Wait, are they not? Oh. I won't be able to fit all the teams. I can only fit 10. There was a website. CS2 Major Bracket Simulator. Y'all. Yeah, Wildcard, I think beats Medisport. Let's look at Complexity and OG. Okay. Complexity and OG. Complexity, they look good, but not like great. And then OG, Denmark, beat 9, lost to Paris Vision. I don't know who these teams are. Astrom, I've seen Astrom a couple times. Beat Aurora, Fireflux, Sashi, Ekla. They beat Medisport 2-1, Pandas, Astralis. Yeah. Complexity does look like the better team here. I mean, OG ain't messing around though. Ooh, OG. It's hard when there's so many of these no-name teams. Like tier 2, tier 3 teams. I feel like I've seen this before. Amcall. Sinners. Fnatic. Ads. I don't want to look at November games, I don't think. Ants, Fnatic. Oh, this is difficult. Astralis. big. They beat Ents. They beat the Sinners. Best of 3. Passion. They've been on a roll recently. Oh no. 9. Unfortunate. Chimera? Monty Eclot. Bet Boom. Astro. But then they came back and beat them. 9. They're playing Complexity? Can I sort by best of 1? I don't think so. That's a lot of O's. I don't want to go past January. Well, phase mount. Oh my god, they were doing so well. Wait, this is September, yeah. Oh, that's bad data. That's bad data for sure. G2 phase, and then they lost the phase, and then they lost the G2. And they beat these teams, and they lost the Mongols, they beat Pain, they lost the Gamer Legion. I might go OG here. I think I'm gonna go OG. They have a better recent performance, I feel like. Yeah. Heroic and Chinggis Warriors. Yep. All results and all results. If we look at Heroic, they beat FaZe. Falcons were big. They've beat them before, twice. B8 they lost to. Oh, they look. Lost to OG. They look good though. Basement Boys. Lost to 3 Max. 3 Max is insane. 1-2 though. How close was this? 5-13 OT in the second map. Heroic? Yeah, Heroic looks good. 2-1 Liquid. 2 Spirit, how close? 13-11, 13-3. G2. This is December. I like Heroic. Let's look at Chinggis. 0-2, 0-2 against Heroic. Saw. Rare Atom. Just swing, facts. God's right. Kind of a sick logo. The. The fuck? I mean, they're a good T2 team. They might go in the 3-1 bracket. Yeah. 3-1, 3-2. I think Heroic wins that though. B8 and MP. Imperial. B8 and Imperial. Matches. Go full results, of course. Beat Fluxo. They're also in the tourney. I think they're South American, right? South American team. Yeah, Brazil. Lost to Liquid, lost to G2. This isn't against Fluxo, right? Yeah, they beat Legacy. They lost to Fluxo. That was in February though. MIBR, Pain. Yeah, they look solid. Lol. Yeah, solid Imperial. And then B8, right? Yeah. Go to B8. Go to Paris Vision, Sinners. You can look at Batera. I don't. Chingus. They beat Chingus. Lost the Big twice. Lost the Heroic. Beat Bet Boom. Heroic. They beat Astralis. They beat Ents. Are they in this? Astralis or Ents? And Aurora. God damn. New team? New team on the block. Astralis and Ents are not in it. Unlucky. Okay. Lost to Medisport. Lost to Nib. Yeah, I mean, it's just the better team, right? Imperial. Bet Boom and Nemi. Bet Boom. Matches. And Namiga. What's the Ents? That was the Heroic. They beat Big. They beat Bet Boom. They beat Gamer Legion. Okay. When was that? That was. They beat Imperial. This was in April. Lost the Heroic. They're probably the best team that we've seen though. Probably. They look decent. Lost the Complexity. It's Gamer Legion. Is Gamer Legion in it? No. Lost the OG. Lost the B8. Lost the Bet Boom. Pain. They beat Heroic here. This was a month ago. 2 months ago. March, April, May. Almost 3 actually. So at the beginning of the month, 3 months ago, they were able to beat Heroic. And now they can't beat Ents. How close was it? 13-10, 13-2. Vega's in it either. Oh my. It's against Baboon. Lost to Ecstatic, lost to Ruby, lost to Gun 5, Heroic, B8, beat Imperial, they beat Wildcard. They lost to Ents, they beat Ents. They lost to Namiga. Best of 1. I think that's important. Especially because it's best of 1. BOG. They beat Namiga. Close was it? 14-16, 7-13. Ooh, this is gonna be a close one, I think. Might be game to watch. Ooh. Might be game to watch of the first round. I don't know, man. Like, I don't. Centers isn't in it either. What are they ranked? 64th? What's the Mika ranked? 44th? It's so hard to say. It's really so hard to say. I think we go with Bet Boom though. Wrong tab. Bet Boom? Yeah. Tai Lu? Tai Lu? Tai Lu? HLTV? What's the other team? NRG? NRG, HLTV. Chinese team? Oh my god. All over the place. Tai Lu. They beat Lin. They beat FlyQuest. They lost to Lin. 4-game series. Best of 5? Oh my god. Default. I see. I'm still close though. Still fucking close. Vision looking decent. Chinggis gonna be Veradom. Lost to Lin. Beat Lin. Best of 1. Who are they playing? NRG? Asian teams are very hard to judge though. Because they only have, as we saw, a couple teams to compete against that are at this level. Not even like the upper level, but like the stage 1 level. But it's also good because you have a lot more matches to look at about who's winning which matchup, or if there's like a rock paper scissors kind of situation. Recently though, I would give the edge to Tyloo. Look like they're on a tear. And have been for a while. Yeah, they look good. Tyloo. And then NRG. How close is it with Aurora? They look. Who even is Aurora? I don't know. Any name? Zentaris Major? I know Zentaris, but interesting. Okay. country is that? Turkey. Okay. Okay. Falcons legacy. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. FlyQuest Red Fragadelphia. Okay. Fragadelphia, Las Vegas. I don't like that. Why not? Why not Pennsylvania? I guess Las Vegas is more lit, but chicken coop. I don't. What are these teams? Furia, Eternal Fire, Namika, Gamer Legion, M80. Like they're beating these teams that I don't even know of, which is good. Got them here. They beat Legacy. They lost Legacy. What country are they from? Oh, OC, Nitro, Bro, XT, George. I don't think they beat Tyler. Well, they just look like they haven't played against anyone. Yeah, I think I'm going Tyler for sure. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Lin Vision. Lin Vision. Lost to Furia, lost to G2, lost to Tyloo, beat Tyloo, beat Rare Atom, lost to Tyloo, Dog Evil. Dude, the dog be evil though. Lost to Pain, FlyQuest, Furia, Rare Atom back and forth. Tyloo, beat Chingus, FlyQuest. It's in November. Who are they playing? They're playing against Legacy. Legacy 1-2 3D Max. Not close. Oh my god. 3D Max is in it, right? Or am I trolling? Yeah, they are. Okay. Even this one game is more impressive than I don't even know who I was looking at before. NRG. Them winning all these games means nothing to me compared to Legacy going 1-2 against 3 Max and having it be close like this. I mean, this speaks speaks to that, but Vitality. How close was this? 13-11, 13-5. I mean 13-11. What map? Dust 2. Eh. I hate Dust 2. Maybe wildcard. Oh, this game looks, or this team looks. Fluxo 0-2. Legacy, brother. Like they lost the party astronauts. This is why you're trolling. What is this? What is this legacy? When was this? April? Like, stop losing to these teams. And NRG also beat them. But best of one though. I feel like that's hard to. I mean, it's important for this first round. Who are they playing against? Lin Vision, right? Are they just the best of 3 team? Legacy? Is that just how it is? Well, 13-1, 13-8, 13-3, 13-1. Imperial. They're so close, man. These got me worried. These little best of ones that they're losing. Doesn't say the legacy forfeit. What the hell? Wait, what? Why'd they do that? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, do they forfeit these two? A schedule conflict. I see. That makes more sense now. Okay. Okay. Then they lose to Astralis 1-2. Overtime. Crazy. Bestia. Who the fuck is Bestia? I'm picking Legacy for sure. Wildcard and Metsiport. Oh, we looked at them earlier. I don't know, man. They lost to Legacy. Spirit. Was it close? It was not. They beat Pain. They're not even in here. They lost to Vitality. Was it close? 7 rounds? Not even close, respectfully. 1-2 Heroic. 0-2 Bet Boom. They got 13-0'd. 0-3 Complexity. That's close. That's heartbreaking. Medisport. Beat Astralis. Astralis in it? No. Okay, that has no weight to me then. God damn it. BBA. I think the quality of their wild cards opponents is just better though. They did play against Aurora and Betboom, but maybe focus on best of ones if they have any. They don't. They got some right here. Complexity, Namiga, Passion UA. Oof, Medisport. Imperial. Oh no. Oh no. Interesting. Interesting. That might bite me in the ass. 21-25. Imperial. It's just this interesting day. 13-7. They beat PA. Okay. Okay, their recent form has been good. Betboom 10-13. I mean, that's a pistol round. You win pistol round and you win that game. Against Wildcard though, I don't know, man. What about this team? Was it close? No. Okay. What about Pain? Was it close? First map, second map, not really. No. Heroic. Like these games are tragic for Wildcard because they probably won't get into like they're gonna be fringe territory here. Like fringe, like right there. But they probably won't be down here. So it's like, do you put them in? Do you slot them in to 3-2-6 slot? I don't know. Medisport, I also don't think they're going that far. I think they look like a worse team. Looking at the numbers, they look like a worse team than Wildcard. At FlyQuest and Flux. FlyQuest, HLTV. Oh no, Chrome, chill out. Chill out. Okay, Fluxo. Solid? How? Okay, it's pretty decisive. 13-6, 13-7. 13-10, 13-4. Okay. They're beating, yeah, they're beating these teams by a lot, which is good. They're beating Legacy. Okay. Was their seed 16th? Bestia. Sharks. Canids. Oh no. They're best of 3 team for sure. I don't. Imperial. Imperial Fluxo. I mean, Nabinka. definitely not the worst team we've looked at. And there's FlyQuest. Tyloo. Okay. We know they've been doing bad against Tyloo for the past like 3 months. Phase 02. Oh my god, 1822 fucking nuke. Okay, 13, 11, 13. What about Spirit? They got destroyed. Navi. Okay. So they're alright. Let's look at some best of ones. 3D Max. Destroyed. MIBR, Pain, Liquid. The Drillers. What's last year? M80, Saw, Big, Falcons. Um. This is actually impossible. How do you pick between a team who has played almost exclusively T1? I shouldn't say almost exclusively, but is just losing to T1 over and over again and winning against T2 versus a team that only plays T2 and like fringe T1 like Imperial. And probably just go FlyQuest at that point. Okay, so we got the top and the bottom bracket. After round 1, I think these picks make sense. Yeah. This should be a good game. Complexity and OG. Tyloo and NRG. No, maybe LVG and Legacy. Interested in how that turns out. FlyQuest and Fluxo. I'm interested in how that turns out. Yeah, that's about it. Heroic and Legacy. Alright, let's restructure here. You can find Heroic. FlyQuest and Wildcard. Let's see. Heroic and Legacy. Where's Legacy at? Aren't they over here? Yeah. Okay. Legacy versus Heroic. Probably Heroic. Yeah, it's probably Heroic. Legacy, I think, is leaning towards 3-1. Just based off who they've played against. And then when they go against the other teams, they're not doing too great, like the upper teams. I mean, this game was decent, but like NRG, like we didn't like them at all. And as going into OT, not feeling them against Heroic, who 2-0 Chingus Warriors, 13-10, 13-3, 3-1 Big. I think we just lean. Who beat Aurora. I didn't even internalize that they beat Aurora, and then they 1-2'd Falcons. Yeah, Heroic wins this for sure. Bet Boom and Imperial. Let's see, Bet Boom and Imperial. Okay, Imperial. Bet Boom, perfect. Holy shit, 23-25 Heroic. 50 rounds on fucking any map in CS? Fuck that. Beat Imperial before 2-0. It was close. Almost 2 overtime games. They beat Wildcard. They beat Ants. I need to look at more recent form. I don't think scrolling back 3 months is gonna help. Ecstatic. That's like, I mean, Ecstatic isn't even in it anymore. Or in this. I don't think. That M80. Interesting. Lost to B8. They lost to Ents. They beat Ents in a best of 1. It's so back and forth. Wait, Betboom hasn't played since the second? Or not in Betboom. Imperial hasn't? It was the 15th? 2 weeks? Eh. I think we're leaning Betboom here. Probably. This is such a hard judge. This is so hard. How do you compare these two teams? I mean, this is like our only comparison. This is our best comparison, I should say. But even then, that's like partisan. Bet Boom. Bet Boom. Can I look who's on Bet Boom? Anyone that I know? Exile. Boombala. 64.1% win rate. Once again, I don't think that matters when they're playing against T2 like this. Like the quality difference between even Imperial and Wildcard and GDZ or BC game, I feel like is so large. So when you say win rate and you can include these games, it doesn't mean anything. Who's been here before? Imperial. I think we go Imperial. Tyloo and OG. Tyloo and OG. Tyloo, they're like 3 max. 3D max. HLTV. I don't know why that matters. They're like the best team in Asia, right? Yeah, they're beating. Oops. They're beating like all these other teams in Asia, except for Lin Vision. But even then, like sometimes they beat them. Maybe they don't. Second best team. Wait. Okay, maybe Lin Vision. They're like the second best team out of Asia. OG. They play a lot. They play a lot. They look like one of the better T2 teams out of Europe, I'm assuming. Denmark? Clicked. Yeah, Denmark. Danish. I'm not sure. I mean, they beat Aurora. That's something. That's 2 months ago, though. 3 months ago. OG. Do we want, like, a pretty good T2 team or the second best team in Asia? That's tough. That's tough. That's probably the European team. For real, for real. And then Wildcard and FlyQuest. Wildcard or FlyQuest? Where's Wildcard at? FlyQuest, probably the third best team. Oh no, they beat Lin Vision. Probably the third best team out of Asia. Wildcard, kind of like a mid T2 team, I would say. I almost want to take FlyQuest. Do they have any big games? Any big games? Vitality is probably their biggest recently. Complexity, no, not really. Liquid Inferia, is it close? 13-12, then 13-0'd, or 16-12. Furia. M80. Vitality. Wait, didn't they play Vitality too? 0-2. This probably isn't the best comparison, but 12-2, 13-8, 13-7, 13-6. Or 13.2, 13.8. I mean, based off this, they're slightly favored. That seems a little jank though. Seems quite jank. 13.2, 13.9, 13.7, 13.2. Like they're so equal, I think. Pain, 13.10, 13.5. I don't think it matters much because I think both teams lose in the next round. Here. And I think both teams, well, maybe not wildcard, but I think FlyQuest. Well, I don't think either of them go. Well, they can't go on 3 at this point, based on what I've picked before. So I don't think it matters entirely too much. Oh my god, it actually swaps around so much. Okay, it matters. It matters. I lied. I lied. Oh my god. I mean, the seedings are pretty accurate too. I'm having a moral dilemma between these two. I mean, it doesn't change too much. I don't know. It changes a lot. Wild card? Wild card. Do we just go with the higher seeding? Neither of them have home court advantage. That doesn't matter. Both can be jet lagged as fuck. FlyQuest is an Asian team, right? I'm not trolling. They're Australian? Oh my god. I am trolling. Oh. You know, that doesn't change anything. I don't know why that would matter. Genuinely. I don't know. Phase? Fuck it. Aussie, 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 or Great Britain, beans on toast. Let's go GB. GB to lose against Heroic. And OG to win. Okay. So we got our 3-0s, right? Heroic and OG. Perfect. Okay. Now we just have the rest of the bracket to do. No big deal, no big deal. Complexity versus Fluxo. I think it's faster just to type it. And it was right there. God damn it. Okay. Complexity versus Fluxo. Probably go on complexity. for these. 13, 10, 13, 11. Yeah, I'm going complexity there. Who's this? B8. B8 HLTV. Ukraine. Current win streak 5. Beat Heroic, beat Baboom. Lost to Medisport. Won against Namiga. Who is this? This is going to be Medisport. Medisport HLTV. Lost to Complexity, lost to Namiga. Won against Baboon. Probably just lean in B8 here, I think. Maybe, I don't. Yeah, probably just lean B8 here. OVG and NRG. Linvision, HLTV. .1% win rate. Golly. And NRG HLTV. Furia, G2, Tai Lu, Jihao? Oh my god. Dinja? Oh my god. FlyQuest, Furia. Oh, NRG was also very unimpressive. Yeah. I think we go Linvision here. Maybe? How'd they do against G2? 13-6, 13-9. Furia. 13-10, 13-6. Any other teams of note? Aurora, 13-4, 13-4. Falcons, 13-5, 13-6. Wildcard? How'd they do? Pretty close. Legacy? And a Legacy forfeit, yeah. Eternal Fire. Probably just Lin Vision. I feel like them playing these games gave them some insight on what they need to work on. Maybe, optimistically. So they can come into the major more prepared. Whereas NRG, I mean, I guess they had these games as well, but judging by the score, they had more to work on. Yeah, probably go Lin Vision, Chinggis Warriors, Chingus Warriors HLTV. And Namiga HLTV. Chingus lost to V8, they lost to Heroic. How big was it? Matchup was played a month ago. A month ago? Oh, they have a rematch. Oh, I see. 13-3, 13-10, B8, 13-6, 13-8. Tai Lu, is it close? 13-9. I mean, not great, not fantastic. Namiga, I feel like this also isn't gonna be too fantastic. I mean, there's some wins. No, okay, how close was this? 13-8, 16-13. Okay, 2 months ago, but okay. Monty, 13-10, 9-13, 16-14. I mean, that's like fine, even if Monty isn't it, even if they didn't make the qualifier. Ends 13-10, 13-2. Centers 15-19, 17-19. This is so hard. I want to give it to Namiga though, I think. Alright. And yeah. Bet Boom LVG. Do we just do this natty? I think we can. Bet Boom LVG, probably LVG, Legacy Nemi, Legacy, Complexity FlyQuest, Complexity. B8, Tai Lu, I'm not sure. Chingus Warriors and Flux, I think Flux. Mesiport versus NRG, oh my god. Oh my god. I think, I don't know, NRG just looks so bad. Just looks so bad. These ones matter. These ones actually matter. Chingus Warriors, Flux. I mean, I think those are our best bets for the 0-3. Mesiport is, they're just as likely, in my opinion. Flux probably wins this. I'm more confident in Flux than any of the other 3 teams here. Imperial or Lin Vision? That's a little bit harder. Let's go start from the bottom. FlyQuest or Mesiport? Probably FlyQuest. Tai Lu or Nemi? Tai Lu. Bet Boom or Flux? This is close. I think this is really close. Bet Boom probably. Bet Boom makes sense. They're higher seated. Yeah, I'm going with Bet Boom. Complexity versus Wildcard. Yeah, Complexity. Legacy versus B8. Legacy. Just got attacked by a cat. Imperial Linvision. I think Imperial, yeah. Wildcard versus Tyloo? No idea. I think Wildcard though. B8 versus Batboom. B8 versus Batboom. Probably Batboom. LVG versus FlyQuest. LVG? I think LVG, yeah. Well, FlyQuest is like the team in Asia, right? I don't know. Actually, I don't know why I'm saying that. I have no idea. HLTV. Envision HLTV. Yeah, it's probably just FlyQuest here. Who do I have them losing against? Wildcard? It might just be FlyQuest Angle. They're a lot better than Wildcard. Now that I think about it. Now they all think about it. Where does that change? Does that change anything? Beboom, LVG. Legacy. Let's look at Beboom real quick. Like a blind spot for me right now. Boombaclap. Oh yeah, because they have weird games. They're so weird. I don't know how they made it here. But they did. But they fucking did, and I have to decide where they go. Why do I have 2 tabs? Oh. Yeah, I mean, Beboom is just so random. Stop. Oh my god. Flux. And Chingus Warriors, Metsiport. Let's just go Chingus, honestly. Metsiport? I have no idea. Yeah, let's go Chingus. Stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not classic bracket. Okay. Can I disable that shit? Oh my god. OG, Heroic, Legacy, Complexity, FlyQuest, or Imperial. This is gonna be a close match. This would be a close match. Guess this is completely random. Not completely random, but if I'm correct on all these, then I don't even know what I would do with myself. So this is completely theoretical. That's the word. Betboom or Fluxo. Fluxo. B8 or Namiga. B8. Wildcard or Chingus. Wildcard. Imperial or Fluxo. Imperial. Tyloo or Wildcard. You gotta respect the wild card, right? B8 or Lin Vision. Yeah. NRG or Medisport? Or NRG and Medisport. And then OG and Heroic. Complexity, FlyQuest, Legacy. Imperial, Lin, and Wildcard. Saved. And then we take a screenshot. And then we post it. What? Amazing. Amazing. Alright. Alright. Save this too. Sweet. See some other brackets. See how close I was to other people's. CS2 bracket. CS2 Austin Pickems, yep, right there. Mr. Maxim.
Here's my streak so far. I've got 3 diamonds, 4 golds, and 1 silver,
Diamonds?
which I think is pretty good, to be honest. But please remember, if you copy my picks, that means if we win together. If we lose together. Now, this format is impossible to predict because of so much randomness involved. BO1s, MR12, the game still being in beta. So upsets are very likely, but let's do the Pickems right after Skins Monkey. Skins Monkey knows how to save it from the 0-3. I just don't see it happening. It's more likely that a team like Chingiz Warriors ends up down here. I mean, they also have very few matches against top teams. This is so hard, but I'm gonna put them up. Of course, I wish them the best of luck as well. And now we can finally set aside the 0-3s and go straight to the 3-0s. In my opinion, the one team that everyone should have up here, but of course, there's no guarantee that they'll go undefeated. But still, I'm gonna put Complexity. Complexity is the only team out of all these teams that have basically performed a lot better against the top 20s. They don't really belong in this stage. I mean, technically they do, but you understand there's a lot of experience in the team, and of course, they're ranked 15 on HLTV. That makes them the best ranked team here. Next up, I'm going with Heroic, who are apparently bots. There's a lot of firepower in this team and some really sharp aimers. It's obviously not the same Heroic that we're used to, but I still think they can go 3-0. Then for the teams to advance, there are a lot of interesting choices here. Things that stand out to me is, how much they've played recently and what they've played against. Kind of gives me an idea of their form. And one of those teams who has performed relatively well and who I think has a great chance of advancing is Tai Lu. Definitely a team that can do it, Next up, I'm going with B8. B8 over the past 3 months have played hard across the spectrum of teams in different skills. They're good, and I'm pretty sure they can advance. Next up, I am going with Legacy. From the Brazilian side, I think this is the team to advance. Compared to other teams at this level, I expect them to perform quite well. They've shown great sides, they've even played in Dallas, and had some pretty decent games. So I'm positive that they can advance from this first stage. Moving on, I'm going to go with Bet Boom for the next one. Now, Bet Boom hasn't actually played against a lot of top teams recently, which is why I'm a little bit skeptical here, but it's Boomich and, of course, some other familiar names. And at this stage, and with the experience these guys have, I think this team can advance. But, of course, there's still some hard competition here, and I can totally understand if you guys have other picks. Then it might be my debut, but I am picking an Australian team to advance. Yes, FlyQuest. They certainly have good aimers and experienced players. And for my final team, I was looking at Namiga here. They could be a good pick, but I still believe in Wildcard for this one. They haven't shown their true form recently. They've actually had some pretty tough games, but overall, they know the major drill. So let me know how you picked, if we picked differently. Have fun watching the major, and I'll see you guys after the first stage. Peace.
It's everybody's favorite time of the... One's fine. They beat Pain. Map off of Heroic. Lost series to Bet Boom. But they beat NRG. Again, it's not a team that I'm like hard sending to go through to the next stage. They'll probably play the 2-2 decider match and make it through. And they have what it takes. They played well at the last major, and I know that it's been a few months since then, but overall I still believe they have what it takes to make it to stage 2. Now these last 3 picks are going to be incredibly close, so we'll just start with the first one I have is OG. Now they have not played a ton of CS recently, but if you look at their results, they're not too bad. Of course, the first alone, I still think that they should do it. Now we have 2 making it through.
That's me. Energy, energy. Yeah. FlyQuest type blue. I don't get the Bet Boom hype, man. That's so skeptical. That's so skeptical. B8. I don't get B8 either. These teams I get. OG, FlyQuest, Imperial, Tyloo. These 2 teams are so skeptical. I don't like it.
Hello, my name is Anders.
Mind you of is the old meta doesn't apply.
Meta wild card? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what he's doing.
The old meta, remember, was any of these ones here could be 3-0 as long as they went through. So you used to hedge your bets by putting all your 3-0s there and putting a gamble here. The problem now is you have to actually just guess correctly. Because if you put one of these in the 3-1, but then they go 3-0, you don't get that, and you deny yourself one down here, so you double fuck yourself. So you actually should, for real, pick the 2 teams you think are going 3-0 up here, and then just pick your other squads in here. It's actually, in that sense, it makes it quite a lot harder, and the BO1s certainly make it very, very hard, and the 2 BO1s on one day. That all makes it really tricky to do it, but in some ways it makes actually getting the coin more satisfying and more meaningful, right? Sure, there's a fluke element, there's been a lot of randy results at majors, but the difference is, it used to almost be too easy to get enough to pass through to the next stage of the coin challenge, so I actually think it has made the coin challenge harder, but in some ways, if you get it, it's kind of cooler, isn't it? And it means now that things like the simulation...
True. Flum?
Alright, let's get into
Flum.
people's Pickems and...
Bet Boom? Namiga? Bro, I don't... P8... Damn, Fluxo hate for real. Maybe I'm seeing something. I don't know.
Bet Boom. 3-0.
Okay.
Stage 1 of the Blast Austin Pickems are here, and guys, we might be cooked. Or it's been rounded out a lot. They're very good in Inferno, which I think helps a lot. So that's another reason why I'm putting them through. Who else have I missed out on? Namiga, dude, Namiga are the team I'm going to hate here, because they will probably cause some upset wins. They've got incredible individual skill. I don't see much depth to their game, but that's going to catch some teams out in BO1s. Yeah, like they could make it through. They could be that sort of Eastern European team that just relies on skill and makes it, but I never can consistently bet on that style of play, especially once you get to the best of 3s and there's a bit of prep work that goes into it. I think Imperial, I just don't think have been all that good when I've seen them play lately. Lim Vision, again, you could consider, but I just think when they go international, they don't seem to do that well against international competition in big moments for whatever reason. And then, for the final 0-3 pick, I think I'm going Fluxo. I just think that a lot of these other teams here at least have the player quality that they should win some maps, and Fluxo I don't think quite have that.
Maybe,
And also, I've not been that impressed by them tactically when I've seen them play, or just like team play. I haven't been crazy impressed. So, for me, Fluxo, the other 0-3. A couple of names
That'd
I'm
be
surprised
crazy.
I picked
They have,
myself,
like,
but
2
this
matches in
is
the last
my
month.
Pickems. I'm telling you, I think the FlyQuest, not picking FlyQuest is
Maybe
a big one.
BA
Not
is
picking
better.
OG is a big one. I think
Maybe I need
a
to
lot
give
of
'em more
people will go
credit.
for them, and I just don't quite see them being as good as some of these teams here where I've seen them lately. And
Okay, OG's slept on it hard as fuck, but
In just under 1 week's time, the most prestigious will make it. I think Metasport, yeah, like I said, they're lacking just the experience together on LAN.
these 2 teams,
I think
man.
their form's been a little bit up and down as well. They haven't really got the pedigree right now of Bait and OG online and Tier 2. They haven't really got the heads around it. Maybe against the Tier 1 teams, it'll be better, but you're kind of just gambling a little bit there.
Okay, let's relook at mine. Maybe wildcard shouldn't be in. I don't think I'm gonna be. I don't want to change them, man. Exclusive, but not both. Apply. Sure. I think FlyQuest is just a better Tyloo though. I mean, that is right. Their international play is not very good. Yeah, I like these more. Yeah. Okay, after seeing what they're doing, I think that's better.
Okay, Surf's Up. Getting into all of my picks here because I rethought things. One, I looked up Metasports. Their results have been quite bad lately. Their Opera Lumi is not that good. Okay, that is extremely concerning. The second is that NRG has been playing very badly versus practically anybody this entire year that isn't a North American Tier 2 team, okay? Chinga's Warriors has actually beaten some teams more recently, and I feel like I don't know, they just seem like they have more upset potential to me, okay? NRG are off of a Dallas where they got completely humbled. I'm very frustrated with the result there, and I'm going to let that bleed into this. Also, there is a good chance Fluxo and NRG play each other in the 0-2 matchup. Chingas could still lose 0-3, but there's another strong possibility when I went through the bracket that Fluxo and NRG are the ones that are actually playing against each other also. As for the picks up here, the one that I really switched, I think, was, so Wildcard's in still, OG's in, Complexity's in, Tyloo's in. Those are my 4 that I'm sticking with no matter what, no matter how, you can't sway me. Bates is a team that I'm like on the cusp with because they barely made it through the MRQ, but they've also been playing together for such a long time that I do have some faith in them. And then I went with FlyQuest over Metasport, okay? Metasport, they've just been losing a lot lately. I have faith in the fact that they have 3 guys that have been to a major playoffs, but in terms of recent results, it's been pretty ugly for them. So yeah, these are my picks. I'm going with NRG in the 0-3 category. I know it's an NA major. I'm not letting that bias me too much. So that's going to be it. As always, being toxic is a choice.
if I don't. Can I view their Pickems? No, I can't. Don't think. Damn. Chicken, soda, and a cooler in the back. That's fucking funny. 2 more for next corn upgrade. Alright. It's locked in. Alright, that's gonna be stream though. Hope everyone has a good night and a good rest.